Chapter 1. Ben Davis stood on the porch with his hands buried deep in the pockets of his coat, staring out over the ridge. The sky was darkening fast, smeared with the last gray-blue streaks of daylight as the wind swept down off the mountain. It carried the scent of snow, sharp and cold and close, and something else he couldn't quite name. A stillness, maybe. A kind of unnatural hush that pressed in around him like the air itself had gone tight with waiting. Below, the clearing looked peaceful in the dusk, quiet and undisturbed. But it was a lie. The churn in Ben's gut hadn't eased since he'd heard the news about Brad. He'd known something was wrong before Joel had even opened his mouth. No amount of cold air or quiet woods could touch it. Gunner pressed up against his leg, the big dog's weight solid and grounding. Ben looked down just long enough to see the soft flicker in those amber eyes, something close to understanding. Maybe it was instinct. Or maybe Gunner, who'd been there when it all went sideways, knew exactly what this night meant and what was at stake. Ben reached down and threaded his fingers into the thick curls at the dog's neck, but there was no comfort in the gesture, just habit. The silence between them wasn't empty, though. It was heavy, dense with guilt, anger, and that coiled, restless need to do something. He should have been with them. He knew that now. Should have scrapped the barter market trip or at least gone along. Joel and Allie had made a solid case and swayed his better judgment. They'd needed the supplies, and Brad had been stir-crazy, begging for something that resembled a normal day, desperate to feel like a valued part of the team. A quiet afternoon by the river after the market seemed harmless enough, especially at the secluded spot that Ben and Joel had agreed on. But it hadn't been harmless, and now Slade's men had Brad. Ben's jaw clenched, and his right hand curled into a tight fist inside his coat pocket. He didn't have to guess what was happening to his son. His mind painted the worst images for him. If even one of Slade's thugs had laid a hand on Brad, if they'd hurt him in any way, there wouldn't be a compound left standing when Ben was through. He'd burn it all to the ground, and if he had to put a bullet in every last one of Slade's men to make sure they never hurt anyone again, he would do it without hesitation. Ben closed his eyes and forced himself to breathe. Once, twice. Rage wouldn't help Brad, not tonight, not yet. He exhaled through his nose and pulled his hand from his pocket, letting it ease open. Cold bit at his fingers, sharp and welcome. This wasn't about vengeance. There was more to it than that, more to it than just getting Brad back. This was a declaration of war on him and his family, and he couldn't let it go unanswered. The rattle of the door handle startled Ben, pulling him into the present from a mind running wild. It was Joel carrying two large faded green duffel bags and shouldering a multiple rifle soft case backpack that held a couple of spare weapons, including Jack's AR-15 with the homemade suppressor and the MP5 from Ed. Sam and Bajer pushed their way past him, more interested in emptying their bladders than why Ben and Gunner were already outside. Joel didn't say anything as he stepped out onto the porch, half dragging, half lugging the heavy duffel bags the last couple of feet to the top of the stairs, where he set them down and let out a breath that fogged in the cold air. He rubbed his hands together, but the motion seemed nervous in nature rather than a response to the dropping temperatures. The kid had his mother's eyes, sharp, searching, and full of thoughts he rarely shared unless pushed. Joel looked more man than boy, although he had for a while now. A change Ben could no longer ignore, try as he might. Ben watched him for a moment. Joel didn't meet his gaze, not at first. He was tracking something in the distance, maybe nothing at all, maybe ghosts. Ben had those, too. "We'll be ready by dark," Joel said quietly, still looking out into the trees. Ben nodded once. "Did Allie finish packing the med bag?" "Yeah, she's double-checking everything now." "And Sandy?" Joel hesitated, worried, upset, trying not to show it in front of her daughter. Ben didn't blame her. He wasn't exactly hiding his own emotions well, either, but he couldn't afford to be anything other than calm and confident right now. Inside, he was seething, furious at what Slade had done, and at what this often unfair world had thrown at them today. Still, he had to set the tone for the evening. He had to show strength in front of the others, especially Emma. Brad's older sister and biggest antagonist at times was the most visibly distraught by her brother's abduction. He'd speak with them all before leaving and do his best to reassure them that everything would be all right. It had to be. Ben made his way over to the bags and unzipped them, rifling through to confirm the gear was exactly what they'd agreed on and everything they'd need. Extra magazines by the dozen, a pair of bolt cutters, water, and an MRE for Brad. If Slade's men hadn't fed the poor kid, he'd be starving by now. Ben eyed the second bag, taking a moment to make sure the homespun canning jar grenades he'd assembled were wrapped in the blanket well enough to survive the trip to Slade's. Joel tugged at his plate carrier vest. "Can't we wait until we get closer to Slade's to wear these?" Ben shook his head. "It's game on the minute we leave the property. We need to be ready for anything at any time." He'd insisted Joel and Allie wear the tactical vests, not because he wanted them in the line of fire, but because pretending they could sit this out was a fantasy he could no longer entertain. Ben hadn't wanted this. Not for his son. Not for Allie, who was practically his daughter in every way that mattered. But Slade had too many men, too many guns, and too much hate left to spend. Ben couldn't do this alone. And truthfully, even if he'd ordered the kids to stay behind, they wouldn't have listened. They blamed themselves, quietly and deeply, for what happened to Brad, no matter how many times Ben assured them it wasn't their fault, that they'd done everything right, but he could see it in the way Joel had barely spoken since returning from the river, in the way Allie moved, tense, coiled, ready. This was their fight now, too, and they needed to see it through. Joel gave a short nod when Ben zipped up the last of the bags, but his mouth stayed tight, eyes distant, like he regretted even asking if the vests were necessary. Ben didn't elaborate further on the necessity of the armor. He just finished checking the crudely assembled grenades and wrapped the old blanket tighter around them before sealing the duffel, the soft clink of glass muffled but unmistakable. "You think those will work?" Joel asked. "They'll work, but let's hope we don't need them. This is nearly half of our gunpowder." Ben headed for the blazer with the bag. He wanted every advantage he could get. Desperation and time constraints didn't allow for precision, but the design was simple and effective enough to do damage. He'd thrown the explosives together using 16-ounce wide-mouth glass canning jars that sealed tightly around the lethal payload and were just sturdy enough to hold up during transport. Inside each jar, he packed 1,000 grains of gunpowder, measured out and wrapped tightly in a tissue bundle to hold the core charge together. Around that core, he crammed in as many drywall screws as the jar would take, layering them for a second wave of shrapnel to follow the glass. To finish each grenade, Ben drilled a hole through the metal lid and threaded a short length of fuse down into the powder-packed tissue held in place with melted wax. Crude, unstable, and undeniably lethal, exactly the kind of weapon that could even the odds when things went sideways. Joel didn't comment. He didn't need to. They both knew what tonight was. The two-way radio on Ben's hip crackled. A short burst of static, then the familiar voice came through, steady but slightly winded. "Ben, this is Luke. You copy?" Ben unclipped the radio from his belt and stepped away from the blazer, toward the Holden's property to the west. "Copy. Go ahead." After the attack on the Holden's ranch, Ben had given Luke one of the unidentified two-ways to keep in touch. He'd reached out to him half an hour ago and was beginning to think they weren't working. Just saw the missed call alert on the radio. Sorry I didn't get back to you sooner. We've all been out in the barn. What's going on? Over. It's Brad, Ben said. Slade's people grabbed him. Over. There was a long silence on the other end. Then Luke spoke, his tone weighted. Let me get a saddle on Buck and grab my rifle. I'll be up in 10. Over. Ben thumbed the button on his radio as soon as Luke's transmission had ended. I appreciate that, Luke. I'll meet you out on the road. Over. Over and out, Luke signed off. Ben's initial thought was to stop his neighbor from riding up to the house so they could have the conversation they needed to have via radio, but he needed Luke ready to travel anyway. And what Ben had to say might be better discussed in person. Or maybe he was subconsciously stalling because he wasn't sure he'd made the right decision. Once he told Luke what he needed and sent him on his way, there would be no going back. Let the others know I'm meeting Luke at the end of the drive to catch him up to speed, he told Joel. I want him on standby to help Sandy and Emma while we're gone if need be. Joel slid the gun case into the Blazer. Got it. Ben grabbed the Kel-Tec from between the deck's balusters. Get the rest of the gear loaded. We'll leave when I get back. Joel stopped with the door half open as Sam and Bajer scurried back into the warmth of the house. He gave his dad a short nod, their eyes meeting briefly. The look he wore was sharp and unflinching. Not fear, not hesitation, just the grim clarity that came when there was nothing left to do but act. It was time. Time to bring Brad home. Ben nodded back and headed for the gate, Gunner close behind, his paws silent on the cold earth. The dog moved with purpose, not curiosity, head low, ears alert, muscles taut beneath his thick coat. He didn't need words to know something was wrong. He felt it in Ben's body language, in the tension that hung in the air like a storm waiting to break. Whatever was coming, Gunner had already decided he'd be there for all of it, or at least as much as he was allowed to be. Ben didn't have to wait long. According to his watch, Luke was 5 minutes ahead of schedule. The stillness of dusk shattered as hooves thundered up the path, fast and focused. A moment later, Luke Holden and his massive chestnut stallion, Buck, burst from the shadows at a full gallop. The horse stood 16 hands high, a muscled wall of motion and noise that barreled toward the pine sapling gate like a freight train. Gunner bristled at Ben's side, letting out a low growl. It wasn't fear but instinct, sharpened by the unfamiliar rush of sound and size. The dog held his ground, ears pinned and body tense, eyes locked on the oncoming horse. When Luke reined Buck in hard near the driveway entrance, the stallion skidded slightly, hooves kicking up a spray of gravel and dust that rolled across the dirt road to the other side in a dry cloud. Gunner didn't flinch, but his stance didn't relax either. Ben placed a calming hand on the dog's shoulders. Easy, boy. It's just Luke. Gunner gave a soft chuff, still watching the horse like he didn't fully buy it. Luke lifted his hat slightly to see Ben better. Tell me what you want to do. I'm in no matter what. Luke's lack of hesitation in offering help gave Ben a brief moment of hope, but it didn't temper the unease over what he was about to ask the man to do. Ben turned to make sure Joel or one of the others wasn't around, although it didn't really matter if any of them heard the conversation. They'd find out soon enough anyway. I need you to ride out to your friend, Caleb Nez, right now, or use your two-way if you can raise him that way. If he's still running the ham radio, he can get word out to his network of people that Ben swallowed hard. I'm looking for Caldwell. Luke unclenched his jaw. Yeah, Nez still has the radio, but Caldwell, as in Major Caldwell and the Raiders, you're really pulling Caldwell in on this. With a sigh, Ben looked off toward the last rays of sunlight slipping below the mountains. I'm afraid so. You know what he'll want in return. Luke threw his leg over and slid off his saddle to the ground, his boots crunching against the gravel as he took a couple of steps toward the gate. Ben looked Luke in the eye. Yeah, I know exactly what he'll want. Ben knew the cost. Caldwell wouldn't offer help out of the kindness of his heart. He'd expect repayment and not in barter. For a man like him, debt meant blood, sacrifice, and loyalty. If Ben called in the raiders, it wouldn't just be his fight anymore. He and Joel would be expected to ride under Caldwell's banner, to serve alongside his raiders and follow his rules. That was a price Ben wasn't willing to pay unless there was no other choice. Caldwell would be the last resort. The signal would only go out if everything else failed, if the mission went sideways and the odds turned fatal. Only then would he call in the proverbial cavalry. And when that moment came, it would mean trading a piece of his freedom for his son's life. And Ben would make that trade without hesitation, but not a second before. Make sure Caldwell understands that he's to wait for my signal. I'll put a flare up if I need him. Ben wasn't sure Caldwell would wait for any kind of signal, but it was worth trying. If things went well, Ben wouldn't need any help and could slip in, grab Brad, and slip out with minimal contact. But he knew that wouldn't happen either. You sure about this? Luke asked again, slower now, like he wanted Ben to really hear it. Ben exhaled through his nose. Yes, but only if we need him, and only after we're already in it. I want to keep the numbers low and the plan tight. But I'm not going to lose my son to ego. Luke didn't argue, just adjusted his stance and waited. And make sure he knows I've got Joel and Allie with me. I don't want them catching lead from one of his green thumbs. Luke nodded again. Understood. I'll have Nez put the word out. I'll have to ride out to his place, though. Not sure what channels he monitors or if he's even on right now. I can be there in 20 minutes. You up for a little run, boy? Luke stepped to Buck and patted his neck, then looked back at Ben with a furrowed brow. How do you know Caldwell will even show up? Oh, he'll show up. Caldwell's been waiting for an excuse to confront Slade. I'm guessing this will get his attention. My biggest concern is holding him and his raiders off if I don't need them. He's not the type to take orders from people, that's for sure, Luke agreed. Ben looked up at the night sky, a few pale stars flickering above the ridge. It was time to go. Thanks, Luke. This could go bad real fast. Luke adjusted the strap on his rifle and gave a half smile. It usually does. I know you've got your own priorities, but could you keep an eye and an ear out for Sandy and Emma? They'll be here, alone with the dogs, until we get back. I'm worried Slade might send a couple of his goons this way. Luke put his right foot in the stirrup and swung into Buck's saddle in one clean motion. Bring him home, Ben. We'll hold the line here. Then he turned the stallion with a gentle pull and faded into the dark, offering a final tip of his hat. Ben stood still, listening as the rhythmic thud of Buck's hooves faded into the distance, growing faster as Luke passed the turnoff for his own place and rode on toward Caleb Nez's homestead. Caleb Nez was a local hunting guide, a man rooted in the land in a way few others were. A Dene of Navajo descent and a retired park ranger, Nez had spent most of his life navigating backcountry trails that other men only glanced at on maps. Back before the world went dark, Ben and Nez had crossed paths a few times. Nez had come into the shop for gear, quiet but friendly, and later stood shoulder to shoulder with Ben at a city council meeting when Slade tried to push through a development near protected land. But Luke knew him better. Nez had been buying alfalfa from the Holden farm for his pack horses long before all this started. The two had built a quiet trust, the kind forged not with words but with years of trade, trail talk, and shared understanding. Nez was also said to be a dedicated ham radio operator, one of the rare few who still maintained contact with other voices, scattered across the San Juan region and beyond. His gear was old but solid, and his antenna setup gave him more reach than most. If there was any chance of getting a message to Caldwell, it would be through Nez's tower. Still, there were no guarantees. The signal might not carry. Caldwell might be too far out or too busy playing warlord to listen. And deep down, Ben wasn't sure he wanted the message to go through. Calling in Caldwell meant more than asking for help. It meant inviting a man like that into his family's fight. But Brad was still out there, likely cold, scared, and alone. Ben had no choice, though. He had to exhaust every measure, even if that meant making a deal with the devil himself. Chapter 2. Ben climbed over the gate as Gunnar threaded his way through the widely spaced saplings that gave the barrier its support. The last traces of sunlight were gone now, swallowed by the ridge. Cold settled into the earth, sharp and still. Gunnar padded along at Ben's heels, silent as ever but watchful, his head turning every so often toward the trees as if he expected trouble to slip through at any moment. Ben didn't speak. There was nothing left to say. The weight of what came next pressed down like a pack too heavy for one man, but he carried it anyway. For Brad. For all of them. Gunnar paused at the edge of the garage door, sniffing the crack as the low murmur of clucking filtered through the gap. Light spilled from the front windows of the house, warm and faintly flickering behind heavy curtains. "Come on, boy," Ben called out to Gunnar as he climbed the last couple of steps to the deck and opened the door. The heat inside hit him with the scent of smoke and wood stove-cooked trout. The others were waiting. Allie stood near the table, strapping down the final section of the med bag. Joel was behind her, adjusting the straps on her vest. Emma sat cross-legged on the couch, a thick blanket wrapped around her shoulders. Her face was pale, eyes red-rimmed but now dry, worn out from worry. Sandy hovered near the kitchen island, transferring the flour Allie had brought back from the barter market into a better container than the sack it had come in. But she watched everything and everyone. Gunnar trotted in ahead of Ben, heading straight for the wood stove and the other dogs. Sam got up off the floor with a muffled "awoof" and greeted Gunnar with a thorough sniffing, as she smelled the outdoors lingering on his fur. Gunnar ignored her for the most part and plopped down in front of the wood stove with a grunt, head on his paws but his ears still perked. Ben put a hand on Sandy on his way through the kitchen, feeling the tension she was harboring in her shoulders. Never one to keep secrets, Ben stopped halfway between the kitchen and the living room and prepared to deliver the news that was sure to be met with a healthy dose of skepticism, doubt, and maybe anger. "Luke's on his way to Caleb Nez's now. I've asked him to get word out to try and contact Caldwell." Ben glanced at Joel, then back at Sandy. "I'm asking for help tonight at Slade's, but only if we need it." Ben, Sandy's voice caught as she stepped back from the island, a half-gasp of protest caught between fear and frustration. She crossed her arms tightly, leaning back against the edge of the counter. "I'm glad you're not going in alone, but you know what this means. If Caldwell shows up," she shook her head, "there'll be a price, and you know what he wants." "I don't even know if we'll need them," Ben said, trying to keep his tone calm. "It's just a precaution." Sandy didn't look convinced. "A man like Caldwell doesn't move unless there's something in it for him," she said flatly. "And once he's in, there's no clean way out." "I know," Ben admitted, "and I'll deal with that when the time comes, but we can't afford to take any chances tonight." Allie set her rifle down beside the medical bag, the well-oiled weapon glistening in the flickering light of a nearby lantern. She didn't speak, but her expression and body language said enough. Shoulders tense, jaw tight, eyes shadowed with unease. The thought of the raiders getting involved clearly bothered her as much as it did Ben. Joel said nothing, just gave Ben a tight nod and went back to checking his gear, every movement more deliberate than the last. "And if Caldwell doesn't show?" Allie finally asked, her voice quiet but steady. Ben looked at her, his expression unreadable. "Then we get Brad back on our own." Sandy stepped forward, her voice softer now but no less sharp. "You sure about this?" Ben's eyes met hers. "No," he said honestly, "but it's the only play we've got." Silence settled in again, thick and still. Ben walked to the wood stove and pulled his gloves from the mantel. Then he crossed the room to where Emma sat curled under a blanket, her knees drawn up to her chest. He knelt in front of her, his voice softer than it had been all day. "We're gonna bring him back, Em. I promise." She didn't answer, just gave a small nod and clutched the blanket tighter. She was trying to be brave. They all were. Sandy came up beside them, saying nothing. She simply placed a steady hand on Ben's shoulder. That was enough. Ben reached out and gently cupped Emma's chin, lifting her face until their eyes met. "Everything's going to work out. Brad will be back, driving you crazy again before you know it." For a moment she didn't move. Then slowly she gave him the smallest smile, fragile but real. Ben would hold on to that smile tonight. "Well," Joel said, rising to his feet and shouldering his pack, "are we going to get Brad or what?" Ben pushed up from his crouch and nodded. "Let's load up." The words had barely left his mouth when all three dogs sprang into action. Gunner and Sam bolted for the front door, nails clicking against the wood floor, tails up and alert. They knew the tone. Movement, tension, purpose. Something was happening and they were ready for it. Bajer, true to form, took a different approach. She trotted over to the couch and hopped up beside Emma, circled once, and then flopped down with a sigh, resting her chin on the girl's feet. She wasn't going anywhere, not unless Emma was. Joel followed the two eager dogs toward the door, sliding a black Glock 9 into his shoulder holster. The gun, like the holster, was a relic from somewhere along their journey across the country. Where exactly, Ben couldn't remember anymore. That road trip, as brutal as it had been necessary, was starting to blur at the edges. Each near-death experience, every desperate escape and close call, had begun to melt into the next, as if his mind had quietly chosen to smooth out the details. Some of the memories were just too unsettling to hold on to. Maybe forgetting was part of survival, too. Ben noticed the more appropriate weapon and gave a silent nod of approval. He was glad Joel hadn't brought the ornate .45 his grandfather had passed down to him. That weapon was heavy, bright, and carried too much sentimental value to risk tonight. They were all carrying 9s for a reason: efficiency, interchangeability. Allie followed Joel, the med bag over one shoulder, a small sidearm holstered at her hip, and her rifle hanging across her body from a sling. She looked like she belonged in a different world now, one that asked too much of her, but she kept giving anyway. "It's gonna be okay, Em." Allie brushed Emma's shoulder with her fingers as she passed. Sandy stopped Ben before he could follow the kids. "You bring them all home, Ben, not just Brad." He met her eyes. "I will." He meant it. They all stepped out into the cold, everyone except Emma and Bajer, the weight of the night settling across their shoulders like armor, heavy but necessary. Joel and Allie moved straight to the blazer, loading the last of the gear without a word. Metal clinked against metal. Zippers hissed. Doors thudded shut. Sandy stood at the top of the porch steps, one hand gripping Gunner's collar, the other holding Sam back by the scruff. Both dogs strained forward, tails stiff, ears perked, muscles coiled with protest. They didn't want to be left behind and made no effort to hide it. "Luke'll be back in about an hour," Ben said, his voice steady but clipped by the cold. "He'll have his radio on. If you need anything, reach out to him first." Sandy didn't reply, just gave a tight nod. The saw is loaded and ready for action. Short, controlled bursts just like we practiced. And if anyone shows up here looking for trouble, Ben let the sentence hang a beat, his eyes meeting hers. Don't hold back. Sandy's gaze shifted to the corner of the deck, where the mounted M249 sat draped in an old green tarp. The fabric lifted slightly in the breeze, revealing part of the weapon's black frame. A 200-round belt of 5.56 ammunition spilled from the receiver and curled along the wooden boards in a tight coil, like a snake ready to strike. She didn't flinch, didn't blink, just squared her stance and gave him a look that said, "I've got this." And Ben believed her. He had to, if he was going to keep his focus on getting Brad back. Trusting Sandy wasn't just about confidence. It was the only way to keep his head clear for what came next. He also took some comfort in knowing they had a fallback if things went bad. He'd gone over the protocol with her more than once, what to do if the worst-case scenario knocked on their door. The basement workshop had been his original passion project, meant to become a walk-in safe with a full reloading bench. He'd never finished it, but he had managed to line the walls and ceiling with 3 layers of 5/8 inch thick Type-C drywall and reinforce the entrance with a solid metal door and frame. It wasn't perfect, but it was close. The room was stocked with weapons, ammunition, enough food and water for days, and carried at least a 6-hour fire rating. It would hold. Still, the thought of Sandy and Emma locking themselves inside, herding the dogs in ahead of them as a last resort. Ben pushed the image out of his mind. That wasn't the plan. Not tonight. Gunnar let out a low, anxious whine from the porch, pacing along the top step. Sandy had lost her grip on his collar a moment earlier, but the big dog didn't go far. He hovered nearby, muscles taut, tail low, eyes locked on Ben like he was waiting for a command that never came. He wanted to follow, every instinct in him said to go, but he knew better than to cross that invisible line without permission. Ben turned at the sound and met Gunnar's eyes across the distance. For a long second, neither of them moved. There was a silent understanding in that gaze, raw and familiar. Ben gave a small nod, almost imperceptible. "Watch the house," he said softly. Gunnar let out one more quiet whine, then sat down beside Sandy, reluctantly anchoring himself in place. Still watching, still waiting. Ben had considered bringing Gunnar along but quickly dismissed the idea. The overprotective dog would have been an asset tonight, but it was too risky. A thought that felt foolish, considering he was allowing the older kids to participate. But if the mission spiraled out of control, the last thing Ben needed to worry about was Gunnar running wild. He would rather take a bullet himself than tell Emma that Gunnar had been hurt, or worse. Ben looked at Sandy one last time before climbing behind the wheel and firing up the blazer. The engine roared to life with a metallic growl, interrupting the quiet of the evening. He put the faithful Chevy into gear and pulled out, sweeping the trees as he turned toward the road and beyond it, Slade's compound. As the truck rolled forward, the house fell behind him. The dim yellow light of a lantern in the window faded in the rear view. The world narrowed to headlights and gravel, dark trees pressing in on either side. He, Joel, and Allie were alone now. Just the 3 of them, and whatever waited for them at Slade's compound. Ben kept his eyes on the road, the headlights carving narrow tunnels through the dark. The forest on either side felt too quiet, like it knew what was coming. Somewhere out there, hopefully by now, Nez was bouncing the signal through his ham rig, threading word out across the night in the hope it reached the right ears. Caldwell's ears. Ben hated needing him, hated inviting that kind of ego into something this personal. Caldwell and his self-appointed raiders didn't offer help, they offered leverage. And once they were involved, the world as they knew it, flawed as it was, would change forever. He turned the decision over in his mind for hours, like a jagged stone in his palm, rough, heavy, and impossible to ignore. And now that he was committed, headed straight into Slade's territory, the uncertainty didn't ease. But the possibility of backup, even unconfirmed, offered a sliver of relief. It wasn't peace of mind, but it was something. All that was left now was to go over the plan one more time with Joel and Allie, scout Slades from a distance, and figure out their routes, fallback points, and how they'd move once inside the perimeter. No mistakes, no surprises. They didn't know exactly where Slade was keeping Brad, but Ben aimed to find out. He planned to grab one of Slade's men early on and get the answers they needed. Every man had a price, especially when his life was the currency on the table. Ben's fingers tightened around the wheel as the Blazer rumbled along the gravel. Not far from here, Brad was waiting, and Ben was coming. One way or another, he was coming. Chapter 3. The forest had thickened over the last mile, narrowing the trail until the Blazer couldn't go any farther without risk of being seen or heard. Ben eased the truck into the cover of a pine thicket, killed the engine, and sat in silence for a moment. The only sound was the ticking of the motor cooling and the wind buffeting the truck as it whipped across the ridge they were sitting on. "We walk from here," Ben said as he opened the door, letting in a blast of cold air and a swirl of snowflakes that glistened briefly in the pale moonlight as they spun through the open door. Ben should have been home by now, sitting around the wood stove with Sandy and the kids, enjoying the simple rewards of their hard work on the homestead. But he was. And Victor Slade was directly responsible for that, a bitter truth that kept returning like a moth to a flame. The hatred in Ben's chest clenched like a fist, leaving little room for anything else. It had been building ever since he got word of Brad's capture, and more than once tonight he'd nearly given in to the fury. But not now. Not when everything was on the line. If they were going to pull this off, he needed to keep a clear head. Officially, it was a rescue mission. But in Ben's mind, it was starting to feel more like a raid. And if he had his way, that's exactly what it would look like by the time he was done. When Ben was finished here tonight, Slade and his band of bottom feeders wouldn't have any questions as to who they were dealing with and what their foolish decision had cost them. The more Ben turned it over in his head, the more certain he became that a statement had to be made. A simple extraction would be the equivalent of firing a warning shot, and they were way beyond warnings. Without consequences for what he'd done, Slade would strike again. He might even be encouraged by a weak showing here tonight. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week, but he would. And Ben knew he'd never sleep through another night peacefully, not with the constant weight of wondering when Slade and his men would come knocking. No, tonight had to hurt. Tonight had to leave a lasting impression. Maybe a permanent one. Joel and Allie moved with quiet precision as they shouldered their gear and braced themselves against the weather, and for what could very well be the most important, not to mention most dangerous, fight of their lives. They'd been through hell before, no doubt about it. Narrow escapes, firefights, ambushes, and desperate retreats had left their mark. They survived what felt like impossible odds on more than one occasion. There was the twisted, delusional cult back in Missouri, a group so warped by heroin and Stone's charisma that they'd barely made it out with their sanity intact. And the moonshiners in the Appalachians, a feral, territorial, and heavily armed backwoods group of bandits who had caged them like animals, and just about brought their road trip to an untimely end. But this was different. Slade's compound wasn't just a hangout for his faction, it was a stronghold. Ben had never seen it up close, but the stories drifting through town over the last couple of months about the old Sterling place had painted a grim, detailed picture. A former cattle ranch, twisted into something far more dangerous. a crude fortress patched together and fortified with corrugated metal, reinforced fencing, and timber-framed watchtowers along the perimeter. Ben had every reason to believe they'd be manned tonight. But it wasn't just the fortifications that made it dangerous. It was the men inside. Slade had gathered them with empty promises of power, purpose, protection, whatever bait it took to draw them in. And now they followed him, not out of loyalty or honor, but something colder. What that was, exactly, Ben didn't know. Some people seemed happy to watch the world burn, and it wasn't his job to understand why, only to stand up to those who would. Ben had no clear count of Slade's men, but his gut said 30. Maybe more. Armed, angry, and willing to kill for the wrong reasons. That was what worried Ben the most. Not just the numbers, but the psychology of desperate men following a leader who ruled by force and manipulation. And that was exactly why, against his better judgment, he had told Luke to get the message out. Because no matter how skilled or prepared he, Joel, and Allie were, the odds were stacked against them, and there was no room for mistakes tonight when it came to being prepared. Gunmetal clouds moved swiftly across the moon above, casting shifting patches of silver light through the forest canopy as the wind and ice cut against Ben's face, seeping through the seams of his gloves like icy needles. They ran into snow on the way here as they entered Anima's Valley, light at first, then thickening fast, each flake swirling in the growing gusts that now howled through the trees at 15 knots or more. The first official winter storm was rolling in, full and mean. It wasn't ideal weather for a rescue, not by a long shot, but it had its advantages. The wind would cover their movements, the flurries would limit visibility, and the drastic temperature drop might keep Slade's men huddled closer to their fires, less alert, less likely to spot shadows moving through the trees. Ben welcomed any edge he could get, and although uncomfortable, tonight the storm was on their side. He led the way, keeping to the shadows, low, fluid, and deliberate, despite the heavy load. He was carrying the double rifle case on his back, and the duffel bag of ball-jar grenades that shifted with each step, while his AR-15 tugged gently at the sling across his chest. It wasn't ideal. He wouldn't attempt to infiltrate Slade's compound with this much weight on him, not when every ounce mattered in a fight. But this was the only way to get close enough to the compound without drawing attention. But leaving the Blazer this far out wasn't a guarantee of staying hidden, either. If Slade had any sense, and Ben was sure he did, there would be plenty of eyes and ears keeping tabs on the perimeter of the compound tonight. Maybe even motion sensors of some type or early warning devices built into the terrain. It was something Ben and the kids would have to account for with every step. Getting close was just the beginning. Staying unseen would take everything they had. Joel mirrored him with quiet and sharp movements through the woods, months of hard living making his footsteps just as measured as Ben's. He was carrying the heavy duffel bag full of magazines for the weapons they'd brought, in addition to his AR-15, his sidearm, and the Kel-Tec 12 gauge slung over his back. Allie brought up the rear medical bag by her side and rifle slung tight, her sidearm dangling from a holster that was a little too big for her narrow frame. Her eyes scanned the trees in every direction, as did Ben's and Joel's. They were less than half a mile from the compound now, close enough to feel it. The air had that charged feeling Ben had learned to recognize, as if the forest around them was brimming with anticipation of the fight to come. Ben threw up a closed fist, bringing their single-file line to a halt. The simple signal was unrehearsed, but something they'd used countless times before. Back on the road, during the long push west, they'd learned to rely on silent gestures like this and a few others. Now it brought them to a standstill just below the final rise, A narrow ridgeline Ben knew would overlook the basin where Slade's compound was located. He recognized the contours of the land and the sudden change in elevation from the topographical map he'd studied on the kitchen table and then tucked into his pocket. The old Sterling Ranch was just below them somewhere through the trees. Ben studied the terrain for a couple more seconds before turning to face Joel and Allie. "We'll follow this ridge another 100 yards to the peak. We should be able to see the place from there." He spoke just above the whipping of the branches in the wind overhead. The kids nodded in silence as he turned and headed toward a narrow outcropping of rock that jutted out from the slope behind them and ended in a long cliff edge that ran a quarter of the way around and above the valley below. A few more minutes of hiking and scrambling over rocks brought them to the sheer edge of a house-sized boulder. Ben set the bag down, dropped to his belly, and moved to within inches of the cliff edge. Joel and Allie followed his lead and joined him on the ground, staring down the sheer 100-foot drop to the ground below. A few 100 yards past the rock-strewn forest, thick with pine and scrub oak, lay Slade's compound like a secret waiting to be uncovered. Ben shimmied the rifle bag off his back and slid the Remington M24 free from the padded utility case. The weapon was cold in his hands, but the weight was familiar and balanced. Chambered in .338 Lapua Magnum, the weapon was built for precision at distance. And tonight, he'd need every ounce of that accuracy backing him up. He settled in behind the scope, his breath fogging in the cold air as he adjusted his position. The wind bit at his exposed skin, pushing snowflakes across the glass lens, forcing him to blink them away. He covered the aperture with a gloved hand and took a better look as Joel used the Trigican scope mounted to his rifle, another hand-me-down from his grandfather. Ben could hear Allie unzipping her pack, the soft clink of gear as she dug out the binoculars. Through the scope, the view below came into focus. The compound revealed itself in fractured patches of light. Steady snow swirled through the valley, thinning visibility, but not enough to obscure the fires burning low in old oil drums scattered across the yard. They cast erratic, pulsing shadows across the snow-covered ground. A few brighter flames rose from open pits near the base of the watchtowers, illuminating the surrounding area with a dull orange glow. Ben turned his scope toward the nearest tower, an elevated hut positioned above the main gate that reminded him of a hunting blind. Two men were inside, rifles slung lazily over their shoulders, talking across a gas lantern. He studied them for a moment. Young, distracted, undisciplined. Slade's men were more scavengers than soldiers, but that didn't make them any less dangerous. He shifted focus downward, catching sight of another pair of sentries posted at the end of a long dirt drive that fed out to County Road 250. That was the route Ben would have taken if this were a friendly visit, and it was most likely where Caldwell and his raiders would come rumbling through, assuming they got the message. The compound's outer defenses matched the rumors Ben had heard in town. A patchwork fortress, timber beam fencing, reinforced with whatever could be found, and what looked like makeshift pillboxes stationed every couple 100 feet. 5 watchtowers marked the perimeter, each one elevated and manned, with clear lines of sight in multiple directions. Inside the fence, the compound spread out in a loose sprawl of mismatched structures punctuated by the flicker of torches. There were multiple vehicles, trailers and storage sheds, a large barn, and a main house set slightly back from the center. Dirty yellow light spilled from the house's windows, silhouetting shadows that moved behind warped curtains. Near the center of the yard, 2 figures crouched beside a makeshift fire pit, trading murmured words and warmth. Another figure paced slowly along the west end of the interior fence line, likely a patrol, though not a particularly alert one. Ben had to assume some of the guards, if not all, had radios to alert the others. He watched the movements, tracking the rhythm of the camp. There was no uniformity or formal patrols. But even in the disorder, there was a pattern. Single men or groups of two looped the interior and perimeter in wide arcs. Their timing was staggered and imprecise, depending on how long they stalled at one of the fires to get warm or talk to another group in passing, but frequent enough to complicate things if Ben and the others weren't paying attention. Sloppy enough to exploit, but not without risk. He lowered the scope and gave a low, measured order. Count bodies. Watch their timing. Get the lay of the place as best you can. Joel and Allie adjusted themselves beside him and went to work, silent and focused, the three of them watching, measuring, and preparing to carve their way in. But it was the small group gathered near the barn that caught Ben's eye as they continued to count. 3 men, well-armed and alert, lingered close to the large gray structure, never straying far from its heavy double doors. They weren't standing guard, exactly, but they weren't wandering either. If Ben had to bet where Brad was being held, this would be it. The barn. The way those men hovered, watching the shadows, checking their surroundings, it wasn't casual. It was guarded, controlled. He'd know for sure soon enough. Beyond them, dim shapes moved through the other buildings, blurred figures passing across half-lit windows, outlined in firelight and lantern glow. At first glance, the compound had looked quiet, almost complacent, but it was far from that. Beneath the surface, it pulsed with movement and tension. Ben scanned the distance and made a quick mental calculation. From this vantage point, depending on where along the ridge he set up, he estimated the farthest shot wouldn't be more than 500 yards, likely less. This position would work for Overwatch. Ben turned to Allie. "You're going up there." He pointed farther up the ridgeline about 50 yards to their east, a crag of red sandstone and fallen timber that provided cover and offered a clean view of the compound's center. "Once you're in position, stay low, stay patient. You'll have the best chance at taking out the watchtowers and the 2 at the gate. You should be able to cover us pretty well from there, too. But only if things go sideways." Allie looked surprised. "I'm not going with you." "No, I need you up here." "Me, though?" Her brow rose. "I've seen you shoot. You'll be all right, especially with this." Ben got to his knees and handed her the bolt-action M24. She tucked a loose strand of hair under the brim of her hat and accepted the gun with wide eyes, handling the weapon as if it were made of glass. "How will I know who to when to?" She glanced down at the compound and back at Ben without finishing. "You'll know." Ben nodded. "You've got 4 boxes of ammo. Don't waste shots, and don't shoot from the same spot for too long." "I won't," she said. "What about Caldwell?" Joel sat up on his knees. "He's supposed to wait until I send up a flare," Ben stated. "You still think he'll even show?" Allie added. "I guess we'll find out." Ben turned toward the compound and looked back, locking eyes with Allie. "You've got this." Ben held her gaze for a long moment, not as a member of the family but as a soldier assigning a sniper to her post. Allie didn't flinch. She just nodded, steady and unshaken, already locked into the role. "Go," he said. Allie shouldered her gear and both rifles, heading for the point Ben had specified. He watched her for a moment as she slipped away in silence. He was putting a lot of responsibility on her shoulders, but he knew she was up for it. Allie might have to dig a little deeper than usual, but the girl had what it would take. Ben was certain of it. Even if she didn't hit her target with every shot, the incoming gunfire from outside camp would serve him and Joel well, keeping Slade and his men guessing. Ben turned to Joel. "We're going in. I want one of Slade's men breathing long enough to talk." Joel gave a sharp nod. "How do we do this?" Ben watched the compound for another long moment. "We'll come in from the south and cut through the fence there." He pointed to a crease in the terrain that ran into the compound from several hundred yards out. "Those two, when they walk past the last building, there's a small window before the lone guard follows. We'll slip in between them and take the loner when he comes around. If we can get him into one of those woodsheds, he'll tell us where Brad is. Quick and quiet." "And if he doesn't talk?" Joel asked. Ben's jaw tightened. "He will. Every man has his price, especially when it's his life on the line." Chapter 4. Ben waited until Allie was nothing but a ghostly shape in the swirling flurries, before shouldering the rifle case and motioning for Joel to follow. Together, they moved low and quiet along the ridgeline, backtracking 50 yards or more until the slope opened into a shallow draw. It was the narrowest part of the descent, a natural crease in the terrain that funneled down toward the southern edge of the compound, creating a blind spot between two staggered watchtowers and the main barnyard patrol. All the more reason to watch for traps. With the compound temporarily out of sight, Ben clicked on the red beam of his headlamp, just enough light to cut through the darkness without giving away their position. The miniature slot canyon tightened, forcing them to squeeze around boulders and scramble over more than one dead tree that had fallen across the narrow passage. The duffel bag of grenades gave a soft clink of glass on glass as Ben hugged the rock wall, careful not to jostle it more than necessary. Inside, the ball jars shifted against one another, cushioned by the blanket but still threatening to betray him with every step. He adjusted his grip and moved slower, angling around a dense patch of deadfall that blocked part of the trail like a snare waiting to catch careless feet. The muted red glow of his headlamp swept low over the ground, revealing frost-crusted roots, half-buried rocks, and a telltale straight line that didn't belong. Ben raised a closed fist, bringing them to a halt, then pointed with two fingers to guide Joel's eyes toward the trip wire stretched low across the canyon floor, nearly invisible in the snow-dusted dark. It ran from one boulder to another, thin and taut. He traced the line with his eyes up a dead branch that had been propped against the canyon wall. Halfway up, in the faint red glow of his headlamp, the trap revealed itself. A flare, rigged to fire the moment the line was pulled. Ben moved with deliberate care. The flare was lashed to the branch using tight cordage, its striker cap already primed. With practiced fingers, he disarmed the device and eased it loose, adding it to the other two he'd already stashed in his pack. He stood, brushing snow from his gloves. "That's probably not the only one of those out here," he said quietly. Joel gave a tense nod, his eyes already scanning the path ahead. They continued cautiously, placing each step with intention. 20 yards deeper into the narrow crevice, the terrain began to shift. The tight path widened, the cover thinned, and the draw opened slightly toward the exposed edge of the compound. Ben switched off the headlamp and tucked it into his coat. From here on, they'd have to rely on the fleeting light of the moon filtering through the clouds, just enough to make out shapes and movement. He was sure there were other traps placed around the property, but hoped the trip wire had been the only one in this narrow choke point of the canyon. It likely was. The spot was too ideal not to be used, tight and controlled, a natural funnel. But hope wasn't a tactic. Ben kept moving through the darkness, slow and deliberate, every step chosen like it mattered because it did. The margin for error had just disappeared. Snow crunched faintly beneath their boots as they moved, muffled by the wind that swept up the ridge. Ben scanned the trees ahead, watching the shadows shift between gusts. Joel stayed close behind, his rifle ready and low, his breathing even. The boy was nervous. Ben could feel it in the way his footsteps hesitated, but he was holding steady. He was focused. At the edge of the tree line, Ben raised his hand again, then crouched and studied the compound. From this angle, the fencing looked like it had been thrown together in a panic. Sections of welded pipe supported timber posts lashed with barbed wire and twisted rebar. It leaned inward at odd angles, patched and repatched with whatever scrap metal and wood slades men had scavenged. The section of fence stretching across the crease in the landscape looked like the most hastily built of all. An uneven patchwork of heavy galvanized wire slapped into place to cover the awkward transition between the sloping terrain and the main barricade. Perfect place for a cut. Ben unslung his bag and pulled out the bolt cutters. The handles were worn, wrapped in cracked rubber grip tape, but the jaws were sharp. He nodded once to Joel, who knelt beside him with his rifle at the ready, watching the pattern of the guards they'd clocked from above the ravine they were in. The lone sentry along this stretch was minutes away. He just passed the last outbuilding and would loop back soon. Bringing their gear with them, Ben and Joel made for what they hoped to be their entry point. They settled into the lowest point at the fence line. Hidden by darkness and caution, Ben examined the wire barrier. There was no choice but to cut through once. He realized the steel gridwork extended into the frozen ground significantly. Ben glanced up at Joel, who was sitting slightly higher in the ditch with a better vantage point of the grounds beyond the fence. Joel gave a short nod of approval, and Ben got to work, positioning the bolt cutters low and starting a vertical cut through the galvanized wire. He moved quickly but carefully, slicing upward from the ground and then angling over a couple of feet to make a wide enough opening. The metal groaned softly with each snap, flaking rust and frost under pressure. As he worked, his thoughts drifted, unwelcome but impossible to shut out. Was Allie watching them now? He'd never admitted aloud, not to her, not to Joel, but putting Allie in the overwatch position wasn't just a tactical decision. It had been a compromise. A way to keep her close to the fight without putting her directly in harm's way. The job wasn't safe. No part of tonight was. But it was safer than crawling through fences and facing unknown guns in the dark. And that mattered, more than he wanted it to. Sandy's voice echoed in the back of his mind, her warnings, her fear. If anything happened to Allie, if Sandy had to bury her daughter because of a decision he made, the weight of that would be too much. He'd carried a lot in his life, but that would break him. Still, he'd given her the rifle because she could handle it. Allie was a crack shot. She'd proven that on more than one occasion during the heat of battle. She deserved to be trusted with the hard jobs. He just hated that the hard jobs were even necessary. Click. Snap. That was enough to get through. The sound of the bolt cutters snipping through wire was sharp, even against the wind. But the gap between patrolling guards was big enough to get away with making a little noise. Ben severed the last link of rusted wire in the top row and peeled the section back just enough to slip through. He paused for a breath, then glanced at Joel again, who was checking out the closest fortified shooting position through his scope. 2 of the metal pillboxes were within sight of the ravine. Joel swung his rifle 180 degrees, settling on the second gun nest. Empty, he whispered without looking away. Both of them. It seemed Slade's men were more interested in staying warm than doing their jobs tonight. Ben pushed through the opening he'd made first, scanning the darkened edge of the compound. Joel passed the bags through, including his own, then shimmied under the cut section of fence, pausing just long enough to guide the severed wire back into place, covering their tracks. Ben gave Joel a thin, approving smile. The kid was thinking ahead. That didn't just make Ben proud. It made him feel more confident in what they were about to do. But first, they needed to find a place to stash the gear so they could move about freely. Ben located the scattered stacks of firewood and oil drums he'd spotted from outside the perimeter. They'd offer good cover and a solid fallback point that was defendable. He glanced back over his shoulder to make sure Joel was ready to move before grabbing the duffel bag at his side and heading out. They pressed in, smelling wood smoke and diesel exhaust from a nearby generator that must have been inside one of the smaller outbuildings. Doing his best to stick to the shadows, Ben reached the wood piles, making sure to stay below the flickering light of a fire less than 20 yards away, with Joel slipping in right behind him. Ben laid the bag of explosives down in the corner where two stacks of split logs intersected and formed an inside corner. He stuck his head above the wood slowly and got a feel for the spot just as a distant cough echoed from somewhere near the fire pit, followed by laughter, dull and muffled. No signs of awareness from Slade's men. Not yet. Ben and Joel crouched behind the stacked firewood, eyes sweeping the compound through the breaks in the wind-driven flurries. Shadows moved across the yard, patrols roaming in vague, lazy patterns. Some paused near the fires, silhouettes leaning in close, backs turned, rifles slung carelessly. To the left, barely 20 yards away, a group of 3 men clustered around a barrel fire, their faces lit in orange as they chatted in low but animated tones. They were close, too close, but opposite the toolshed Ben had marked as his next move. He studied them for a moment, noting their body language, casual, relaxed, but armed. The kind of confidence that came from believing you were untouchable. Ben directed Joel's attention toward the nearest structure, a sagging toolshed that looked like it hadn't held anything useful in years. The roof dipped at the center, and one wall was bowing inward, half collapsed from rot or neglect. "I'm going to wait for him there," Ben whispered. "Cover me in case I'm spotted." He had been tracking the lone watchman's pattern since they arrived. The man cautiously circled the compound, stopping now and then at the fires along the perimeter near the metal pillboxes to warm himself. But aside from a few brief detours, he followed the same route every time, one that took him close to the back corner of the toolshed. Ben kept low, boots silent against the snow-dusted dirt, and slipped from cover. Behind him, Joel stepped into his place over the gear, eyes locked on the men at the fire, ready and focused with his finger near the trigger. Ben didn't look back again. The toolshed loomed ahead, its warped frame casting a jagged shadow across the snow. A sudden gust of wind howled through the compound, rattling sheet metal and snapping flaps of a loose tarp from a nearby trailer. Ben used the noise as cover, closing the distance to the shed in seconds. The shed smelled of old oil and rotting wood, the scent thick in the cold air. He pressed his back against the far corner of the structure, hidden where the angle dipped into the shadows. A patch of waist-high, frost-stiffened grass brushed against his legs, forgotten by the last growing season, and now his only natural concealment. His gloved fingers sank into the brittle stalks as he crouched low and still. He scanned the ground and spotted them, the roving guard's boot prints, partially filled with snow and right where he expected them to pass the shed. Ben shifted slightly, settling deeper into the dark. The flickering light from the nearby barrel fire danced just beyond the shed's shadow, casting broken shapes across the snow, which was now beginning to accumulate in earnest. The flakes came faster and heavier, swirling in tight spirals before settling on the ground in uneven patches. Ben didn't need a forecast to know what was coming. He could feel it in the way the air pressed against his skin, in the sudden shift of the wind's pitch, and how it tunneled low through the canyon. Years of living in the high country had sharpened that instinct. This wasn't just another flurry. This was the first real storm of the season. The kind that buried roads, silenced the woods, and didn't let up until it had reminded everyone who was in charge out here. They might have to put the chains on to get home, but Ben would welcome the tedious chore so long as they were all leaving together and unharmed. That was all that mattered right now. Ben's breath came slow and controlled, the vapor coiling in front of his face vanishing quickly in the wind. His pulse drummed in his ears, hard and steady. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat and pictured Brad, alone, scared, waiting. Somewhere out there, close by. If anything went wrong tonight, this would be it. This moment. One mistake, one sound too loud, and the compound would light up like a war zone. He couldn't let that happen. Ben opened his eyes and stared at the edge of the shed, visualizing every movement. His hand wrapping around the man's mouth, the twist of his body, the angle of the takedown, and the drag into cover before the others could react. He flexed his fingers and removed his gloves, letting the cold bite his skin. He couldn't risk anything but skin-to-skin contact on the takedown, not when silence was this important. He stuffed the gloves into his back pocket, drawing the Kabar fixed blade from its sheath on his belt. Ben had no intention of killing the man, but he needed him to believe, without a shadow of a doubt, that death was the only thing waiting if he didn't cooperate. Fear was faster than reason, and tonight he couldn't afford hesitation. Not when Brad's life was hanging in the balance. The guard would be coming any second now. Ben didn't move, didn't blink. He waited like a spring wound tight and ready to snap. The guard rounded the corner of the building, rifle slung loose across his chest, head down against the wind. He didn't see Ben. He passed close, too close for his sake. Ben stepped out fast, clamping a hand over the man's mouth and pulling him backward over his extended leg, causing the guard to lose his footing. Ben used the man's kicking feet and downward momentum to help propel them into the shadows and out of sight. The guard bucked hard, twisting violently in Ben's grip, eyes wide with panic as he tried to scream, but the sound was choked out by Ben's hand, locked tight over his mouth. Ben could feel the desperation surging through the man, but he held fast, driven by a force stronger than fear, purpose. He slammed the guard into the rotting wooden wall of the shed, the man's arms pinned and useless beneath the crushing weight of Ben's frame. The muffled impact was dull but heavy, sending a blast of hot breath squealing through Ben's fingers as the air was knocked from the guard's lungs. Ben didn't hesitate. He drew the Kabar from his belt and pressed the cold blade to the guard's neck, slow but firm, the honed edge slicing just deep enough to let a bead of blood slip down the steel. The warmth of it touched Ben's fingers. Proof the threat was real. He leaned in, voice low and deadly steady against the guard's ear. "Where's the boy?" The guard shook his head, a weak, frantic denial. Ben wasn't buying it, not for a second. Everyone here on the property tonight knew exactly what was going on. The guard knew, and he would tell Ben where Brad was, or Ben would actually kill him trying to find out. The man was present, therefore guilty by default as far as Ben was concerned. If they were here working for Slade tonight, they were complicit in his son's capture. It was then that Ben noticed how young the guard was. Too young. Sweat shone in the dim light at his temples despite the cold. Ben pulled the man's head back farther while driving a knee into his back, exposing a pale face under the hooded jacket, cracked lips and bloodshot eyes full of panic and the residual effects of whatever drug he was on. But Ben didn't see a frightened young man. He saw someone who'd chosen the wrong side. And tonight, that had consequences. Ben jerked the guard's head back with a brutal grip on his jaw and drove his knee into the guard's lower back, forcing his spine to bow. Another thin gasp slipped out. Ben was running out of patience. He pressed the blade deeper into the guard's neck, reopening the small wound that was already starting to coagulate with thickened blood in the cold night air. "Ready to talk. Don't make me ask again." The guard sagged, knees starting to fold as if the weight of his fear might drop him where he stood. Ben hauled him upright again, removing the blade just long enough to wrap the man's skull with the blunt side of the knife. The sound was a sickening crack of metal on bone, muffled only by the hood of the guard's sweatshirt. "NNGH," the man grunted, head snapping to the side, but he froze in silence when the cold edge of the knife returned, biting into his throat with unmistakable intent. Ben didn't ease up this time. The point pressed deeper, enough that he felt the skin give slightly beneath the pressure. "You're in over your head," Ben growled. "Don't die for a man who doesn't even know your name." He slowly eased his hand off the guard's mouth, leaving it to hover just inches away, ready to strike again if the guard made a sound louder than a whisper. "Now," Ben said, voice low, cold, and final. "Where is my son?" "Barn," the man gasped, wincing. "He's in the barn, please. I didn't have anything to do with it. I swear I didn't even know it was a little kid. Your kid." Ben's eyes narrowed. "How many men here tonight?" I don't know," the guard stammered, his breath catching. "Maybe 20, 30. I'm not sure. They picked me up off the street a couple days ago, gave me food, a place to sleep. That's it, I swear. I don't know anything else, man." Ben searched his face for signs of a lie. The kid looked terrified enough to be telling the truth. The tears running down his face and the smell of urine proved it. He put his hand over the man's mouth again, not wanting to take any chances, but withdrew the knife, sheathing it. Ben unclipped the man's AR-15 from his harness and let it fall to the ground, kicking it into the tall grass. Then he pulled a zip tie from his vest and forced the guard's hands back behind him. "You make a sound," Ben said, voice low but iron steady, "and I will end you. Understand?" The young man nodded rapidly, eyes wide with fear, his breath ragged in the cold air. There was no fight left in him now, just survival instinct and dread. There was nothing more to be gained from interrogating this guy. Ben had what he needed. No more questions, but letting the kid walk away wasn't an option. Low-level or not, he was still part of Slade's machine, and liabilities like that couldn't be left to wander. Without hesitation, Ben wrapped his arm around the guard's neck and applied pressure, locking him in a tight hold that pinched the carotid arteries on both sides. The effect was almost immediate as panic returned to the young man's eyes, and he clawed at Ben's sleeve, legs bucking weakly. But it didn't last. Within seconds, his body went limp, slumping like a puppet with its strings cut. One last twitch jolted through his leg before stillness took over. Ben kept the pressure on, counting silently, making sure the blood flow had been restricted long enough to guarantee unconsciousness. Too short and the guard might come to quickly, too long and he'd risk permanent damage. He didn't want that. He wasn't here to kill unnecessarily, not when the victim was this clueless. When the body sagged completely, Ben released the hold and glanced back toward Joel. He raised a closed fist, signaling his son to stay put. Dragging the unconscious guard by the shoulders, Ben slipped into the darkened tool shed through what had once been a doorway, now nothing more than a splintered frame. Inside, the air was musty, thick with the scent of rot, mildew, and earth. Dust clung to old tools and broken crates, and the warped floor groaned under Ben's boots. He propped the man against a rusted-out cast-iron wood stove in the far corner, the only solid anchor in the place. From his vest, he pulled another zip tie and cinched the guard's wrists tight around one of the stove's legs, the ratcheting plastic loud in the stillness. Another zip tie bound his ankles together. Ben took a final precaution, using duct tape to ensure the man's silence. He tore 3 strips from the roll, wrapping them snug around the guard's head and across his mouth, sealing it tight but leaving the nose free. The man's chest rose and fell in slow, shallow breaths. He'd be up soon, disoriented, likely terrified. But alive, and if the guy was lucky, someone would find him before he froze to death. But that was Ben's problem. Ben turned, stepped back into the darkness, and melted into the night. He had a new target now, The barn. Chapter 5. Ben slipped back into the shelter of the firewood stack, unnoticed by the men around the burn barrel. The snow was starting to cling to their clothing now. A few large flakes landing on the back of his hand melted slowly as he pulled on his gloves. Joel glanced up, his eyes questioning and alert. "They've been holding him in the barn," Ben said quietly, keeping one eye on the trio gathered around the barrel fire. "That's what our friend in the tool shed told me." He'd suspected as much when he'd first seen the group of armed men stationed outside the large barn that sat apart from the main house in a stand of aspens. It didn't make sense to guard a barn that heavily unless there was something of value inside. No, Brad was Slade's leverage, his bargaining chip. To what end? Ben still didn't know. But keeping the boy in the barn made a kind of sense from Slade's perspective. It kept the hostage close, but not so close to Slade himself that it left blood on his own hands. Slade liked to play the gentleman outlaw, always just distant enough from the dirty work to preserve his image. But that distance wouldn't protect him tonight, not if Ben had anything to say about it. Ben pulled the MP5 from the rifle bag and swapped it out with the AR-15 he was carrying, the oiled metal cold against his hands. The submachine gun would be better for what was coming: tight corners, quick bursts, and close-in work. Ben had no idea what they'd find inside the barn, but having a little more maneuverability never hurt. Joel followed suit and chose the more compact Kel-Tec shotgun, then unzipped the heavy duffel, the sound barely audible beneath the wind clawing through the trees. Inside, the ball-jar grenades nestled like deadly fruit in the folds of a wool blanket, glass catching the faint light that crept in from the compound. Crude, improvised, and brutal, they were a harsh contrast to the modern firearms they were carrying. Ben took two, sliding them into an old canvas sling bag that had once carried fly-fishing gear. The canvas was soft from years of use on the river and exposure to the sun, a relic from his father that still smelled faintly of fish and forgotten years. It had seen better days. Now it was seeing the worst. He packed two more grenades, wrapping them in an old towel to keep them quiet, then zipped the bag shut and spun it around to his back. The weight was wrong, heavier than the fly-fishing gear the bag normally carried, but it would work. Joel grabbed a couple of the makeshift explosives and shoved them into the cargo pockets of his pants, then tucked two more into the pouch on his chest rig. "You got a lighter?" Ben asked. Joel tapped a Velcro pocket flap on his vest as he held one of the homemade explosives in his hand, examining the mix of gunpowder and drywall screws. "How long of a fuse?" "Light it and throw it. You've got 3 seconds at best." Ben figured 4 to 5 but didn't want Joel to take any chances. Ben turned his attention toward the dark shape of the barn just beyond the swirling snow. He was already laying out their path in his head, reconstructing the layout of the compound from the scouting they did at the ridgeline above. The storm was thickening, a white curtain that shifted and twisted in the wind, making it harder to see but easier to move unseen. The conditions were rough, but they worked in Ben's favor. The storm masked their movements, muffled their sounds, and turned the compound into a maze of shadows and swirling snow. But even as he leaned into those advantages, he couldn't help but worry about Allie. She was a few hundred feet higher in elevation, stretched out along the ridgeline with nothing but frozen rock beneath her. While he and Joel were on the move, generating heat with every step, she was stationary, exposed, and vulnerable. The cold up there would be cutting, and without the ability to shift position or warm up, it would creep in fast. He'd assigned her that role for her skill behind the trigger and to spare her the close-quarters danger of the compound. But now he was trading one risk for another. Hypothermia wasn't just a possibility, it was a real threat. And Ben knew Allie. She was too dedicated to pull the plug and head back to the truck. She wouldn't abandon her post, not even to save herself. Not if it meant letting Ben and Joel down. Not if it meant leaving Brad behind. That loyalty made her strong. It also made her vulnerable. Ben clenched his jaw, pushing the thought aside. They needed to move fast and make this count. Every second ticking by on that ridge was a second closer to danger for all of them. "We leave the rest here," Ben said. "If we have to fall back to the woodpile, we'll still have teeth." He knelt and stacked some kindling over the leftover explosives and spare magazines, hiding them beneath bark and splinters. Joel joined in, tossing a few loose branches over the top until the stash looked like nothing more than a forgotten pile of firewood, soon to be buried in snow. They crouched for a moment behind the stacked logs, watching for the next patrol loop. The three men at the nearest fire were still talking, backs turned, their rifles silhouetted against the orange light. Complacent and unaware, more interested in trying to ward off the bad weather than watching the compound. Maybe Slade's men had figured on the storm keeping Ben away tonight, a costly mistake, but he'd deal with these men later. He and Joel were outnumbered and risked making too much noise in dispatching the three of them. Priority number one was getting to Brad in the barn. Ben tapped Joel's shoulder twice, then pointed toward the barn. "Like usual, stay on me. We'll leapfrog our way there." "Got it." Joel was already breathing hard. Ben put a hand on his son's shoulder. "Follow your instincts. You know what you're doing." Joel nodded but didn't speak. "All right. Cover me." Ben turned and crept along the backside of the woodpile, pausing briefly before making his way across open ground to the shed where he'd taken out the lone guard. When he reached the corner and the tall grass, he turned back, training his weapon on the three men around the barrel fire while motioning for Joel to follow. A few seconds later, Joel was crouched next to him, looking back at the oblivious guards. Ben tapped Joel with the backside of his hand and pointed out two guards in the distance. The men were only visible briefly before disappearing into the shadows and driving flurries. They were headed in the right direction, though, and the barn wasn't far now. A row of horse trailers and another small outbuilding was all that stood between them and Brad. Ben and Joel continued using the bounding overwatch system to work their way from cover to cover, keeping an eye out for Slade's men every step of the way. Finally, the barn came into view through the swirling snow and wavering shadows. The gray shape of the building loomed like a ship in a sea of smoke and trees. The roof was already covered with fresh accumulation, adding to its ghostly appearance. A yellow-orange glow lit the far side of the barn, casting a crimson halo over the scene. Four men stood around another metal oil drum fire positioned just outside the barn's oversized double doors. A ring of hay bales circled the fire, but they were all on their feet, cradling rifles and shifting in place over the slush-caked ground. They weren't the lazy kind. Unlike the other group, there was little conversation among this group and no sounds of laughter. They were watching the yard with hard eyes and ready fingers. Joel pointed out another guard pacing by the far corner of the barn, passing in and out of the residual firelight. Then another appeared at the opposite corner of the old building. Slade wasn't leaving anything to chance either, it seemed. Ben leaned in close, his voice barely audible. "We can't hit them head-on. Not unless we want the whole place lit up." "What about around the back?" Joel whispered. "I saw a door from the ridge." Ben nodded, remembering another entrance on the side of the barn as well. Slade might have a man or two inside, but they'd deal with that when they had to. Getting inside and getting eyes on Brad felt like the only thing that mattered. "Flank left, together." Ben motioned with a slow sweep of his hand, tracing the line of a weathered post-and-beam fence that curved toward a pair of outbuildings. "We spot any more men around the barn, we reevaluate." Joel's eyes narrowed. "We're getting Brad tonight, right?" Ben looked at him. Yes, we are. I don't care what it takes. Joel's jaw tightened. After what they did to him, after what they put him through, they don't get to walk away. Ben recognized the look in Joel's eyes. The boy wasn't just angry. He was seething beneath the surface, coiled like a wire pulled too tight. He wanted Slade and his men to suffer, to pay for making him feel powerless, for making him look weak in front of Allie and his brother, and for the images haunting his thoughts of what Brad might be enduring. Ben understood because he felt the same way, and because he knew that revenge had a way of feeling like justice when the people you loved were the ones who got hurt. We move together. Stay tight, stay sharp. Ben tapped Joel's shoulder and started forward, ready to turn his son's rage into purpose, into action that would get them closer to Brad. Ben and Joel moved out, staying low and slipping between cover. First, a stack of oil drums, then a skeletal framework of broken-down fencing. The wind howled, and Ben used the noise to mask their steps. They crossed a narrow path of compacted snow leading between two outbuildings and dropped behind a scrap pile just 20 yards from the barn's eastern wall. The wind tore across the open parts of the compound, hurling snow and ice against the clapboard siding of the outbuildings like BBs, rattling the brittle skeletons of dead vines against the walls with each gust. The storm had become their cover. No chance of being heard over the howling wind, but it wouldn't hide them from sight. A dim yellow glow leaked from the barn, spilling through translucent windows scattered along all four sides of the building. The closer they crept, the more exposed they became. Light bled into the storm, casting long shadows across the snow. There was no blind spot, no easy approach. Slade's men had positioned themselves well. Every angle watched, every path covered. Getting inside without being seen would take more than timing. It would take a miracle. As much as Ben despised the idea of involving Caldwell, he was tempted to put up the signal, because right now, a full-blown assault on the compound's front gate was exactly what he and Joel needed. A diversion loud enough and violent enough to draw every eye away from the barn. If only they'd brought the radios, Allie could have launched the flare, but he wanted Sandy to have a way to communicate with Luke should trouble arise at the house. A Caldwell assault would have been the perfect cover, but maybe there was a way around their current standoff situation. They'd just have to wait. Besides, there was no promise that a signal flare would be answered, and Ben wasn't counting on luck tonight. Just grit, gunpowder, and their ability to stay one step ahead of Slade's men. Chapter 6. Allie exhaled slow and steady, letting her hot breath warm her nearly frozen hand as she took a break from having it extended out underneath the foregrip of the rifle. Even if the warmth was only temporary, it felt good in her glove. She repositioned the rifle over the top of the bag she was using as a gun rest and looked for Ben and Joel in the valley below. The M24 was heavier than anything she was used to shooting, but she did have some experience with the weapon, thanks to a little healthy competition she'd had with Joel and Brad a couple of months ago. They'd set out a few paper plates at the property's edge and took turns trying to hit a marker-drawn bullseye from the front porch. She de-impressed them all, including herself and Ben, when she'd beaten the boys using Ben's rifle. The distance from the porch to the paper plate wasn't quite this far, but it hadn't been that much longer of a shot either, at least not to the first watchtower. But the weather was an undeniable factor that she had to contend with now. Howling wind, driving snow, and terrible visibility. Although the most glaring difference about tonight was that she wouldn't be shooting at paper plates. Those were people she was watching from her high perch on the ridgeline, two of whom were counting on her to protect them as best she could. She had a fractured but commanding view of the compound. Below, shadows moved through the swirling snow, the hazy, half-lit figures darting between stacks of firewood, fencing, and outbuildings. Ben and Joel. She could see them, just barely, slipping from cover to cover in silence. But the storm had thickened, the wind pushing snow across the compound in fits and spirals, as the icy gusts blew down the slope past her to the valley. It wasn't just cold up here, it was brutal. The stone beneath her was frozen solid, and her layers weren't doing much to hold in the heat anymore. She could feel her body fighting the urge to shiver, muscles locking up to conserve warmth. Before everything fell apart, Allie used to work part-time scooping ice cream at the Cold Stone Creamery on Main Avenue. She could still remember the chill of the granite mixing slab under her wrists as she folded mix-ins into birthday cake batter or chocolate fudge. Now, high on the ridge with snow crusting her sleeves and wind slicing across her cheeks, she felt like she was on that frozen counter, only this time, she was the one being worked over. The cold didn't just bite, it burrowed. Every gust felt like a hand turning her over, pressing out the last bits of warmth, like she was just another ingredient waiting for the blade to strike. Still, she couldn't move. Wouldn't move. This was her post, and she'd man it without complaint. Ben had trusted her to watch their backs, and she wasn't about to let him down. Not him, not Joel, and definitely not Brad. She knew why she was up here. It was safer, at least in theory. Out of the direct fight. A good vantage point. But she wasn't naive. Part of this was Ben trying to protect her, to keep her out of the worst of it. And honestly, she was grateful. She would have gone in with them without hesitation, would have kicked in doors right alongside them if asked, but she hadn't been. And she couldn't help but wonder, had her mom said something? Had her mom pulled Ben aside and asked him to keep Allie out of the line of fire? It didn't matter. Not really. She was here, she had a job, and she wasn't going to screw it up. Not for Ben and the family that had given her and her mom a second chance when the world stopped making sense. She tightened her jaw and adjusted the rifle slightly, pushing back against the wind that slammed across the slope at irregular intervals. Down below, the compound glowed in broken pockets of firelight, warm, inviting even if you didn't know better, and if you weren't freezing to death up on the rocks. She tracked a pair of guards who circled the barn again. Same path, same pace, like clockwork. Ben and Joel were moving with purpose now, cutting across the compound efficiently in the storm. Allie caught sight of them again, closer this time, almost to the barn. Joel and Ben hunkered down in the shadow of a small shed on the outskirts of an aspen grove. They were close. Allie had figured the barn was the target a few minutes ago, watching them circle the compound in a wide, deliberate arc. Everything about their movements confirmed it, but something was building. Allie felt it in her chest, tight, heavy, like the air just before a lightning strike. The kind of tension that didn't come from cold or nerves, but from the gut-deep knowledge that a fight was about to start. There were too many guards, too many rifles. If Brad was in that barn, there was no way Ben and Joel could reach him without drawing blood. It wasn't a question of if any more, just when. She kept expecting the flare to streak into the sky any second, but Ben would wait. He'd make a move on his own first. It would be better to reach Brad unseen, and he and Joel would exhaust every measure to that end. That's what they'd talked about. Get their hands on Brad without drawing any attention, then fight their way out if need be. If Ben and Joel tipped their hand too early, they'd put Brad in even more danger. Desperate men made bad choices. Allie knew that much based on her own experiences. Then, just as she was adjusting her position to fight the numbness creeping over her body, a flicker of movement on the far side of the compound caught her attention. Something was coming, and it wasn't subtle. She swiveled her rifle east, lining up with the narrow gravel road that wound its way through the timber toward the compound's entrance. At first, there was nothing. Then the snow cleared just enough for a shape to emerge, black, massive, rolling forward with a slow, deliberate menace, while belching smoke from two exhaust stacks. Her heart skipped a beat. The raiders were here. And apparently Caldwell wasn't waiting for any signals. The truck emerged from the near-whiteout conditions like a beast from the mist, a monstrous rig armored with mismatched steel plates and wrapped in a rebar cage. A row of spotlights flicked on, cutting through the storm with laser-like sharpness, the bright white beams illuminating the armored 18-wheeler's formidable front bumper that would have looked more at home on a locomotive. Chains hung from the plow-like attachment, kicking up the occasional spark against the gravel road as the rig thundered forward. The truck's flatbed trailer had been modified to match the cab, with square timbers and sandbags lining the perimeter, reinforced with steel plating every so often around the outside. She could make out at least a dozen men riding on the flatbed and waiting for their chance behind the fortified barrier. Allie's scope shook slightly with her heartbeat. She blinked snow from her lashes and tracked the chaos as it unfolded. The watchtower and fortified metal boxes spaced out along the perimeter of the compound erupted with flashes of light as the armed men manning their watch stations opened fire on the incoming truck and trailer. A split second later, the popping and crackling of sporadic gunfire reached her on the ridge, solidifying the moment as very real indeed. The fight was on, ready or not. The compound's main gate didn't stand a chance. With a crunch of metal and timber, the battering ram of a truck smashed through the entrance under a barrage of gunfire, sending shattered boards and plumes of snow and dirt skyward. The sound echoed even up here, dull and thunderous against the storm. Slade's men scattered in every direction. Some ran for cover. Others opened fire wildly at the truck, their bullets bouncing off the steel-clad hull in a show of sparks as the modified semi and its trailer skidded sideways and came to a stop just past the inner yard. The raiders on the flatbed didn't waste any time and began shooting back from behind cover as Slade's men hunkered down and returned fire. Allie could hear all of it much clearer than she thought possible, the gunfire, the shouts, and the screams. The compound was in full-blown chaos. Allie didn't hesitate. She turned her rifle toward the barn, searching for the guards closest to Ben and Joel. They hadn't moved, not yet, not all of them. The gunfire from the gate was drawing everyone's attention, but it was clear some of the guards around the barn had been told to stay put no matter what happened tonight. Brad really was in there. Allie settled in on her first target. Ben said she'd know when to get involved, and right now, the only thing standing in Ben and Joel's way was the half-dozen guys outside the barn. Allie chose the guard standing near the back corner under the implement lean-to, hoping to clear a path. If she could eliminate the man, Ben and Joel might have a clear path to the back door. The guard, however, already held his weapon at the ready, searching the shadows near Ben and Joel. Had they been spotted? Allie squeezed the trigger. The shot cracked across the ridge, then quickly became lost in the chaos below. The guard dropped hard, legs folding beneath him. She adjusted, racked the bolt, and began looking for her next target. This was for the people she loved. And in a world that afforded very few second chances, she knew it was kill or be killed. This was survival. Chapter 7. The crack of the rifle echoed faintly over the chaos, sharp and distinct, like the snap of dry kindling underfoot. Ben didn't flinch. He didn't have to look to know where the shot came from. Allie had joined the fight. Good. And in typical Allie style. Ben was certain she was warm enough now. The guard under the linta had folded backward, his rifle slipping from his hands as he crumpled to the ground with a hand on his neck, trying to stop the spurt of blood that was painting the snow around him a deep red. The body hit the ground with a muffled thud, half lost in the roar of gunfire at the front of the compound. Now! Ben nudged Joel, while leveling his MP5 at the men around the nearest barrel fire. When shooting broke out, a few of the men were called away via radio, but several remained at the barn. Ben didn't want to risk firing his and Joel's weapons toward the thinly sided relic of a building with Brad inside, but doubted the drywall screws would penetrate the wood clapboard siding. Ben crouched low, eyes fixed on the group of guards gathered around the barrel fire. They hadn't moved much during the initial chaos, but after Allie's shot, they were starting to scatter slowly, alert and uncertain. He glanced at Joel, who was digging at the flap on his vest pocket with frozen fingers, trying to get to the lighter. The kid's gloves weren't helping. Ben could feel the opportunity to deal with multiple guards slipping away. Joel stopped trying. Ben's stomach tightened as he watched his son reach in and pull one of the ball jar grenades from his vest. The glass caught a glint of reflected firelight as Joel shifted his stance, body low and coiled. "What are you doing?" Ben wanted to say it out loud but bit it back. It was too late anyway. Joel was already in the process of making his move. He stepped out from behind cover just far enough, planted his foot in the crusted snow, and hurled the grenade like a fastball, hard, fast, and dead on. Ben's eyes followed the arc, confusion flickering in his chest. The fuse wasn't lit. The grenade was useless unless... A sudden burst of clarity sliced through the cold. Joel was aiming for the barrel fire. Ben's blood ran colder than the wind ripping across the compound. It was risky, too risky. If the jar missed and landed in the snow or bounced wide, they'd be exposed. Worse, Slade's men would have one of their own bombs. It would blow their cover in every possible way. Ben would have been more confident had Joel been using his lacrosse stick. The kid was lethal on the field and deadly accurate. But this was different. They weren't trying to put points on a scoreboard. They were trying to save Brad. The gunpowder and screw-loaded ball jar seemed to move in slow motion as the four men around the fire looked in their direction. But Joel's aim was true. The jar struck the rim of the barrel with a brittle clink, then dropped inside. For a split second, everything held still. A moment of suspended breath. Foolishly, one of the men went after the jar, possibly thinking he could get to it in time, but that wasn't the case. Ben grabbed Joel by his jacket and pulled him back behind the corner of the shed as the barrel ignited into a rolling fireball, a violent whump that seemed to temporarily block out the storm, sending a pressure wave that Ben felt in his chest. The top half of the oil drum vanished in the blast, torn apart by flying screws and jagged shards of glass. The orange flame ballooned into a vicious roar, swallowing the four men in a storm of fire, shrapnel, and hot steel. Ben turned away at the last second, shielding his face from the intense heat and flying debris. But he only dared let a couple of seconds pass before looking back and bringing the MP5 up to the high-ready position. But all four men were down. Two were motionless on the ground. One was sprawled backward over a stack of hay bales, still twitching. The fourth was on the ground and leaning against the barn, his body and hands covered in blood, hay, and dirt as he clawed at his face, or what was left of it, and screamed in agony. Joel crawled out from behind the shed and got to his feet, holding the KSG to his shoulder, his chest heaving and his eyes wide as the echo from the blast faded into the storm. "Whoa," he muttered, stunned by the damage. Ben gave him a single nod of approval, pride, and urgency all wrapped into one. "Good throw." The chaos was in full swing now, gunfire and shouting seemingly echoing from every corner of the compound. But Brad was still somewhere inside that barn, and with the fight kicking into high gear, Ben's youngest was in more danger than ever. Ben and Joel pushed forward, snow swirling around them in sharp gusts as they started across the final bit of open ground to the barn, when a blur of movement caught Ben's eye. "Down," Ben instructed. Two men came charging from the darkness, boots skidding on the wet, slick ground, rifles loose in panicked hands. Their eyes went wide at the sight of bodies crumpled and burning around the barn entrance, then snapped to Ben and Joel. One of them opened his mouth to shout, but the ground erupted in front of them. A spray of dirt and snow kicked up by the crack of Allie's rifle from the ridge. She missed, but it was enough. The sudden burst of chaos froze them for just a second too long before the gravity of their predicament sank in and the men jerked their weapons toward Ben and Joel. But it was too late. Ben didn't hesitate. His MP5 barked, a short, controlled burst, spinning the first man sideways hard as blood spattered across the snow. He moved his weapon to the second man, but Joel was already on him. The shotgun roared to life, spitting fire and lead, hitting the man square in the sternum, the slug tearing through his torso in a brutal explosion of bone and blood. He flew backward like a rag doll, crashing into a half-frozen water trough and slumping into it with a final, wet thud. His rifle clattered to the ground as his body folded sideways, unmoving. Smoke curled from the shotgun's barrel as Joel racked the next shell, eyes hard. Ben turned his attention back to the man he'd shot as the guard crashed to the ground, convulsing legs kicking once, then locking stiff as the last breath hissed through clenched teeth. His fingers twitched across the slush before falling still. Ben lowered the weapon, breath fogging in the cold air. He hated that he had to be this man in front of his son, maybe even more than he hated that his son had to experience this firsthand, but there was no room for that tonight. No hesitation. No mercy. He turned to Joel. "Keep moving. We're almost there." They closed the last stretch to the barn low and fast, keeping to the shadows as much as they could, their heads on a swivel. Joel stayed tight on Ben's flank as they skirted the scorched remains of the barrel fire. The explosion had turned the area into a gruesome scene of charred debris and twisted bodies. The men caught in the blast were unrecognizable, their blackened limbs tangled at grotesque angles, their coats scorched, faces and torsos torn apart. Ben's boots crunched through broken glass and wet blood. He passed what was left of the man he'd considered putting out of his misery initially. Now a lifeless heap slumped against the barn, his face pulverized. Jagged shards of the ball jar still jutted from the man's jaw and temple, while dozens of drywall screws were embedded deep in his flesh, sticking out like the quills of a porcupine. A long sliver of the metal barrel had pierced through his cheek and stuck into the barn, pinning his head like a grotesque tack. The homemade grenades were a crude weapon indeed, packing more power than Ben had anticipated, but there was no room in his conscience for sympathy tonight. He felt nothing. No pity. No remorse. Not for men who'd chosen to pile more misery onto a world already drowning in it. They demade their choice the second they followed Slade. And tonight, Ben had made his. He stepped over the corpse without a second glance, keeping his back pressed tight to the weathered exterior of the barn. His eyes locked on the door ahead, dimly lit by the flickering remnants of the barrel fire. If Brad was in there, and Ben was sure he was, then whoever had been posted to guard him would know something was coming. The gunfire, the explosion, the screams, there was no hiding it now. Caldwell's raid had forced Slade's hand. Most of the compound's muscle had likely been pulled to the front to repel the raiders, but Ben couldn't count on the barn being empty. Slade wasn't stupid. He'd keep someone with a hostage, maybe more than one. And now, after everything that had just gone down outside, that man would be on edge, scared and ready to kill. Ben and Joel couldn't very well enter through the front doors. They eliminated the exterior guards, but Ben wanted to stick with the original plan and gain access to the barn through the back door, a utility access tucked behind a set of rusted feed bins. It looked unused and forgotten. Joel understood what Ben needed his help doing without words, and the two of them lifted the bin off the ground and carried it down the wall from the door, setting it down again without making a sound. "Keep an eye on things out here. You see anyone coming for the barn, take 'em out," Ben instructed before crouching by the door they just uncovered. Joel nodded and moved out from the barn to a row of tractor implements, where he'd have a better view of the area surrounding the building. Ben turned the knob slowly and pulled the door open, realizing the old feed bin had been put there intentionally to keep the door closed. The lock set on the door was missing the cylinder. A gust of wind blasted the narrow crack of an opening he'd created and threatened to rip the door from his hand. He held it tight and waited for a lull, then moved inside, quickly easing the door closed behind him. He searched for something to keep the door in place and landed on a nearby pitchfork, which he promptly wedged into the frame. The wind was instantly cut off, replaced by a heavy, unsettling stillness that amplified everything: the creak of old beams, the rustle of loose straw, and the sharp tang of mildew and manure clinging to the cold air. Ben stifled a sneeze and tried to get his bearings, sweeping the interior of the building with his MP5, eyes cutting through the gloom. The barn was bigger than it looked from the outside. A long central aisle stretched ahead, lined with empty stalls whose gates hung crooked and open. Ben expected horses, but the place was empty, begging the question: had Slade traded them for supplies or fed them to his men? Out in the open part of the barn, there was a broken-down tractor and a couple of skeletal ATV frames hunkered along the wall, their plastic skin and missing parts scattered across a workbench on the opposite wall. Pale lantern light flickered from the center of the two-story room near the ladder to the second floor, casting thick, angular shadows across the exposed rafters and hayloft above. Ben held his breath and listened. Through the muffled roar of the storm outside, he caught it, the faint, irregular clink of metal on metal, not steady, not mechanical. It came again. Then he saw it, something in the last stall. A figure moved near the back, hunched and small. Brad. The boy was tethered to a support beam by a chain that led to a cuff around his ankle, his wrists bound in front of him with a zip tie. Brad sat slumped against the base, his body sagging from exhaustion, but still upright. Even in the flickering light, Ben could make out the bruising across his cheekbone and the crust of dried blood at the corner of his mouth. But his chest was moving, shallow, uneven breaths, but breaths nonetheless. Brad was all right, banged up, worn down, but still hanging on. Ben felt a wave of relief crash through him, raw and electric. He wanted to yell for Joel and tell him he'd found Brad. He wanted to rush to Brad's side to tell him it was over, at least the worst part. But it wasn't over, not yet, because they weren't alone. Ben froze, a flicker of motion, not on the ground but above. A stream of dust sifted down through a sliver of light, the heavy silt disturbed by movement overhead. The particles twisted and drifted in the beam like particles from an hourglass. Someone was up there. Ben took a step back, scanning the rafters of the hayloft platform overhead. Slatted boards running perpendicular to the hanging light gave away shapes that were too organic against the other bales of hay. Then another soft sound, a shuffle, barely audible over the wind pressing against the barn walls. "Brad, get down now," Ben barked, his voice shattering the cold silence. Brad flinched and dropped instinctively, rolling awkwardly to the side, dragging the short length of chain with him. Ben raised his MP5 and aimed, straight at the slatted flooring above him. He didn't bother picking a target. He didn't need to. He emptied the magazine in a screaming burst, the weapon jerking in his hands as brass casings poured to the barn floor. The loft exploded in movement, shouts and splinters followed by heavy thuds as bodies crashed and tumbled from above, one landing hard on the tractor below with a snapping crack. Another slammed into a support beam before dropping limp and silent to the ground in a pile of loose hay. Ben stood there, waiting for any further signs of life overhead, one hand still shielding his face while the other held the smoking weapon. He dumped the spent magazine and slapped another into place, charging the weapon as he waited a moment longer, but nothing. No return fire, no movement. "Joel, I've got Brad," Ben called out, barely getting the words out before the barn door exploded inward with a thunderous crack. The pitchfork he'd wedged against it shot across the floor like a missile, forcing him to dodge sideways as it clattered past. Joel barreled in a second later, weapon up, eyes wide. "Where is he?" He shouted, breath steaming in the frigid air. The wind screamed through the open doorway, bringing with it a blast of snow that instantly dropped the temperature inside. The lantern near the back flickered violently, casting wild shadows across the walls as the cold dug in deeper. Ben turned to Joel. "Go, I'll cover." Joel ran for Brad, sliding the last few feet on his knees and pulling a folding knife from his pocket. He started working at the zip tie while Ben finished sweeping the room, watching every shadow like it might grow teeth. Outside, the sound of gunfire was growing louder again. Caldwell's raiders had entered the compound proper. The staccato rhythm of full-auto rifles clashed with the sharp barks of shotguns and the boom of something larger, something homemade. The battle was far from over, but they had Brad. Almost. Joel looked up. "I need bolt cutters or something. This ankle cuff is the real thing." Ben, satisfied the barn was clear, got the door closed and wedged it shut against the wind once more before going to his sons. Joel was holding up Brad's ankle cuff and the attached chain with his hand. The restraint looked like something left over from the Civil War. Their bolt cutters wouldn't touch the hammered wrought iron. "Hey, buddy, you're okay now. We're here to take you home." Ben held Brad's head in his hands and looked him over. The bruises and split lip on his 10-year-old's face were hard to stomach. I'm okay." Brad struggled to speak through shivers. Ben wrapped the kid in his arms, wishing he could erase the last several hours of his life. That wasn't possible, but as a fresh wave of anger and rage swelled up in Ben's chest, he focused on the things or the people he could erase. "He's cold, might be hypothermic." Ben helped Brad sit up. "One of these guys has to have the key. Help him get to his feet. We need to get his blood flowing." Joel took over for Ben as Brad slumped forward into his arms, weak but conscious, eyes blinking slowly as he tried to understand what was happening. "You're okay," Joel whispered. "We've got you." Ben started searching the body draped over the hood of the tractor. "Dad," Joel got Ben's attention. Brad was pointing at the workbench across the barn. There, hanging from a nail over the mounted vise, was a key that matched the shackle around Brad's ankle. Ben grabbed the key and had the restraint off Brad in no time. Then they both got the kid on his feet. Joel helped Brad pace the room while Ben moved to the doorway, checking the yard. They'd need to move fast, maybe even link up with Caldwell's men if the main exit was blown. The fight outside was drawing closer. Ben wanted Slade and his goons to pay for what they'd done, especially after seeing Brad's condition. But getting the kids to safety was his first priority. He turned back, locking eyes with his youngest. "You think you can move?" Brad nodded and pushed Joel's supporting arm away. He pulled up his waders and brushed the hay from his body, standing tall, even if just for a moment. "I need a gun." Brad's voice was weary, but his eyes burned with the need to reclaim some part of himself that had been taken. Joel looked to Ben, hesitation in his eyes. Ben gave a sharp nod, no words needed. Without missing a beat, Joel unslung the AR-15 and handed it to his brother. Brad took it with shaking hands, but the way his fingers settled around the grip said it all. He knew this rifle, and he knew what they were up against. Ben wouldn't normally condone putting a weapon in his youngest son's hands, not like this. But those lines had been crossed already. Innocence wasn't a luxury Brad could afford anymore, not after what Slade's men had done to him. Chapter 8. The storm screamed through the compound, a feral mix of wind and snow that would bite at their faces and claw at every exposed inch of skin. Flurries whirled in blinding spirals, masking the shapes and sounds of chaos beyond. Gunfire cracked like fireworks on the 4th of July, distant but steady, a grim soundtrack layered with shouts and screams the wind couldn't quite swallow. Ben lingered at the barn's grimy window. The hay dust at the edges mixed with cobwebs, obscuring his view, but nothing could hide the chaos outside. The compound was a swirling hellscape of shadow and light, flashes of gunfire and small explosions flaring behind the skeletons of outbuildings and twisted fencing. Something big was burning to their south. If Ben had to guess, one of the lookout towers was on fire. Reaching Brad might have been the easiest thing they'd do tonight. "We go out the way we came in," Ben said. "Head for the woodpile where we started. We'll reevaluate from there. Joel, you lead. Brad, follow your brother. I'll be right behind you boys." Ben moved to the back door and yanked the pitchfork free of the jamb, holding the door closed with his foot. "Is it just you guys?" Brad asked. "Allie's up on the ridge with Dad's rifle," Joel reported. "We couldn't keep her away. She's been worried about you." Brad smiled slightly, but only for a moment. "We better get going, then. She's probably freezing." "That's exactly what we need to do." With a subtle shift of his boot, Ben let the wind catch the door, and it exploded open with a violent roar. In an instant, they were swallowed by a surge of wind-driven snow, the blizzard slamming into them like a wild, uncaged animal. Joel led the way, head low, rifle tight against his shoulder. Brad moved next, shoulders hunched against the cold, boots dragging through the slush. Ben brought up the rear, constantly scanning, his finger resting on the trigger of his MP5. Unlike their approach, Ben pushed them hard now, urgency replacing caution. The time for stealth was over, now it was about speed and survival. Ben was prepared to go for broke in getting the boys out of Slade's compound. Nothing else mattered. Sleet came at them sideways, driven by sharp gusts that stung the eyes and filled every breath with ice. Brad stumbled more than once. He wasn't dressed for this. A pair of sweatpants under his fishing waders and a hooded sweatshirt were barely enough insulation to keep him from hypothermia inside the barn. Outside in the wind and snow, Brad was losing heat fast, even with the addition of Ben's oversized gloves and wool hat. Ben could see the sluggish way he moved, like a machine running out of fuel. Every few steps, Ben stole a glance, checking his footing, the way he carried the rifle, the set of his jaw. Still going, still fighting. But it was taking everything Brad could muster. Letting Brad carry the carbine might not have been the smartest call, but Ben didn't have it in him to take it away. The boy needed it, not just to feel safe, but to feel like he mattered, like he was part of this, part of them. It was the only thing keeping him upright. Ben was sure of that. The adrenaline, the sense of purpose, maybe even the chance to fight back against what had been done to him. Brad had always wanted to be included, to prove he could hang with his older brother and his dad. And now, in the worst possible way, he was getting that chance. Ben hated it. Hated what it said about the world they were living in now. That survival meant his kids spent more time with a rifle in their hands than a fishing rod. But this wasn't a world that allowed childhood. Not anymore. They were only halfway to the woodpile when the first rounds, close enough to be concerned about, cracked through the storm. "Contact right," Ben shouted, already dropping to a knee and raising the MP5. Joel grabbed his brother, half dragging him as he closed the last couple of feet to the nearest cover, a bush hog tractor implement, left tipped on its side for blade sharpening. 3 figures burst from behind a tarp-covered trailer, rifles barking wildly, their bullets singing as they passed overhead. At least a few struck the steel mower deck Joel and Brad were crouched behind. Ben did his best to tuck behind a large tractor tire, waiting for a gap in the incoming barrage. In these near whiteout conditions, he could forget about Allie helping them out this time. Ben fired off a controlled burst, then another, but it wasn't doing much. The attackers had taken cover behind a mound of frozen dirt and dug in once they realized that Ben and his boys were no easy target. Joel cracked off a slug, ducked behind the rusted bush hog implement, racked another shell, and fired again, another loud report echoing across the yard. But this wasn't going anywhere. They were pinned down and time was working against them. Brad and Allie were out here freezing, if not already hypothermic, and for all Ben knew, Slade's men were rallying and starting to push Caldwell's raiders back. Slade must have been holding his own if he had 3 men to send to the barn. If Ben didn't act soon, he'd lose what little edge they had. "Get ready to cover me," he barked. "We're ready," Joel called, already leaning out for another shot. Ben spun the canvas sling bag around and pulled free one of the ball-jar grenades. He thumbed the windproof torch lighter, and the tight blue flame roared to life, defiant against the howling wind. The fuse caught instantly, hissing like a live wire. Bullets zipped past, hot snaps in the cold air. One struck the tire Ben was using for cover, thudding deep into the rubber with a dull vibration. "Now!" Ben shouted. Brad and Joel popped up from behind the farm implement, weapons blazing. Muzzle flashes lit the snow in strobing bursts of orange as the men shooting from the snow-covered pile of dirt dove for cover. Ben rose to his knees, cocked back, and let the grenade fly. It arced high, leaving a thin trail of sparks through the storm, and dropped just behind the dirt pile where the enemy was hunkered down. There was a split second of shouting, frantic voices realizing too late what had landed behind them. Boom! The explosion hit like a cannon blast. The concussive wave hammered the air, kicking up a geyser of dirt, snow, and shrapnel. Screws and glass shredded everything in a 20-foot radius. A scream tore through the wind, cut off as fast as it came. "Stay here." Ben didn't waste any time and got up from the ground, rushing the dirt pile with his weapon ready. He rounded the mound of earth cautiously to a twisting cloud of smoke that was quickly dissipating in the savage wind. Blood spattered the snow in every direction. One body was missing half a leg, the arms twisted in unnatural directions. Another was laid out against the dirt, face buried in a red crater and unmoving. Steam rose from torn jackets and the churned-up snow. One of the men had survived, barely. He was dragging himself through the snow, leaving a smeared trail of blood behind him like a wounded animal trying to outrun the inevitable. His lower half was mangled, shredded by the blast, one boot missing, and his pant leg soaked crimson and torn open to the bone. He grunted and rolled to his side, eyes wide and desperate. His hand fumbled for the pistol jammed into his waistband, slick fingers struggling to find a grip. Ben didn't hesitate and ended the man with a burst of fire from the barrel of his MP5. The volley of bullets worked their way up the man's torso, the last few punching holes in his chest and throat, snapping his head back and dropping him into the snow like a discarded rag. Ben kept moving, ignoring the still-twitching body. That was 3 more of Slade's men who wouldn't be coming after them, ever again. Ben started for the boys' position. "Go!" he shouted as he ran toward them. "Get to the woodpile." Ben caught up to Brad and Joel just as they ducked behind a loose scatter of 50-gallon drums at the end of the warped fence line. The tool shed where Ben had stashed the first guard's body was in view now. The firewood was stacked beyond it, with the hidden cache of extra ammo and explosives buried beneath bark and snow. If their exfil so far was any indicator, they would need every last round and every last inch of resolve to get out alive. Joel and Brad were already behind cover when the sudden crack of nearby gunfire split the air. A hail of bullets slammed into one of the barrels, the metal ringing out like a drum, sharp and discordant. Ben dropped low and dove the last few feet, skidding through the snow to a separate set of barrels just as another burst of gunfire ripped through the air, bullets whistling past his ears. He hit the ground hard, snow biting through his pants, heart thundering against his ribs. Over there. Behind the hay bales, Joel called out, pointing across the compound toward a low tangle of straw and old pallets. Brad raised his carbine and tried to fire, but he was too unsteady. The rifle swayed in his grasp as though it weighed 50 pounds. He managed 3 shots before lowering it, hands trembling. The cold was finally getting the best of him. Ben saw it immediately. Hypothermia was setting in fast. The color was draining from Brad's face, and his lips had taken on a pale shade of blue. If they didn't get him to shelter soon, the fight wouldn't matter. Brad wouldn't survive. "Brad, stay down and don't move unless I tell you. Your new job is to stay warm," Ben barked, not bothering to keep his voice down. Brad nodded weakly and sagged down behind cover, shivering uncontrollably. Another burst of fire chewed into the barrels near Ben's head, one round zipping so close it sparked against the steel just inches away. "Your turn." Ben tapped the sling sack holding his grenades. "Ready when you are," Joel shouted. "Let me reload." Ben gritted his teeth and popped up just enough to fire. He squeezed off controlled bursts that slammed into the stacked hay bales, shredding tufts of straw into the wind. When his magazine was expended, he dropped back down and slapped a fresh one into the MP5. "Ready," he called. Joel was already holding one of the ball-jar grenades in his ungloved hands. He flicked the windproof torch, igniting a jet of blue flame and sparking the fuse instantly. Ben kept the pressure on their attackers, running through the better part of the new magazine, forcing the men to keep their heads down as Joel leaned out from behind cover, drew his arm back, and hurled the glass jar in a clean arc toward the bales. The wind tugged at it mid-flight, but the throw was solid. The grenade landed in the snow behind the men, bouncing once before detonation. The explosion was brutal. Snow and dirt blew upward in a plume of smoke and fire. Screws, glass, and burning straw filled the air. 2 men staggered out from behind cover. One fell to the ground and rolled limply. The other had fared better somehow and was still clutching his rifle as he ran from the burning hay pile. Ben was about to take the man out when Joel fired several rounds from the AR-15 Brad had been using. The running man contorted as the bullet struck his body, then fell, jerking for a second before going still, blood painting the white ground red beneath him. 2 more down," Joel shouted. Ben gave him a quick nod and glanced back at Brad, whose head had slumped a little lower. They had to get to that wood pile and the hole in the fence beyond. Now. Chapter 9. Ben didn't need to say it. Joel already knew there was no time to process the carnage around them. With the last gunman sprawled in the snow and his blood soaking into the straw and slush beneath him, the path to the woodpile was clear for the moment. Ben glanced at Brad, who looked like a shell of himself, arms crossed and shaking as he tried to hang on to what little warmth his body could generate. His pale and waxy skin glowed with a sick hue in the dim light as his jaw trembled with the kind of cold that reached through bone and started turning blood to ice. As soon as they reached the woodpile, Ben would be in a better position to dump the gear he was carrying and give Brad his jacket. He wished he'd done it in the barn, but his only concern at the time was getting Brad back to the truck. The wool blanket they'd used to cushion the grenades might be a better bet, though. Ben wouldn't be much use to either of his boys if his limbs went stiff in the freezing cold. "Go," he barked, motioning forward. Joel pulled Brad up to his feet, half carrying him as they awkwardly hurried across the last 30 yards. The stacked wood came into view, a frozen barricade just beyond the dilapidated toolshed where Ben had left the first guard. From there, it wasn't much farther to the hole they'd cut in the fence earlier. They'd have to dig through a little snow at this point, but it was their best bet for a quick exfil to the ridge, alley, and the blazer, where Brad could finally warm up. Ben hit the woodpile seconds after the boys. Joel had already rolled Brad into the gap behind the logs, using his own body to shield his brother while reaching for the duffel bag buried under a fresh layer of snow and the branches they'd used to hide their gear. Ben crouched beside them, tore open the bag, and pulled the old blanket from around the remaining ball jar grenades. "Here," he said, draping it over his youngest. "Don't argue." Brad didn't. His hands were shaking too violently to hold the rifle now anyway. It was all he could do to hold on to the corners of the thick material and keep the wind from stripping the blanket from his grasp. "I'm okay," he muttered, but his slumped posture and glazed stare told a different story. Ben set the rifle aside and forced the blanket tighter around his son, tucking it behind Brad's neck. "You did enough. You made it this far. That's more than a lot of grown men could have done." From deeper inside the compound, a new volley of gunfire echoed closer than the initial ruckus near the gate. The fight was moving, and Ben was hopeful that it meant Caldwell's men were pushing Slade's crew around, at least enough to keep them busy while he and Joel got Brad out of here. Joel replaced the 2 glass jar grenades he'd used from his vest. "Sounds like it's far from over." "Yeah, but I think Slade's men are on the move." Ben scanned through the driving sleet and snow as he tossed his empty magazines into the duffel bag and replaced the ammunition and grenades he'd used. Nothing more desperate than a man on the run. Stay alert. Muzzle flashes flickered in the distance, closer to the main house but more scattered now. It didn't matter, though. In a few minutes, Brad and Joel would be outside the compound perimeter and headed for alley. Ben turned back to his youngest. "I need you to dig deep, Brad. It's almost over." And then they came. "Dad," Joel whispered and dropped down behind the woodpile until he could just see over the top. 5 shapes moved fast, shadows cutting through the blizzard, low and purposeful along the battered fence line, rifles up as they pushed through the wind. Ben froze, heart pounding as the wind carried a broken thread of their conversation to him. "Get to the barn. Grab the kid. Fall back to the house." Slade's men, no question, sent to retrieve Brad, sent to make sure their prize didn't slip away. 2 of the figures broke off and vanished into the swirling dark, angling toward the main house where Slade was apparently digging in. The remaining 3 kept coming, heading straight for the woodpile. "We deal with them first," Ben muttered, his voice a sharp whisper. He'd considered letting them pass, staying hidden behind the stacked logs, but their tracks in the snow were too clear. Even if the men missed the trail, the bodies littering the path to the barn would tell the story soon enough. Besides, waiting was a risk they couldn't afford. Ben tightened his grip on the MP5 and glanced at Brad. The folds in the blanket had started to collect a fresh layer of white powder. Ben dropped down to help Brad get better situated in the corner where the 2 woodpiles connected and blocked the harshest of the gusts. "Save your energy. I need you ready to move after we deal with these guys." "Got it." Ben waited for an answer. "Dad," Joel was keeping an eye on the approaching men. "They're getting closer." Brad gave a tiny nod, burying his face in the blanket. Ben pulled the blanket over his son's head and tucked it in as best he could. "You're doing good, buddy. I'm proud of you." He gave his youngest a pat on the head and turned to deal with the latest threat. Joel already had one of the grenades in hand, crouched behind the woodpile, waiting for his father's signal. Ben met his eyes and gave a sharp nod, then sparked the lighter and touched it to the fuse. "Aim for the middle," he said. The fuse caught instantly, hissing behind the shelter of the stacked logs. "Wait, wait now." Ben leaned back and gave his son ample room. Joel rose and let the grenade fly just as Ben shouldered his MP5, settling his sights on the lead man. If Joel's throw landed true, the blast would take out all 3 targets in one shot. No need for precise aim, no need for visibility, just proximity and timing. The grenade landed with a soft thunk in the snow, bouncing once before vanishing behind the low drift where the men were closing in. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then the blast hit. A concussive whump cracked through the storm, followed by a sharp, metallic rattle as screws and glass tore through the night and ripped into the surrounding outbuildings. A ball of fire punched upward, orange against the swirling white snow, swallowing 2 of the men in an instant. One was thrown backward, limbs flailing, while the second dropped where he stood, reduced to a twitching heap of blood and shredded fabric. But the third man dove sideways just in time, slamming into the ground behind a stack of snow-covered pallets. He came up firing, rounds zipping past the woodpile with shrill, snapping cracks. One bullet struck the edge of a log, sending bark and splinters into Ben's face. "Down!" Ben shouted, ducking low and sweeping his weapon toward the muzzle flash. The MP5 barked in response, sharp bursts lighting up the space between them. The man was wounded, that much was clear, but the injury did nothing to dull his resolve as he crawled and fired like a cornered animal. The lone survivor was fast, returning fire as he moved to a row of barrels lined up along the fence, trying to flank Ben and Joel in the chaos. Rounds zipped past, snapping against the woodpile and tearing chunks from the stack beside Joel's head. Ben shouted, "He's trying to flank us." "I see him," Joel shouted, laying down suppressive fire to pin the wounded attacker. Ben didn't hesitate. "Keep him distracted. I'll handle it." Before Joel could argue, Ben was already moving, circling out wide, low and fast, boots crunching through the crusted snow. He kept his MP5 up, sweeping ahead, the cold air burning in his lungs as he looped behind the survivor's path. The man was wounded. Ben could see the blood, but he still had fight in him, crawling fast and firing blindly toward Joel's position as he clawed his way along the ground. Ben dropped to his knee and waited for the right angle. A burst of gunfire from Joel made the man clamber backward from his cover, and that was all Ben needed. He raised the MP5, found center mass, and squeezed the trigger. The shot stitched across the man's side, punching through his heavy coat in a mist of red, causing him to go down face first, limbs twitching before going still. Ben exhaled, but only for a second. Then he heard it, voices, fast footfalls through the snow. The other 2, they were coming back, running hard, rifles up. No doubt they heard the blast and the gunshots and realized something had gone very wrong. Ben spotted them cutting between the shadows of the shed and a stand of ponderosas. "Joel, 2 more, 10 o'clock," Ben said, raising his voice just enough to punch through the wind. Joel snapped around and fired a burst, forcing the men to split and dive for cover. "They're trying to box us in," he shouted, ducking back behind the splintered edge of the woodpile as bullets screamed past, stitching the snow with angry bursts of dirt and ice. Ben dropped flat, rolled to the side, and came up in a low crouch behind a rusted barrel. "Then we break the box." The 2 figures closed fast through the whiteout, their muzzle flashes flickering like strobes. One man fired on the move, rounds ripping through the wind and slamming into the woodpile with enough force to splinter logs into the air. The second came in at an angle, trying to flank wide. "Left side's moving. Joel, light him up," Ben barked. Joel swung his carbine around the edge of cover and fired. The rifle barked 3 times, lighting up the inside of the woodpile like flashes of lightning in the snowstorm. The rounds hit high, shredding the left shoulder of the man trying to flank them. He spun violently, howling, and crumpled behind a frozen crate. Ben didn't wait. He broke cover and charged the right side, firing tight bursts from the MP5 as the second attacker tried to track him. Rounds punched into the snow around Ben's boots, one grazing his jacket, tugging at the fabric. He dove into a slide behind a broken generator and came up firing. The 9 rounds tore into the man's chest, nearly lifting him off his feet and throwing him back in a wet heap. Steam rose from the expanding patch of red on the ground. Behind them, the first man Joel had hit was still alive, groaning as he dragged himself behind cover. Ben swapped out his magazine and advanced without hesitation. "Stay with me," he yelled to Joel. The wounded man groaned as he dragged himself behind the crate, blood pouring from the ragged wound near his shoulder. He wasn't done. Not yet. Ben moved to get a bead on the remaining gunman, but the man twisted onto his back, blocking Ben's line of sight as he raised the weapon toward Joel with shaky, murderous intent. Joel raised the AR-15, finger already on the trigger. Click. An empty magazine. Time froze as the wounded man grinned through bloodied teeth, arm steadying, finger tightening on the trigger. Then his head jerked violently to the side as a round punched through his temple and burst out the far side in a spray of bone and brain. He collapsed mid-motion, his pistol slipping from lifeless fingers as his body spasmed once, then went still. The report of Allie's rifle echoed across the ridge a beat later, riding the wind like a clap of thunder. Joel blinked, chest heaving. Ben looked up toward the ridge, squinting through the swirling curtain of snow. He couldn't make out Allie's position in the near whiteout conditions, but her shot told him everything he needed to know. She was still in the fight, sharp, focused, and holding her own against the storm. Relief flooded his chest, mingling with pride. She was faring better than Brad in the cold, and knowing she was still out there, covering them, steadied something in him. There was no time for thanks, but they both knew she'd just saved Joel's life. Silence fell over their corner of the battlefield, broken only by the wind howling through the shattered compound and the distant sounds of a battle still raging. Ben turned to his son. "It's time to go. Grab Brad and head for the hole we made in the fence." Joel nodded. "What about the bags?" Ben hesitated. "Leave them. I'll get them when I'm done here. Just get your brother out of the compound and link up with Allie." Joel froze. "What about you?" Ben's voice was cold and sure. "I'm finishing this." Joel's jaw clenched. "We've come this far." "And you've done more than enough," Ben cut in. "But Allie's freezing on that ridge and Brad's on the verge of full-blown hypothermia. I need you to take care of them now." He saw the fight in Joel's eyes, the need to stay, the fire to finish it. Ben put a hand on his shoulder. "Let me do this." Joel swallowed hard, replaced the magazine in his rifle, and then reluctantly moved to the woodpile where Brad was waiting. Ben helped Joel get Brad to his feet, tucking the blanket tighter around him. "Go with your brother. You'll be warm in the blazer soon." Brad didn't argue, but the look on his face was heartbreaking. He understood, too well. "You sure about this, Dad?" Joel's brow wrinkled. "Follow the trail we used to get in here exactly and watch out for trip lines. You don't look back and you don't wait for me." Joel braced Brad with one arm, practically hauling him forward while gripping his rifle in the other. Brad's legs were barely cooperating, his steps sluggish and uneven in the deepening snow. Ben stayed close behind, covering their retreat, scanning every shadow as they made their way toward the hole he'd cut in the perimeter fence hours ago. It wasn't the only way out, but it was the one they knew, the one they'd cleared. If Joel could follow their original trail through the snowdrifts, it would give them the cleanest and safest escape. They reached the fence. Joel went first, kicking away several inches of freshly fallen snow from the exit, working fast with numb fingers and gritted teeth. Ben crouched beside Brad and helped him down, easing the boy's shivering frame under the jagged wire. "Joel," Ben said, digging into his jacket and pulling out the flare, the same one he'd taken from the trap Slade's men had set. He handed it off with a hard stare. "Don't light it until you're all in the truck and ready to pull out, not a moment before. Understand?" Joel nodded, jaw tight, his face red with windburn and exhaustion. He stuffed the flare into his vest, then grabbed Brad under the arm again, dragging his little brother away from the compound. Ben watched them go. Snow whipped past in frenzied gusts, coating their backs, their footprints vanishing behind them in seconds. He burned the image of their retreat into his mind, the curve of Joel's shoulders hunched against the cold, Brad's feet dragging in the snow, both of them heading toward Allie's position, toward safety. A few seconds later, they were gone, swallowed by the storm. Ben turned back toward the compound, fighting the urge to join the boys and be done with this place, but it wasn't that simple. He wasn't going home. Not yet. Not until either he or Slade was dead. Chapter 10. Ben moved through the driving snow like a man possessed. With the kids finally out of danger, at least for the most part, he no longer had to pretend to be anything but what the moment demanded, ruthless, unforgiving, and ready to finish this. His mind held to a single, searing truth. Slade had taken his son, and someone had to answer for that. This wasn't justice anymore. It was retribution, and Ben had no intention of leaving this place without delivering it. Slade hadn't just threatened his family. He'd torn into the fragile world Ben had tried to rebuild. Now Ben meant to tear back. The blizzard had backed off slightly, giving the flames a chance to grow where before only small fires had taken hold. Slade's compound lit the night with a harsh orange glow, flickering across every drifting snowflake. The barn where Brad had been held was now fully ablaze, flames spreading fast, fueled by the exploded burn barrel and a brief lull in the storm. But it wasn't the only building burning. Caldwell's men had started fires of their own as they fought their way in. Whether the flames were deliberate or just a result of the chaos didn't matter much. The compound was coming apart. Snow crunched under Ben's boots as he moved through the wreckage, but the ground wasn't pure white anymore. It was littered with shell casings that glowed orange under the light of burning buildings. Gunfire still rattled sporadically through the compound, but it was clear that the fight had shifted. Caldwell's raiders were sweeping the property, flushing out the last of Slade's men. What had begun as a rescue was now an all-out assault. He came around the burned-out shell of an old chicken coop and nearly stumbled into the aftermath of a massacre. Bodies littered the yard. Some were Caldwell's men, but most were Slade's. One man was curled in on himself, hands still clutching a ragged hole in his gut. Another had been cut almost in half by automatic fire, entrails steaming in the snow like a gutted deer. Ben stepped over them without slowing. Just past the main gate, a scene from hell. The truck Caldwell had used to breach the compound still smoldered where it had rammed through the fortified gate, a rusted, armored beast covered in steel plating and rebar spikes like something pulled from an apocalyptic fever dream. Its hood was buried in the underpinnings of one of the watchtowers that had partly toppled over onto the rig. Steam hissed from the mangled engine compartment, the doors flung wide open and crowded with bullet holes. One of Caldwell's men lay beside the truck, his legs bent wrong, rifle still in hand. Ben ducked under a chunk of the collapsed watchtower, settling into a crouch beside one of Caldwell's fallen raiders. The man had been shot through the throat, his eyes frozen wide and glassy. A spent magazine lay in the blood-streaked snow beside him. He'd gone down fighting. Another dead raider, another debt he'd owe Caldwell. But he'd worry about that later. A flicker of movement to the left caught Ben's attention. Instinct took over. He pivoted, weapon up, the MP5 leveled toward a shape emerging from behind a bullet-riddled pickup truck. Finger on the trigger, the figure froze, both hands raised. Then he waved Ben over, his face partially lit by firelight. It was one of Caldwell's men. Ben lowered the weapon and moved. "Ben," a voice called, hoarse, familiar. It was Cutter, one of Caldwell's lieutenants. Ben had known him from the world before this one. Back then, he was just a regular family man who'd shopped at Ben's store and even booked a few guided trips through one of his outfitters. Ben hadn't known him well, but he knew enough to understand that Cutter wasn't built for this life. Ben also knew that he'd lost everything in the aftermath of the bombs. Whatever part of Cutter had belonged to the old world was gone, washed out of him like the color from a photo left in the sun. His jacket was torn and blood-stained, though it didn't seem to be his, and it wasn't all from tonight. A carbine hung loosely across his chest, the barrel still hot enough to melt any snowflakes that stuck to it while he juggled a duffel bag full of loaded magazines. "Glad you stuck around," he said with a grim smile. Ben nodded once. "Where, Slade?" Cutter's smile faded. He turned his head toward the looming silhouette of the main house, now partially engulfed in smoke and sporadic gunfire. The structure sat like a wounded animal in the storm's fading grip. Its upper windows shot out, and the logs splintered and frayed from the incoming rounds that chipped away at the structure one tiny piece at a time. "He's holed up in the house with whatever men he's got left," Cutter said. "At least 6, maybe more. They've fortified the front, but the Major's trying to squeeze them from both sides. It's gonna be a slaughter," he reported with a grin far too enthusiastic for the night's ramifications. Ben adjusted his sling pack with the grenades in it. "Then let's end it." His voice came out cold, stripped of any remaining civility. There was no pause now, no debate. The desire for negotiation had burned up with the rest of the compound. He and Cutter moved low, weaving through the skeletal remains of what had once been a livestock shelter. Wood beams jutted up at odd angles, blackened and splintered, casting strange shadows over the snow. The acrid stench of burning plastic mixed with something worse, charred meat, blood, and gunpowder. They passed another body, one of Slade's men, jaw slack and eyes staring skyward. His head was twisted at an impossible angle, blood frozen to the beard crusting his chin. He still had one boot on. The other foot was gone. "You boys carrying something heavier than rifles tonight." Ben's interest went from the corpse to the duffel bag Cutter was hauling back to the front line. Cutter paused just long enough to tug one side of the half-open bag down a few inches, revealing what sat beneath the jumbled magazines. "Tannerite," he said. "Packed inside aluminum pipe with whatever metal scraps we can cram around it. Hits pretty hard." "Yeah, I can see that." Ben raised his brow at Cutter as he passed. Pressing forward, Ben held the MP5 tight against his shoulder, eyes scanning every shadow and hole. There was no guarantee that a few of Slade's men didn't still exist outside the main house, hiding and waiting. The air was thick with smoke, making each breath harsh and metallic. The cold gnawed at his skin, but adrenaline dulled the bite. All that mattered now was getting his hands on Victor Slade. They closed in on the main house just as a fresh wave of gunfire rang out. Somewhere up ahead, Slade's men returned fire, the stutter of rifle bursts answering the thunderous boom of what sounded like one of the Tannerite explosives. The yard between them and the main house was a churned mess of snow, splintered wood, and shell casings. Gunfire cracked from shattered glass along the front porch and upper windows, the flashes sharp against the storm-dark sky. Caldwell's men were advancing in short bursts, using whatever cover they could find, but the defenders inside weren't giving ground easily. "Move to the truck." Ben motioned toward a pickup just ahead. They broke from cover together, boots kicking up snow as they ran. Halfway there, a burst of automatic fire tore into the ground just ahead of them. Cutter started to rise and return fire, but Ben caught the movement in his peripheral vision, an upper window flashing hot. "Get down." Ben barked, yanking Cutter by the sleeve of his jacket and dragging him behind the shot-up Dodge just as a string of rounds ripped through the snow where Cutter had been standing a heartbeat before, following his path to the truck. The Dodge shuddered under the impacts, glass tinkling into the snow around them. Cutter swore under his breath, his feet slipping in the snow as he struggled to get his composure. Ben recognized the wreck of a Dodge they were crouched behind, Knox's old truck. Maybe the man was still inside the house, still shooting. Maybe he'd gone out with his ride. Ben hoped for the latter and didn't waste time wondering if that made him a bad man. Cutter shifted to get a better look as he regained his footing, his head starting to rise above the bed rail. Ben yanked him down just as a burst of rifle fire chewed through the metal above them, spitting sparks and sending shards of glass into the snow. "You want to keep your head, keep it down before you get us both killed," Ben growled, pressing his shoulder into the frozen steel as another volley of rounds punched through the sheet metal. Cutter nodded nervously, adjusting his grip on the carbine. "Got it." Several of Caldwell's men began laying down fire on the main house from across the yard, scattered in the shadows of a nearby outbuilding. They poured rounds through the wide, gaping mouth where an oversized sliding door had once hung, the heavy panel now lying twisted and flat in the snow. Ben used the covering fire to risk a quick glance over the hood. The main house loomed beyond, a hulking log fortress, its porch barricaded with overturned furniture and the sprawled shapes of dead men. Whoever was still inside was dug in tight, but under the steady push of Caldwell's men, their chance of surviving the night was shrinking fast. Cutter leaned out to fire, his stance high and his elbows flared like a novice on the range. "They're dug in real good." Ben yanked him lower, jaw tight. One more stunt like that and he'd let the man learn the hard way. Babysitting wasn't in his plan, not tonight. Another rattle of gunfire tore from the second story, catching one of Caldwell's men mid-stride as he made for the house prematurely, his legs folding beneath him as he cried out for help. The plea barely left his lips before a follow-up shot from the porch window ended it. There would be no mercy, no quarter, given here tonight. There was no code of honor in this fight. This was no battle. It was an execution in progress, both sides hellbent on making sure the other never drew breath again. Somewhere off to their right, one of Caldwell's tannerite charges went off with a hard, concussive boom that rocked the ground beneath them. Ben took advantage of the distraction and spent the remainder of his magazine on a shape lurking inside one of the first-floor windows. He wasn't sure if he'd hit his target, but the window was empty and silent as he reloaded his weapon. A shout rose up through the chaos. "Cutter, get that bag over here now." Cutter shifted like he meant to move, already hoisting the duffel higher on his shoulder. Ben caught his arm, yanking him back into cover so hard the man's teeth clicked. "You do that, you're dead before you make it halfway," he said, voice low but sharp enough to cut through the din. Ben had sworn after the last close call that Cutter was on his own, but there was enough tannerite in the duffel bag to blow them all sky high if Slade's men got lucky and hit one of the pipe bombs. Another volley from the second floor chewed into the Dodge's hood, spitting sparks and shrapnel over their heads. Cutter flinched and nodded, eyes wide. Ben pulled the bag open, dug past the spare magazines, and pulled free one of the aluminum pipes wrapped in black tape, the long fuse curling out like the tail of a snake. "Toss them the rest when I say," Ben ordered, thrusting the duffel bag into Cutter's chest. Ben readied the pipe bomb in his hand, feeling the faint vibration of his own pulse in the cold metal. The shrapnel wouldn't penetrate the dense logs of the house, but it might allow Cutter to get the bag to his men. And the more Caldwell's men had to fight with, the better. But something caught Ben's eye, off to the left, in the yard. A rag-wrapped bottle arced high through the night, the flame burning from the top, leaving a trail of smoke in the air before it shattered against the log siding. Flames hissed and then roared, climbing the wall in seconds as the accelerant caught. Black smoke bled upward, curling against the porch eaves before the wind ripped it sideways. Shouts erupted from inside the house as Slade's men scrambled, the flames clawing up the outer walls before slipping through the shattered porch windows. The broken panes allowed the fire inward, the backdraft sucking it deep into the structure like the building itself was inhaling its own destruction. Ben watched, weighing his options. The fire would either flush them out or consume them where they stood. He wanted to face Victor Slade eye to eye, but that possibility was slipping away with every growing flame. Caldwell's men weren't thinking about prisoners or strategy. They were lost in the frenzy they'd unleashed, bloodthirsty and wild, their animal instincts smothering whatever scraps of humanity they normally retained. Caldwell's men surged forward, a ragged wave of dark figures and muzzle flashes, boots hammering over the debris-strewn yard. Two charged in front, an 8-foot section of timber gripped between them like a battering ram. Braving the heat and smoke rolling off the porch, they smashed through overturned chairs and splintered tables, clearing a path to the door. Two more men fell in behind, and together the foursome drove the timber forward in a brutal collision that tore the front door from its hinges and hurled it inward. Gunfire exploded from inside. One of the men at the ram jerked violently, a burst tearing through his chest, sending him backward over the railing and into the drift below with a dull, final thud. The fire was beginning to sink its claws into the structure now, hissing as it chewed into the log beams, sending sparks upward like a million fireflies in the cold night air. Ben stayed low in the shadow of the ruined truck, taking in the chaos. Cutter ditched the duffel bag and sprinted toward the assault, disappearing into the maelstrom. Ben didn't interfere this time. If Slade was still in that house, Ben meant to be the one to face him, on his terms. Running into a burning stronghold crammed with desperate gunmen was reckless. Doing it while hauling a bag stuffed with homemade explosives was just plain dumb. He let the sling pack drop at his boots, the canvas hitting the snow with a muffled thump as he pulled the MP5 snugly into his shoulder. Ben stepped from cover and moved toward the fire. It was time to finish this. Chapter 11. The heat rolled over him in waves, carrying the acrid tang of burning resin from the log beams and spent gunpowder. Gunfire cracked from within, each report sharp and close, making it hard to differentiate between gunfire and the cracking logs as they surrendered to the fire. Ben zipped the turtleneck collar of his fleece base layer up over his nose, then swiftly returned the MP5 to his shoulder and his cheek to the stock. The porch groaned and popped under the strain of the fire, each beam protesting as heat and weight gnawed at it. But that didn't stop Caldwell's men, who continued swarming the structure like pirates boarding a crippled ship. Some charged straight through the flames, clambering over burning furniture, while others fired blindly into darkened windows before ducking behind whatever cover the chaos provided. One man leaned against the porch post, blood seeping through his singed jacket from a wound in his side, still grinning as he jammed a fresh magazine into his rifle. This was lunacy, and Ben knew it. The smart move was walking away. But vengeance had him by the throat, dragging him toward the man who'd taken Brad, toward the chance to end the threat of Slade ever darkening their doorstep again. From somewhere across the yard, a sudden burst of gunfire cut through the crackle of the flames. Shadows shifted in the smoke, and then Caldwell emerged on horseback, the animal's flanks slick with sweat and streaked with ash. The major rode in like some figure out of another century, smoke curling around him as if it parted on command. He scanned the porch, then pointed with a gloved hand toward the dark beyond the yard. "You four, come with me. Let's check it out," he barked, voice carrying over the storm and the fire alike. The chosen men peeled off without hesitation, abandoning their assault on the house. Caldwell's attention swung back to the rest, his eyes locked on Ben. "You take the lead from here. They listen to you now." No time to argue, no chance to refuse. Caldwell tugged the reins, wheeling his mount and vanishing into the swirling smoke with his men chasing after him. Ben set his jaw and moved for the steps, bracing himself against the intense heat. One eye on the gaping front doorway, the other on the half-wild raiders who now, for reasons he didn't fully trust, looked to him for direction. Men itching for a target, any target, to feed the fight still burning in their eyes. "Hold your fire until you confirm your target," Ben barked over the roar of the flames. "We've got friendlies inside." He pushed forward, leading the remaining men with deliberate speed, just slow enough to keep them alive, but fast enough to clear the burning porch before it collapsed. They slipped through the shattered doorway in a staggered line, Ben cutting the room into sections with the sights of his MP5, until he spotted a knee wall ending at a thick lodgepole column. He dropped behind it, the stucco rough against his shoulder, and laid down a tight stream of suppressive fire. Two of Slade's men scrambled back behind an overturned dining table carved from a single slab of wood, splinters spraying where Ben's round struck. The Caldwell men who'd been ordered to follow him fanned out into the massive great room, finding cover among heavy furniture and columns similar to the one Ben was sheltering behind. Some of the first wave of Caldwell's men, the ones who'd charged in without thinking, were already locked in a brutal close-quarters firefight with Slade's shooters in the oversized kitchen off the great room. At least 2 men returned fire from behind the extensive stacked stone island. Muzzle flashes lit up the cabinets behind them. A few bodies from that reckless rush lay motionless across the wide plank floor, limbs sprawled like discarded tools. Cutter was still alive, somehow, hunched behind a 5-foot-tall terracotta pot along the far side of the room, trading wild shots with the kitchen crew as well. Ben supposed it was a reminder that every now and then, fortune really did favor the foolish. Inside, the main hall tightened into a choke point as it led farther into the home. 2 of Caldwell's men were pinned along the right wall, using a recessed doorway for cover. Plaster dust floated in the air like falling snow as rounds chewed into the walls above their heads. Ben broke from the column and dove behind an overturned credenza, the wood groaning as it skated across the hardwood floor a few inches from the impact. Glancing over the edge, he caught sight of a figure crouched at the far end of the hall, rifle braced on a doorframe. He squeezed off a short burst. The figure toppled sideways with a dull smack of flesh hitting wood. "Move." Ben barked at the 2 men by the wall. His voice cut through the ringing gunfire, sharp enough to break their hesitation. "Push left. Clear that corner." They moved, rifles first, boots skidding on the wet, debris-strewn floor. Ben followed, stepping over the fresh corpse in the hall. The man's eyes, wide, pale, and glassy, reflected the wavering light of the fire that was rapidly making its way inside from the front porch. The first room on the left opened into a formal parlor. Heavy furniture blocked the windows, forming rough barricades. Two of Slade's men were crouched behind them, firing through narrow gaps in the curtains at some of Caldwell's raiders who'd been driven back by the growing inferno. One swung his rifle toward the doorway, but Ben's sights were already on him. 3 rapid shots slammed into his chest, driving him back into the wall. His hand scrabbled for balance, clutching the curtain before yanking it, and the rod, down in a tangled mess as he slid lifeless to the floor. The second bolted toward the interior door, but a Caldwell man stepped in and fired. The blast from his pump shotgun shook the room, rattling the windows and blowing the target backward in a spray of splinters and shredded cloth. Ben took quick stock of the situation. Slade was here somewhere. They had to keep moving. "Leave this, push deeper," he ordered. The men nodded, their eyes wide with adrenaline as they followed him back into the hall. The fire was well on its way inside now. Flames crawled along the great room walls, drawn by the draft through shattered windows. Smoke thickened overhead, making the air feel heavy and close. Each breath burned Ben's lungs despite his makeshift mask. More of Caldwell's men were gathered at the foot of the stairs, trading fire with someone on the landing above. Muzzle flashes lit the room in staccato bursts. One man leaned out too far, and a shot from below slammed him backward, his rifle clattering down the steps. Ben caught the attention of the nearest man. "Suppress them," he snapped, pointing upward. Caldwell's men complied, filling the loft with wild fire. Plaster and wood splinters rained down like confetti at a parade. Ben used the distraction, sprinting up the right side of the staircase, staying low and fast. He reached the top as one of Slade's boys leaned from a bedroom doorway, rifle half raised. Ben's burst caught him in the hip, spinning him sideways into the railing, where a second shot from below finished him. "Clear it." Ben motioned 4 of the raiders up the stairs ahead of him. "Sweep the rooms 2 per move." He followed, boots thudding on the wood, feeling the faint tremor in the floorboards. Whether from the house groaning under fire damage or another blast shaking the compound, he couldn't tell. Either way, the clock was ticking, and the air up here was already carrying more smoke than oxygen. At the top, the loft opened in both directions, but gunfire immediately funneled them right. Near the far end of the hall, one of Caldwell's men was hunched tight against a doorframe, trapped by a relentless burst from deeper inside. Ben slid up beside him, stealing a quick glance around the corner. 2 of Slade's men had dragged a heavy dresser into the narrow passage, wedging it crosswise between the walls. It wasn't just cover, it was an impenetrable barricade, and they had the loft locked down tight. From behind the wood, muzzle flashes lit the smoke, chewing up anything that moved in their lane of fire. Rounds splintered off the doorframe, forcing Ben back. The position of the barricade cut them off from the stairs entirely. Everything in between was a kill zone. Meanwhile, the smoke was building, roiling toward them in dark, greasy clouds from somewhere below. Heat licked up the walls, and every second they waited, the fire claimed more of the floor beneath their boots. Ben snapped a hand signal for the men behind him to stay low, then slipped a pipe bomb from inside his coat, the one he'd lifted from Cutter's duffel. The fuse flared in the gloom, hissing like an angry snake. He held it just long enough to pass the point of no return, then pitched it low, letting it skitter across the floorboards. It rolled under the barricade, disappearing into the shadows at the defenders' feet. Shouts erupted, boots scraped hardwood, but they'd boxed themselves in with the heavy piece of furniture and were helpless to do anything about it in time to make a difference. They had nowhere to go. Ben didn't wait to watch it end. He threw himself back from the corner, letting the MP5 hang as he clamped both hands over his ears. The blast hit like a sledgehammer to the chest. The air jumped, heat and splinters tearing through the smoke-choked hall. The shock wave rattled his teeth and stole the breath from his lungs. For a heartbeat, There was nothing but the creak of stressed timbers and a piercing, metallic ringing in his skull. Ben rose from the floor and pressed forward, keeping low where the smoke thinned, the acrid haze and stench of ammonia from the burned tannerite clawing at his eyes and throat. He took every breath with great reluctance. Somewhere in the back of his mind, the thought came unbidden. Thank God he'd sent the boys home. Thank God they weren't a part of this unorganized disaster, this soup sandwich. However, he'd never see their flare from here. When the smoke cleared enough to see, the dresser was gone, reduced to jagged chunks, some no bigger than a finger, some buried deep in the plaster like crude daggers. The two men who'd held the choke point were sprawled in the wreckage, bodies slack and torn open, faces lost beneath the ruin of splinters and blood. Downstairs, the tempo of gunfire had changed, less return fire, more desperate. Ben moved to the stairwell and looked down. Caldwell's men, led by none other than Cutter himself, were pressing into the back half of the house. Slade's faction of ragtag mercenaries was breaking, their fire scattered and ragged, but still no sign of Slade. Ben dropped back to the ground floor, weaving through the chaos toward the rear of the house. Caldwell's men were half mad with momentum, kicking doors, spraying bursts into anything that moved. One tried to break through a locked pantry door with the butt of his rifle. Ben shoved past him. Leave it. You can loot all you want later. Main target's still moving. Through a side hallway, he caught sight of Cutter again, crouched with two others near what looked like a reinforced door leading into the garage. The steel frame was cratered with bullet holes, the lock barely holding. Cutter glanced up, his face flushed from heat and effort. We think he's in here. Ben didn't hesitate. Stack up, on my mark, go hard. They formed up, two to breach, Ben third, another behind him. Ben could hear a faint mechanical noise beyond the door, then something idling. The hair on his neck prickled. Go! The breachers slammed their shoulders into the door, tearing it from the frame in a burst of splinters. Cold air and exhaust fumes poured into the house, stinging Ben's lungs as he stepped through. The garage beyond was a dim, echoing cavern, lit only by the sharp white beams of snowmobile headlights cutting through the haze and heading away from the house. 3 machines were already in motion, their treads spitting snow and ice back into the garage. Slade was on the lead sled, another man gripping the seat behind him with a SKS-style rifle braced over his shoulder. 2 more sleds flanked him, each carrying a driver and a gunman riding pillion. They were already several yards out past the rising overhead door, engines howling. Muzzle flashes strobed in the swirling snow as the riders on the back opened fire, rounds snapping past the breachers and exploding off the garage walls. Ben ducked behind the remnants of a parted-out snowmobile on a stand, waiting for his chance to return fire, while Caldwell's men threw themselves behind tool cabinets and stacked boxes, returning fire in short, panicked bursts. The snowmobiles tore out into the storm, their taillights fading fast in the snowy maelstrom. Out in the yard, shouts to give chase rose up and trucks roared to life. Some of Caldwell's men tried to give chase, but the sleds were too fast and too nimble in the deepening snows. In seconds, they were gone, their engines fading into the vast, frozen dark as Slade and the remnants of his faction escaped. The tense quiet in the garage was broken by the sound of boots scraping concrete. From the shadows along the far wall, a wiry man lunged, his knife glinting in the firelight. Ben pivoted, catching the man's wrist mid-strike. Using his attacker's momentum, Ben spun the man around and slammed him into the wall hard enough to break through sheetrock. The blade hit the floor with a metallic clatter as Ben followed up with a blow to the gut that caused the man to double over. An elbow to the back of the attacker's neck finished any fight he might have had left in him. Ben kicked the knife away, the metal ringing against the concrete like a tuning fork. When Ben looked up, Caldwell himself was standing in the open garage doorway, flanked by two of his men. His coat was dusted with snow, his eyes sharp. He scanned the scene, the open door, the tracks vanishing into the storm, and then they settled on Ben. "You let him go." His tone was flat, but it wasn't a question. Ben straightened his posture, slinging the MP5 as he walked to the edge of the garage slab and stopped just shy of the snow-covered ground outside. "I didn't let anyone go," Ben stated. Caldwell exhaled, breath steaming in the cold, eyes fixed on the shadows beyond the compound. "This little party of yours cost me, Davis, men, ammo, and resources. That's on you. And if you think Slade getting away clears your slate, you're mistaken. Your debt stands, and I always collect on my debts." Before Ben could respond, one of Caldwell's men emerged from the smoke-filled house, a folded sheet of paper clutched in his hand. A crude hole marked the center, the edges blackened where soot had kissed the page. "Found this pinned to a table with a knife in the study," the man said, his voice flat. "Figured it was meant for you." He handed the note to Ben, then turned to Caldwell. "Major, we need to move. This place is going up like kindling. We're loading bodies and grabbing what we can carry." "How many did we lose?" Caldwell's arms folded across his chest, his tone clipped. The man's expression hardened. "7, sir, so far." Caldwell gave a single, curt nod. "Carry on." His eyes shifted back to Ben, holding a moment before his man spoke again. "Major, one more thing. Someone spotted a flare past the ridgeline above the compound a few minutes ago. Do you want us to check it out?" Ben stepped in before Caldwell could answer. "No need, they're with me." Saying it aloud lifted a weight he hadn't realized was crushing his chest. The night had gone wrong in a dozen ways, but at least the kids were safe, on their way home. Caldwell waved the man off. "You heard him. Carry on with the cleanup." "Yes, sir." The soldier disappeared into the smoke, along with the others who'd stormed the garage. Caldwell lingered a moment longer, taking a slow step back from the house, and pulled his hat low against the falling snow. "I'll be in touch, Davis," he said, voice low, sounding almost amused. "You can count on that." His crooked smile vanished as he turned and melted into the night with his men. Ben followed him into the night, avoiding the thick black smoke that was starting to fill the garage from the busted interior door. Once he was several feet away from the doomed structure, he turned his attention to the note he'd been handed. The handwriting carved into the page was jagged, gouged deep by a heavy hand. "Ben, this isn't over. I'll return the favor when you least expect it. You won't see me coming." The paper crumpled softly as Ben folded it and slid it into his jacket, the words searing into his thoughts like the embers hitting the snow-covered ground around him. His gaze drifted to the wilderness beyond the compound where Slade had vanished, the dark tree line hiding whatever trail the man had taken. Somewhere out there, Slade lived, breathing the same frozen air, plotting his next move. Slade would need a little time to lick his wounds, but Ben guessed the rally would be swift and fueled by the need for revenge. The night was finished, but not the fight, and when they crossed paths again, Ben swore only one of them would walk away. Chapter 12. As Caldwell's men looted and torched what remained of Slade's compound, Ben kept to himself and moved with purpose, retrieving the bags of extra ammunition, grenades, and gear from where he and Joel had stashed them by the woodpile. The spoils of the fight meant nothing to him, dirty, ill-gotten, and undeserved. He already had the only prize he'd come for, his son. With the gear collected, Ben made for the front gate, stopping by the tilted shed he'd stashed the first guard in, but the young man was gone, escaped, or found. Ben didn't care much where the kid had ended up. He had a long hike ahead of him tonight, and his thoughts were already with Brad. The wind had finally let up, but the snow hadn't. For Brad's sake, Ben hoped the kids didn't need to stop on the way up to the house and put the tire chains on the Blazer. Saddle Trail could get tricky in the early season when the earth still held a little warmth, causing the first layer of snow to melt and mix with the slick dirt and gravel underneath. As he neared the gate, Ben spotted a group of Caldwell's men working to free the Peterbilt from the wreckage of the compound's main gate. The old Peterbilt 18-wheeler turned-war machine had seen better days, but looked salvageable. Ben hoped it was. He was already deep in the hole as far as Caldwell was concerned, although Slade's destruction had been a long time coming. It was no secret Caldwell had been hunting for excuses to wipe Durango clean of Slade and his faction of miscreants for some time now. Cutter noticed him first, peeling away from the group under the wary eyes of the men laboring over the rig. "Is that him?" Ben overheard one mutter. Another man gave a half-hearted wave before getting cuffed in the back of the head by a comrade, drawing nervous laughter from the rest. "Headed out?" Cutter asked, stepping into Ben's path. "Yeah," Ben said, his eyes sweeping the compound. Caldwell's men still roamed like wolves on the hunt, setting fire to whatever buildings hadn't already gone up. "I don't want any part of this." Ben had thought he would want this. He really had. Burn it all to the ground, that had been the idea. Level the place, salt the earth, make sure Slade's operation never rose again. But now, watching the flames climb higher with every bottle thrown and every rifle fired into the blackness for no reason at all, he just felt hollow. The anger that had pushed him this far was gone. What remained was something quieter, colder, a weariness that went deeper than muscle or bone. This wasn't justice. This wasn't even revenge. It was destruction for its own sake. Looters pretending to be soldiers while the world fell apart behind them. Ben watched as Caldwell's men tore through the compound like dogs off-leash, torching buildings that had already been gutted, laughing as the fire lit their faces like masks. The fire didn't cleanse anything. It only exposed the rot underneath. He realized he wasn't any better for standing here and watching it. There had been a time, maybe just hours ago, when he might have joined in. When the weight of what Slade had done to Brad might have pushed him to feed that fire himself. But not now. Not after all of it. The blood, the fear, the sickening dread of losing his son, that had changed him. It had worn something down. And worse, he could feel the slope, the quiet, easy slide toward a version of himself that didn't care anymore. A man who pulled the trigger and kept walking, who looked at chaos and shrugged because it was easier than trying to make things right. That scared him more than anything Slade or Caldwell could ever throw at him. He clenched his jaw, tried to swallow the bitter taste rising in his throat. He wasn't sure if it was guilt or disgust or the underlying desire to join in. Maybe all of it. He cast one last look at the compound, at the smoke pouring from the remaining structures and the men celebrating as if they'd won something. But there was no victory here, just noise and heat and too many egos. Slade was gone. Brad was home. And whatever part of Ben that had come down this mountain to do damage had already burned itself out. He was done. Let Caldwell and his dogs gnaw on the bones. Ben turned his eyes north to the only place that still meant anything. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing anymore, but he knew where he was needed, and that was home. Cutter shrugged, glancing at the chaos. They get worked up after a fight. The major doesn't rein 'em in much. "Yeah, I noticed," Ben muttered, shifting to move past him. But a commotion near the collapsed watchtower stopped him cold. "What's going on over there?" Cutter shouted. The group of men milling about reluctantly parted. In the clearing stood the guard Ben had left bound in the shed, his face pale in the firelight. The kid's fate was being debated openly, and by the look of the grins and jeers surrounding him, it wasn't shaping up well. Ben hesitated. He hadn't wanted to get pulled any deeper into Caldwell's affairs, but watching the boy surrounded like that, guilt pricked sharp. If Ben hadn't taken him out of the fight early, he'd probably already be lying dead in the snow. Now, though, the responsibility was harder to shrug off, and walking away felt too much like letting the kid hang for his choices. Ben pushed closer, the heat from the burning compound at his back. Caldwell's men circled the captive like dogs testing the strength of a tether. The young man was on his knees near a small ground fire, giving Ben his first real look at the kid. His wrists were bound in front of him, and a rag stuffed into his mouth covered part of a bruise darkening one side of his jaw. He couldn't have been much older than Joel, mid-20s at best. "Let's string him up and leave him for the coyotes," one raider suggested, drawing a round of ugly chuckles. "Teach Slades trash what happens when you cross the major," another added. The kid's wide eyes flicked from one face to the next as his muffled words only seemed to antagonize the crowd further. "Enough," Ben barked. The word carried like a shot, cutting through the laughter. The circle tightened defensively and several rifles rose half an inch higher. Cutter moved in behind Ben, sensing the shift. "He's mine," Ben said flatly. One of the men spat into the snow. "Since when?" "Since I put him down hours ago. He was out of the fight before any of you even got here. He's not your man, and I won't see him butchered to feed your adrenaline. There's been enough killing here tonight." The men glanced at each other, searching for who'd be the first to push back. One stepped forward, shaking his head. "Major's not here to decide, Davis. We do this our way." Ben's eyes narrowed, and he let his MP5 hang loose on its sling, his hands open, calm. But his voice turned sharp as flint. "If you want him, you'll have to take him through me. And you already know how that'll go." For a heartbeat, silence stretched. The flames behind them snapped in the wind, sparks spiraling skyward. Then Cutter stepped up beside Ben. "He's right. The major said Davis was in charge inside the compound. That makes his word law, unless you want to argue with Caldwell later." Ben blinked at the unexpected support. From the expressions around him, the others hadn't seen it coming either, but it was enough. The circle broke, men muttering and shaking their heads. No one wanted to be the one to tell the major they'd ignored an order. Ben stepped forward, grabbed the kid by the collar and hauled him to his feet. "He's with me," he said, shoving past the line of Caldwell's men. None stopped him. Cutter gave him a quiet nod and turned back to the truck crew. Once they were out of earshot of the others, Ben yanked the kid around to face him. "You're lucky," he said coldly. "Luckier than you deserve, and don't mistake this for mercy. The moment we're outside those gates, you're on your own." The boy swallowed, nodding quickly, but his voice was steady when he spoke. "I know where there are horses." Ben narrowed his eyes. "Horses?" "Far side of the property. There's a stall in the pasture down by the river. Slade kept 'em ready for hunting trips. They were ready to ride out tomorrow." Ben studied him for a long moment. The idea of trudging home through knee-deep snow after the night he'd had soured his gut. Horses would cut hours off the trip, maybe more, and put distance between him and this place fast. But could he trust this man who joined Slade's faction of his own accord, or was it desperation? "How do you know all this if you just hired on recently?" Ben asked. "Because I take care of them. Look at my boots." The kid lifted one leg, showing Ben the embedded mixture of manure and hay caking the treads. "Show me," Ben said. The kid led him away from the compound and onto a narrow trail that followed the perimeter fence, skirting where the light of the fires bled into the dark tree line. Their boots crunched in the fresh snow, the night air sharp in their lungs. Neither spoke until the smell of hay and animals reached them. A small, stout stable stood half buried against the slope, its roofline nearly lost in drifting snow. Ben approached with caution, dropping the bags in favor of mobility and bringing the MP5 to his shoulder as he nudged the door open. Inside, 3 horses shifted restlessly, their nostrils flaring at the smell of smoke rolling down from the compound. Saddles and tack were already laid out, neat and ready, a lantern still burning low on a nail where someone had left it hours ago. Ben swept the stalls, eyes adjusting to the dim glow. That's when he noticed the far corner, an empty stall not meant for horses. A cot sat there, blanket rumpled from use. Beside it, a wooden crate served as a nightstand, a few scattered belongings on top, a tin cup, a battered paperback with half its pages missing, and a picture frame, its glass cracked but still holding the image of a young woman smiling at some long-forgotten camera. Ben let out a slow breath. The kid wasn't just mucking out the stalls and taking care of the horses, he was living with them. The boy moved quickly, opening stalls, murmuring to the animals as if he'd done it 100 times. Ben took in the scene, assessing. Strong stock, winter coats thick, hooves shoed and clean. Good animals, and just as the boy had promised, they were ready to ride. The boy moved past Ben without hesitation, slipping into the stall and laying a calming hand against the neck of the tall chestnut. The horse nickered, stamping once but settled under the familiar touch. "This one's red," the kid said, voice low but steady. "She's a solid quarter horse. Strong and dependable, can go all day if you don't push her too hard." He shifted to the next stall, patting the shoulder of a darker animal whose coat rippled like midnight water. "This is my buddy Jasper, another good quarter horse. He's not as experienced as Red but quick on the trail and sure-footed on the shale." The third stall rattled as the stout blue-roan Clydesdale inside pawed the ground, the lantern light catching the broad white blaze down his face. The kid gave a wry half-smile. "And that mountain there is Dusty. He'll pull anything or haul anything you've got. Not much for speed, but built like a tank." Ben watched the boy work, the way his hands moved over reins and straps without hesitation. The horses leaned into his touch, calm and trusting. For a moment, Ben caught a glimpse of someone different, someone who hadn't yet been chewed up and spat out by the world they lived in. The kid clearly knew his way around the animals. Ben helped get them saddled, his hands working fast, years of muscle memory kicking in. When they were finished, he turned back to the kid. "I'll leave you with Jasper," Ben said. "He's yours now." The kid blinked at him. You're not leaving me here." "I'm not your savior," Ben replied, "and I don't suggest you stay here." "But where am I supposed to go?" The kid looked around. Ben finished lashing the 2 bags onto Dusty before mounting Red. "You made your choices when you signed on with Slade. I'm only giving you a chance to walk away, but hear me." He leaned forward in his saddle, his voice like iron. "If I ever find you on the wrong side of things again, I won't be so lenient. Do you understand?" The kid nodded hard and began to gather his things in a panic. "The name's Jesse. By the way, Jesse Pike." Maybe it was a last-ditch effort to appeal to Ben's humanity and let him tag along. Maybe it was an attempt to prolong the unavoidable consequences of his actions. But Ben wasn't interested in complicating things. He just wanted to get home. "I didn't ask." Ben kept his reins taut a moment longer, although he wasn't sure why. "You're Ben Davis." Jesse cracked a nervous grin. "Great." Ben rolled his eyes. "You are." Jesse's smile grew. "I knew it at the shed. They said you were coming." Ben shook his head. "Just don't make me regret this, will ya?" "No, sir, I won't. And thanks for for not killing me," Jesse stuttered. "Stay out of trouble, Jesse Pike." Ben tugged the reins, angling the horses toward the north ridge. He told himself to keep moving, to leave the boy to whatever future he could scrape together. But as the kid stood there, framed by his meager belongings, Ben couldn't shake the thought. Different time, different place maybe, but not tonight. Within minutes, at a steady trot, the compound and the chaos were in the past. Snowflakes caught in the horse's mane, and the trail stretched dark and silent ahead. Behind him, the fires of the compound lit the sky in a sickening orange glow. Caldwell's men would leave nothing standing. He didn't look back. Chapter 13. Snow followed Ben home, clinging to his coat and beard in frozen chunks that numbed his face and made him almost regret sending the kids home without waiting for him. But as much as he wanted to head straight for the house, he needed to take care of the horses first, and that meant stopping by Luke Holden's place. He didn't have the space to keep them, nor the means to care for them properly. His garage was already packed to the rafters with ducks, chickens, and half-finished projects that couldn't share space with two large animals. He reined Red toward the split in the trail, the familiar rise that would reveal the Holdens' ranch once crested. The lantern glow from Luke's porch cut a narrow cone into the falling snow and darkness, enough to tell Ben the man had been up waiting, as he expected. Luke Holden stepped out as Ben led the horses through the rear gate, his heavy coat thrown over broad shoulders, wool cap pulled low. "You look like hell," he said, his voice rough but not unkind. "Feel worse," Ben replied, swinging stiffly out of the saddle, his bad knee protesting under the sudden weight, but he ignored it. "Heard from Sandy a while ago. Brad's doing fine. Ate a big bowl of stew and passed out on the couch," she said. Luke closed the last couple of feet between them. "Poor kid. Glad to see everything worked out." "Yeah, that makes two of us." Ben pulled Dusty's lead rope free and handed it over to Luke. "Need a favor." Luke's eyes slid past him, settling on the pair of horses. His brows went up. "I see you've made some friends. Where'd you come by them?" "Slade's place," Ben said flatly. "Long story, don't care to tell it right now." That was enough for Holden. He gave a low whistle, circling once as he looked over the animals with the sharp eye of a man who knew their value. "A chestnut quarter," he said, nodding at Red, who stood tall and calm despite the falling snow and dwindling wind. "That's Red," Ben said, patting the chestnut's neck. He shifted to the towering draft. "And this here's Dusty." His gloved hand brushed the broad white blaze on the big horse's forehead. Luke's gaze shifted to the Clydesdale, who pawed at the snow with a massive hoof, steam puffing from his nostrils like a locomotive at idle. "Big guy like this could get a lot done around here. He could haul wagons, logs. I bet half this mountain if you asked him to. Slade never had the right to animals like these." "Agreed," Ben said. He rubbed absently at the line the reins had worn into his glove. "I need you to take them in. You've got the space, the feed, and the know-how. Me and the kids can help with the chores, just say the word." Holden took Dusty's rope fully now, running a hand down the horse's thick neck, nodding to himself. "I'll see they're cared for. And listen, you ever need them, any of you, they're yours. No questions." Ben gave him a tired half-smile. "Appreciate that, Luke. I appreciate everything you did for us tonight. Caleb Nez, too. Be nice if you could let him know that if you run into him before I do." "Will do." Luke studied him for a moment, seeing the wear carved deep into his face, then nodded. "I'm dying to know what happened out there, but another time." Ben nodded, his hand lingering briefly on Red's nose before he swung himself back into the saddle. Luke followed suit, pulling Dusty's reins, and the two men guided the horses toward the narrow trail that wound between their places. The snow muted everything, swallowing their hoofbeats and softening the woods into a white, endless hush. The lantern light from Luke's porch faded behind them, replaced by the pale glow of moonlight cutting through gaps in the pines. Red's breath fogged the air ahead of Ben in heavy bursts, each plume hanging before it dissolved into the drifting flakes. Luke didn't press further for details about the rescue, and Ben was glad for the quiet. The woods smelled sharp and clean, pine sap and wood smoke riding the breeze. Every so often, the saddle leather creaked or the jingle of a bit carried between them, but otherwise they rode in silence. The kind of silence men kept when words wouldn't do justice to what they'd been through. Each step of Red beneath him jarred through legs that had long since stiffened, but it was almost over. He just kept his eyes on the faint orange glow through the trees, his own chimney smoke, rising steadily into the night. When they finally broke from the tree line, the homestead came into view, crouched among the naked aspens and ponderosas with its windows faintly lit with warm yellow. Smoke curled from the stovepipe, carrying with it the smell of oak logs burning down slow and steady. Several yards from the newly built gate, Ben pulled Red to a stop and slid stiffly to the ground, boots crunching in the snow. Luke handed Ben the gun case and duffel bag from Dusty's pack, and Ben handed Red's lead over. "Thanks again, Luke. Get them settled good for me, and keep your radio on tonight just in case." Luke took the reins without question, giving Dusty a reassuring pat as the big horse stamped and snorted. "I'll see they're cared for. We'll catch up when you're rested. You need anything, you know where to find me." Ben gave a grunt of thanks, already turning toward the house. The warmth spilling from its windows pulled at him harder than any words could. He trudged through the snow, each step carrying him closer until finally he was standing at his own front door. Joel had been busy. The steps and pathway to the door had already been shoveled and were only covered with a thin, transparent layer of fresh powder. He could hear Gunner inside, the big Chessie's bark rising sharp and certain. The dog already knew Ben was home, or at least that someone was. He paused at the door, hand on the latch, snow crusted thick on his coat and beard. He drew a long, steadying breath, pulling together the last of his strength. Whatever waited inside, the kids couldn't see how close he was to breaking. For a long moment he stood in the entry, breathing in the scent of wood smoke, stew, and bread so strong it made his stomach ache and his knees weak. After the hellfire of Slade's compound, this small place, this fragile world they'd carved out, felt surreal. The commotion started instantly. Gunner was first off the mark, bounding across the room, hackles half raised at the noise of the door before he recognized the scent. His bark split the air, sharp and deep, and in a blink he was pressed against Ben's legs, whining tail thudding like a hammer. Sam and Bajer followed only seconds behind, but no less frantic, weaving around Gunner in circles, their paws scrabbling for purchase on the wood floor. Ben dropped a hand, ruffling Gunner's thick coat, scratching Sam behind the ear, nudging Bajer with his boot. "Easy, easy," he muttered. "I'm home." Behind the dogs came people. Joel and Allie were already there, both wide-eyed in the lantern light. They'd clearly been standing watch, boots laced, coats and weapons nearby. Relief softened Joel's face, but Allie hung back just a step, her hand brushing Joel's arm like she was grounding herself before offering Ben a small, genuine smile. Then Emma was there, quilt dragging behind her across the floor, her hair wild from sleep. She didn't hesitate, just bolted forward and pushed through the dogs, wrapping both arms tight around Ben's middle. "Dad," she cried into his coat, her voice muffled but fierce. "I knew you'd come back." Ben bent down enough to kiss the top of her head, his hand stroking her hair. "Told you I would," he said softly, voice almost breaking. He pulled her closer with one arm, the other still lost in Gunner's fur. From the kitchen came Sandy, wiping her hands on a towel, her braid loose against her shoulder. She stopped at the edge of the island only for a second before she crossed the room quickly, steady but with tears already in her eyes. "About time," she whispered as she reached him, her hand coming to rest against his cheek before she kissed him hard, like someone who'd been holding her breath for too long. The towel dropped to the floor as she folded herself against him. Ben let the weight of his arms drop around her shoulders, pressing his face into her hair. She smelled of flour and smoke, and something that was purely her, something that made his chest ache with relief. Joel stepped in close, giving Ben a once-over with sharp eyes, searching for wounds. Satisfied, he gave a single stiff nod, jaw tight, no need for words. Ben returned it with the same quiet weight, though a flicker of unease pressed at him. Maybe Joel still carried some resentment about being sent home, about not being trusted to see it through. But Ben didn't regret the choice. The boy would have his chance soon enough. Caldwell would see to that, because when the major came calling, he wouldn't settle for just Ben. He'd want them both. Over Sandy's shoulder, Ben's gaze landed on the couch by the stove. Brad was stretched out there, blanket half slipped to the floor, one arm dangling, chest rising and falling in slow, heavy breaths. The lantern hanging in the living room painted his face gold, highlighting the bruise on his face and the empty bowl abandoned on the table nearby. Safe. Sleeping. Sandy followed his gaze and answered before he could ask. He ate. A lot. He wanted to wait up for you, but he passed out within minutes and hasn't moved since. Ben exhaled, the air leaving him all at once. He leaned down, pressing his forehead to Sandy's for a long second. "Thank you," he said quietly. She only shook her head. "We all did what we had to. Now you're here." For a moment he just stood, surrounded by warmth, noise, and life. These were things he'd fought for tonight. Then his knees nearly buckled, the stiffness from hours in the saddle catching up with him all at once. Joel stepped in, catching his elbow without a word and steering him toward the table. "Sit," Sandy ordered, helping him out of his coat and trying to fold it inward and catch the snow falling off him like she was scolding him for dragging the storm inside. Ben didn't argue. He sank into the chair, the wood groaning under his weight, and let the warmth from the stove seep into his bones. The dogs sprawled at his boots like they'd finally found their place again. Across the room, Brad shifted in his sleep, oblivious to it all. For the first time in what seemed more like days than hours, Ben felt like he was home. And though he didn't say it aloud, a silent vow burned in his chest. Slade would never touch his family again. Ben finally felt the bite of the cold easing from his bones, though it did little to lighten the weight pressing on his chest. Sandy took his coat without a word, hanging it on the peg by the door where snow slid in clumps to the floorboards. The warmth of the wood stove filled the room, steady and dry, carrying the faint smell of oak and resin. It was a welcome change from the smoke and blood that still clung to him. Joel and Allie gathered around the table, quiet but watchful, their eyes lingering on Ben as if they were measuring his strength. Joel's jaw was tight, his face pale under the lamplight, while Allie hovered between the dining area and kitchen, her expression softer but no less sharp. Sandy moved quickly but with practiced calm, filling a bowl with steaming venison stew and setting it before him. Beside it she laid a thick slice of bread, still warm from the wood stove, then poured a cup of coffee, black as tar, and set it within reach, followed by a tall glass of cold water. "Eat," she said firmly, her eyes locking onto his as if daring him to refuse. Ben wrapped his hands around the bowl, letting the steam sting his face, his stomach tightening at the smell. He hadn't realized how hollow he felt until that moment. The first bite nearly undid him. It was simple food, meat and potatoes and wild carrots, but the warmth sank into him, steadying him from the inside out. And while he ate, no one spoke. The only sound was the low hiss of the wood stove and the scrape of Ben's spoon against the bowl. Then Joel leaned forward, elbows on the table. "Slade got away, didn't he?" Ben paused, spoon halfway to his mouth. He set it down slowly, his eyes heavy as he met Joel's. "Yeah. He slipped out the back with a handful of his men on snowmobiles. By the time we breached the garage, they were already gone." The weight of it settled over the room. Allie pressed closer to Joel, her hand brushing his sleeve, but her gaze stayed fixed on Ben. "So, what does that mean? He'll come back?" "Not tonight." Ben glanced at Brad's sleeping form, lowering his voice. "But yeah, men like Slade don't just disappear. He'll regroup, gather whoever's left, and he'll want payback. That's what he does. That's all he knows." Emma hugged her knees on the couch. "But we're safe here, right? We'll be okay." Ben hesitated. That single pause stretched too long, and Sandy reached across the table, squeezing his hand before he could answer. "We're safe tonight," she said, her voice steady but her eyes searching Ben's for confirmation. Ben gave a small nod. "Safe tonight," he echoed, though in his gut he knew it was only half the truth. Joel finally pushed off the wall, his voice clipped. "And Caldwell, what's he going to want for all this?" Ben's shoulders tensed. He set his mug down hard. "He's already made it clear. He thinks I owe him for men lost, ammo spent, resources burned up in that raid." Joel's mouth twisted. "That wasn't your call. We didn't even give the signal before they attacked." "Doesn't matter," Ben said. His voice was low but hard. "Caldwell sees things his way. I asked and he delivered. That makes me responsible, at least in his eyes." "And in his eyes," Joel said bitterly, "responsible means useful. He's not going to let this go." "No," Ben agreed, "he's not." Silence hung for a moment. Outside, a gust of wind drove large snowflakes into the living room window like icy reminders that the fight beyond these walls was far from over. Sandy broke the silence, her voice firm but quiet. "So what happens now?" Ben looked at each of them in turn, Joel steady but angry, Allie anxious, her hand gripping Joel's arm, Emma wide-eyed, still too young to carry this kind of weight, Sandy strong but tired, her shoulders sagging under the same burden he bore. Finally his eyes landed on Brad, sleeping and unaware. "What happens now," Ben said slowly, "is I keep him." He nodded toward Brad. "And you three." His eyes moved to Allie, Emma, and Sandy, out of Caldwell's reach. "Whatever it takes. If the Major wants me, fine. If he wants Joel, maybe there's no avoiding that. But that's all he'll get, and there will be a limit." Sandy's brow furrowed. "Ben." He cut her off with a shake of his head. "No, I mean it. I'm a man of my word, and we needed help tonight. I owe the man, but he doesn't get to drag you into this. Not Brad, not Allie, not Emma. If it comes to a fight between me and him, so be it." Joel stepped closer, his voice softer now. "You think it'll come to that?" Ben exhaled, leaning back in the chair. "Sooner or later." Allie's hand tightened around Joel's arm. Emma shifted uneasily on the couch, pulling the blanket higher around her shoulders. The sudden quiet that followed was almost too heavy. Sandy finally reached across the table and laid her hand on his again, rubbing her thumb over his bruised and wind-chapped knuckles. "Then we'll face it. Together. That's the only way this works, Ben." Ben looked at her hand resting on his, then around the room at the faces of the people who depended on him. His chest tightened. They were all stronger than they knew, but none of them deserved to carry what this life demanded of them. "Together," he said finally, though the unspoken part rang clear in his mind. "If Caldwell tries to touch them, I'll end him myself." The fire cracked in the wood stove, and Ben forced down another spoonful. not from hunger but because he'd need every ounce of strength for what was coming. Around him, the silence thickened, Brad's soft breathing, the wind ebbing beyond the walls. Yet all Ben could hear was the echo of Slade's promise, carried on the storm. Chapter 14. The house had settled into silence, the kind that only came in winter after a big storm. The fire in the wood stove ticked as it burned down, while the wind brushed the eaves in slow breaths, and the dogs stretched out around the warmth of the fire with the occasional sigh. Upstairs, the others slept. Joel lay awake, staring at the rafters, every creak of the timbers above his head pulling him further from the edge of rest. His body ached, but it wasn't fatigue that gnawed at him, or even what he'd done and seen last night. It was the thought of tomorrow, of all the tomorrows, and the knowledge that none of them were guaranteed. Finally, he swung his legs over the side of the bed and pulled on his boots. The floorboards complained under his weight, but not enough to wake Brad, who still shifted fitfully on the couch downstairs. Joel padded down the short hall and hesitated in front of Allie's door. He didn't have to knock. When he eased it open, he found her already awake, sitting on the edge of the bed with her blanket wrapped around her shoulders. Emma was sound asleep on the next bed over. Her eyes met his in the dim light spilling into the second-floor loft from the living room below, and she gave him a half-smile. Couldn't sleep either. Joel shook his head. Not a chance. They didn't need to say more. She rose quietly, slipping her arms into her sweater, and together they crept down the stairs, careful not to wake anyone. The kitchen was cool, the embers in the stove banked low, but Joel found the kettle and set it on the wood stove. Soon, the sharp scent of coffee began to rise, mingling with the dryness of the winter air. Allie sat at the table, her hands cupped around the steaming mug Joel slid in close beside her. They sipped in silence, shoulders brushing on purpose. The world outside the window was still black, but Joel could sense dawn pressing close, a gray light beginning to emerge from the distant mountain peaks to the east. He glanced at her then, really looked at her, the tired curve of her shoulders, the shadows under her eyes, the quiet strength in the way she carried herself despite everything. He realized with a jolt that he couldn't imagine facing what was coming without her beside him. "Allie," he said, his voice low. She set the mug down, eyebrows lifting at the tone in his voice. "What is it?" Instead of answering, Joel stood, tugging at her hand. She frowned but followed as he led her through the kitchen, past the mudroom and out onto the wraparound deck overlooking the snow-covered yard. "What are we doing? It's freezing out here." Allie tugged half-heartedly toward the house, though she didn't fight Joel's hand as he guided her farther onto the deck. "Trust me." Joel eased the door shut behind them with a muted thud, and the cold rushed in, biting at their exposed skin. The storm had finally passed. In its wake, the world lay hushed and remade. Several inches of fresh powder blanketed the ground, smooth and unbroken, while the ponderosas bent under the weight of it. Every so often, a breeze slipped through, shaking loose flurries that drifted down like sparks from a fire. The railing stood crowned in white, and beyond it the yard stretched away in a soft, silver sheet. Moonlight spilled across the drifts, turning the whole landscape into a quiet, frozen wonderland, untouched and far too pristine for the world they lived in. "Wow." Allie's voice was soft, almost reverent. For a moment, she seemed to forget the cold biting at her fingers and cheeks. "It's so beautiful." Joel didn't let go of her hand. He just watched her, the pale light catching in her eyes, turning the ordinary deck into something eternal. He turned, facing her squarely, breath rising in a white plume. "After tonight, after what happened at Slade's, I can't keep pretending there'll always be another day. We don't know if we'll even see spring, not with Caldwell, not with Slade still out there. But I know one thing." His hand tightened in hers. "I don't want to waste another minute not telling you this." Her eyes widened, glimmering in the moonlight, her breath catching. Joel. He reached into his pocket, fumbling a little with cold fingers, and drew out the ring. Silver, set with a stone of turquoise that caught the pale light like a blue flame. He'd bartered for it months ago at the market, never sure if he'd get the chance or have the courage to use it. Brad's abduction and last night's fight had made the choice clear. "I want you with me, Allie," Joel said, voice rough with honesty. "For however long we've got." He kneeled in the snow. "Marry me." For a heartbeat, the night held its breath. The wind dropped and the world hushed, as if waiting for her answer. Tears welled in her eyes, but her smile broke first, small and disbelieving at the corners of her mouth before it grew into something radiant. She nodded once, then again, harder. "Yes," she whispered. Then, stronger, "Yes, Joel, I'll marry you." Relief and joy hit Joel in a rush so fierce it nearly stole his breath. He wanted to laugh, to shout, but instead his hands trembled as he slid the cold silver and turquoise ring onto her finger. Allie stared at it, then looked back at him with a smile that felt like it could melt the whole mountain. Joel rose to his feet just as she launched forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. He caught her easily, lifting her off the snowy deck as though she weighed nothing, holding her close against him, tighter than he ever had before. Time stood still as they stayed like that, breathless and wrapped in the hush of winter. When they finally broke apart, Allie brushed a hand across her cheek and laughed softly. "My fingers are freezing." Joel grinned, the first true smile he'd felt in weeks. "Then let's get back inside." "In a second. I want to remember this moment, just like this." Allie turned toward the mountains in the distance. Hand in hand, they stared out over the winter wonderland before them, the ring glinting as the first hint of dawn touched the horizon. The scream tore through the house like a gunshot. Ben jerked awake in an instant, his hand already on the pistol that lived on the nightstand. Sandy startled and sat upright beside him, hair tumbling across her face, her breath sharp and panicked until the sound came again, high, broken, and agonized. "Brad," Ben rasped. He was already on his feet, bare soles thudding against the wood floor as he yanked the bedroom door wide open. Sandy was right behind him, pulling her robe tight. The dogs, who'd been sound asleep around the wood stove, were already on the scene at high alert. Gunner was the first up, the big Chessie exploding to his feet with a booming bark that shook the rafters, hackles bristling as he spun around, still half asleep. Sam and Bajer scrambled up a heartbeat later, nails skittering on the floorboards as they pressed close, circling the couch in anxious confusion at Brad's thrashing. Up in the loft, Emma's voice quavered with a startled cry. She scrambled to the railing, her quilt wrapped around her like a shield, wide-eyed as she peered down at the chaos below. On the couch, Brad thrashed in his blanket, his face twisted in terror, sweat shining on his skin despite the cold room. His fists pounded weakly against invisible enemies, his voice cracking and raw as he screamed, "No, do! Get off me!" Gunner, fully awake now, paced back and forth along the couch like he couldn't decide whether to protect the boy or attack whatever haunted him. The other two dogs stood rigid, whining low, unsettled by the cries. "Brad!" Ben dropped to his knees beside the couch, his hand firm on his son's shoulder. "Brad, it's me. You're home. You're safe." But Brad fought against the touch, twisting, eyes locked in some nightmare that hadn't released him. His breaths came ragged, sharp as knives in his chest. Sandy knelt alongside Ben, her hands smoothing Brad's hair back from the beading sweat on his forehead. "It's all right, honey, it's Sandy. You're safe." Her voice was calm and reassuring. The front door opened suddenly, a blast of cold air sweeping in. Joel and Allie rushed inside, snow clinging to their boots. They froze for only a moment before Joel pushed past the dogs, dropping close to Ben's side. "What happened?" he demanded. Nightmare, Ben said, his voice tight as he held his son. Bad one. Allie moved to Emma as she descended the stairs to the living room below. It's okay, Em, she whispered, though her own eyes were wide. Ben cupped his son's face, tilting it toward him, forcing Brad to meet his eyes. Brad, look at me. Look at me, son. You're here. You're home. For a long moment, Brad's gaze skittered unfocused, pupils huge and unseeing. Then, like glass cracking, something shifted. His eyes darted, blinked, then finally focused on Ben's face. Dad, his voice broke on the word, and then he collapsed forward, burying his face against Ben's chest, sobbing as the fight drained out of him. Ben wrapped him up, both arms around his son, one hand cradling the back of his head like he had when Brad was small. I've got you, he whispered. I've got you. You're all right. You're home. Sandy pressed close, her hand on Brad's back, her eyes meeting Ben's over the boy's shoulder. There was nothing more to say. They both knew this was far from over. Slowly, the house quieted. Gunner stopped barking, his big body pressing against Ben's knee in an attempt to get closer to Brad. Sam sat quietly, although no less interested in what had caused the commotion, while Bajer curled up around Emma's feet, her eyes still watchful. Joel rose carefully and stepped back until he was standing beside Allie and Emma. He reached for Allie's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Emma's eyes followed the motion, and suddenly she gasped, pointing. Allie, your ring, Emma exclaimed, her voice carrying a note of wonder. It's so pretty. Where did you get it? Allie glanced at Joel, cheeks warming, then lifted her hand just slightly. From Joel, she said softly. Emma's mouth dropped open. Wait, does that mean you two are? Joel cleared his throat, suddenly flustered but determined to answer before Emma's imagination ran too far. Yeah, he said, his voice low but steady. That's what it means. But it's not happening tomorrow or anything. I won't even be 18 until January, and Allie won't be until spring. We want to wait. We will wait. But I just didn't want to waste any more time not knowing where we stood. Emma blinked at them, wide-eyed, then grinned, her innocence showing clear. That's kind of amazing. Sandy's eyes shifted and caught the flash of silver on Allie's hand as she brushed her hair back in a nervous gesture. The sight stopped her. Her gaze lingered, intense and soft all at once before it settled on Joel. He didn't look away. Shoulders squared, jaw set, he met her look with quiet resolve. Ben noticed, too, though he kept his face unreadable. Brad still trembled against him, and this wasn't the time for warnings or congratulations. But the unspoken truth hung there all the same. In that silent exchange, he and Sandy both understood this was beyond their control. Pushing back would only stir resentment, and in a house where long winter nights pressed in from every wall, peace was too valuable to fight the inevitable. Eventually, Brad's sobs ebbed into uneven breaths. His grip loosened, but he didn't let go completely, his body sagging with exhaustion. Ben guided him back down to the couch, smoothing the blanket over him again. Sandy sat nearby, stroking his hair until his eyes finally closed, though his body still trembled faintly in sleep. Ben shifted to the far end of the couch with a heavy sigh, burying his face in his hands for a brief moment. The physical and mental fatigue, still fresh from yesterday's skirmish at Slade's compound, weighed heavily on him. He'd half expected to hear the buzz of approaching snowmobiles outside at any moment during the night, holding him somewhere between sleep and an anxiety-laced restlessness. His fingers raked through the gray in his hair before he leaned back, eyes settling on the two kids bound together by young love in a world that had no respect for it, bound together by something fragile yet fierce. His chest tightened. The world outside was merciless, and Caldwell would be coming for Joel soon enough. The Major wouldn't care that Joel was just 17 or that Allie deserved a chance at something normal. He'd see a fighter to mold, a tool to use. But these weren't things he could solve right now, maybe never. Ben stood, his back stiff, and rubbed a hand over his face. "Well, I guess we're up," he said, his tone raw. "It's almost daylight anyway." Sandy nodded. "I'll put more coffee on and breakfast." She looked around at the rest of them, her voice softer. "Why don't you two?" She tipped her chin at Joel and Allie. "Check on the ducks and chickens. Collect eggs. It'll help." "I'll come. I want to feed the ducks and see if they laid any eggs," Emma volunteered. Joel glanced at Ben. For once, Ben didn't argue. He didn't have the energy or the purpose. He only gave a slight nod, and Joel took Allie's hand, leading her toward the mudroom with Emma and Bajer following. Morning came in thin gray light that seeped through the frost-laced windows. The storm had passed, leaving the world outside calm and glistening. Joel, Allie, and Emma had returned with eggs cradled in a basket, except for the 2 large duck eggs that Emma held up proudly. Ben stoked the wood stove and added a few more logs from the snow-crusted pile he just brought in while Brad began to slowly wake from his deep sleep. The smell of eggs and venison frying soon spread through the house, rich and comforting. Ben moved alongside Sandy, setting out plates and silverware, slicing bread, keeping his hands busy, anything to stop his mind from circling back to the last 24 hours or what the day ahead might bring. And for a while it worked. The rhythm of chores filled the kitchen, steady and familiar. A proper meal for the kids felt like something they all needed, even if it cost more in supplies than Ben was truly comfortable with using. After everything they'd been through, they deserved it. The simple act of cooking, of sharing food, gave them more than warmth and nourishment. It offered the fragile illusion of a normal life, a thin shield against the horrible things that waited for them all beyond these walls. That rhythm was shattered, though, by the sharp blare of a horn and the dogs, rebuttal an instant later, their barking raw and frantic. The sound of the horn was jarring, too modern, too out of place in the quiet of the morning. Ben froze, knife buried halfway through a loaf of bread. Slowly he lifted his gaze toward the mudroom window. Through the frost-blurred glass, 2 trucks idled at the gate, exhaust pluming white in the cold air. He recognized them instantly. Caldwell. A heaviness pressed into his chest. He'd expected this call, but not so soon, not before he'd had a decent night's rest. The rising sun seemed to dull behind a veil of smoke-gray clouds. The morning's brief peace shattered. Men spilled from the trucks, rifles slung easy across their shoulders, moving with the casual menace of men who knew they were expected. The dogs' barking rose in pitch, sharp and defensive, bringing Brad fully to his senses. He sat up on the couch by the stove, breath quick and eyes wild with panic, searching the room until they landed on Ben. Only then did he ease back slightly, though the tension still held tight across his face. "It's all right," Ben assured his youngest, even though he knew it wasn't all right. His jaw locked. He set the knife down with care, wiped his hands once on the towel, then tossed it onto the counter like the gesture itself was an admission of disappointment. Joel appeared in the kitchen, boots thudding against the stair treads, coming up from the basement, where he and Allie had been talking over their plans for the remodel. His eyes flicked to the window, then back to Ben. Ben didn't waste words. He reached for the MP5 leaning against the wall, the weapon still loaded from the night before. The weight of it felt too familiar as he drew the sling over his shoulder. "Stay with them," he told Joel, voice low but edged with steel. His eyes never left the trucks beyond the glass. "Looks like the Major's cashing in already." And as he squared his shoulders, one hard truth settled deep into his gut. If Caldwell thought he could claim his family the way he claimed everything else, Then this morning would mark the beginning of a different kind of fight. Chapter 15. The dog's barking hadn't eased as Ben readied himself in the mudroom. Gunnar pressed tight against his thigh, muscles bunching with every rumble in his chest. Sam and Bajer stayed at the windows, hackles up, nails ticking against the wood floor as they danced in agitation. Ben slipped on his coat and cinched the MP5 sling tighter across his shoulder, then crouched, catching Gunnar's blocky head in one gloved hand. "Heel up," he ordered quietly. The Chessie stilled, amber eyes flicking between Ben and the door. Another deep growl rippled through him, but when Ben pushed the door open, Gunnar stepped out alongside him like a shadow. The morning hit them in a wall of cold and engine noise. Caldwell's trucks idled just beyond the gate, exhaust pluming like fog in the pale winter sun. 3 men leaned against the front bumper of the lead truck. Another 2 climbed down from the second rig, boots crunching in the snow. They carried themselves with the same loose arrogance all of Caldwell's men wore, like they already owned the ground underfoot. Ben shut the door behind him and strode down the driveway, Gunnar pacing at his side, rigid and watchful. The dog's low growling never stopped, a warning carried in every exhale. Davis. The man at the front, stocky, shaved head, scar across one cheek, lifted his chin. Ben recognized him from the fight last night. "Major sent us. Need a word." "Then he should be here himself," Ben said flatly, stopping just inside the gate. His tone was calm, but the set of his shoulders was iron. Gunnar sat on command, chest puffed, lips twitching above white teeth. The man smirked, but it didn't last long. "Major's busy. He trusts me to speak for him. Wants you and your boy Joel to ride out tonight." Ben didn't answer at once. He let the silence stretch. Gunnar's growl filled the void as he watched the men shift slightly under the weight of it. "What kind of job?" "There's a camp this side of Bayfield," the man said. "Been helping themselves to resources that don't belong to them. Supplies, fuel, even livestock. Problem is, they're taking it from one of ours. People under the Major's protection. You know how it is. Someone steals from him, they steal from all of us." Ben's jaw tightened. He hated the arrogance in the man's tone and the assumption that they were all in anything together. And the man continued, "Major doesn't just want them punished. He wants them broken. A message sent. You and your boy ride with us, do your part, and maybe you start working off that debt of yours." The words hung heavy in the cold air. Ben's hand flexed at his side, but his voice stayed even. "Joel's 17. One of the other men spoke up. "17's old enough. The Major says he's got potential, wants to see what he's made of." Ben's eyes narrowed. He recognized the man. Duncan, if memory served. A wiry raider with a habit Ben hadn't forgotten. The last time he'd come around, his gaze lingered far too long on Allie, and Ben had marked him for it. Behind his calm mask, Ben's stomach twisted. He'd known this was coming, Caldwell had said as much, but hearing it laid out cut deeper than he liked. He looked down at Gunnar, who sat rock still, eyes never leaving the men, then back at the man talking. "We'll be ready," he said finally. The words tasted like defeat. The man grinned, sharp and humorless. "Good. We'll send a truck to get you just before sundown." He tipped his head toward the house. "Enjoy your breakfast while you can." The men climbed back into their trucks, the engines growling as they pulled away, tires plowing through the powdery snow until the sound faded into the tree line. Ben stood at the gate for a long moment, Gunnar pressed against his leg, both of them watching the trucks disappear around the bend. Only when they were out of sight did Ben let out a slow breath and turn back toward the house. Inside, the warmth hit him like a wall. Sandy stood at the counter, her hands gripping it so tightly her knuckles were white. Joel hovered near the doorway to the mudroom, Allie behind him, her eyes sharp with worry. Emma sat on a bar stool, her quilt still draped over her shoulders, while Brad sat stiffly on the couch, his eyes still sleepy but also full of worry. "Well?" Sandy asked, though she already knew the answer from the look on his face. Ben shrugged out of his coat, hung it heavy on the peg. "Caldwell wants me and Joel to join some of his men tonight, west of Bayfield, some camp that's been stealing from his people." Joel stiffened. "He wants me too." "Yeah," Ben said, meeting his eyes. "Both of us." Silence pressed down for a beat. The smell of breakfast hung heavy in the air, but none of them seemed eager to eat any more. Sandy broke first, her tone full of concern. "Ben, no, you can't just say yes to him. Joel's just a boy." "I didn't have a choice," Ben cut in, his voice low but edged. "You think I can tell Caldwell no just like that, end of story? He'd just send more men, or worse. Better I go along and keep Joel close than let him be dragged into it blind." Allie stepped forward then, slipping her hand into Joel's. Her chin lifted, though her voice wavered at the edges. "Then we'll be ready when you get back. Whatever comes of it, we'll hold things down here." Pride and fear mingled in Ben's chest. She was young, too young, but already she was accepting the role of protector. A reluctant warrior in a world that asked too much of children. Sandy shook her head, eyes flashing. "You think helping Caldwell now will make him let go? That after one raid or 10 he'll leave us alone? You know better than that." Ben met her gaze across the table. "I do," he admitted. "But if we refuse, he'll come harder. If we play along, maybe, just maybe, we buy ourselves some time. Maybe enough for the kids to have a winter without watching over their backs every moment. We've already got Slade to worry about." Only the tick of the stove broke the quiet in the room. Joel's jaw worked as though he wanted to argue, but he stayed silent. Allie's grip on his hand tightened. Emma looked from one face to the next, as if she expected someone to offer a solution. Ben instantly regretted bringing up Slade. He wasn't trying to foster worry among the younger kids, but it was the truth. He pulled out a chair and dropped into it. His shoulders sagged as he looked at each of them in turn. "I don't like it. But I'll see this through, and I'll keep Joel safe." Sandy exhaled slowly, her eyes wet, though her voice stayed strong. "Just don't lose yourself in it, Ben. Don't let this consume us." Ben didn't answer, not out loud, but in his chest the vow was already carved deep. He'd go, he'd fight. And when Caldwell tried to take more than he was owed, that would be the day everything changed. For now, they had to play along. They couldn't fight Caldwell and Slade this winter. Mother Nature would be a tough enough opponent to contend with. They tried to make a day of it in spite of the looming commitment. After the trucks disappeared down the mountain, Ben set the pace. Working around the homestead was easier than dwelling on matters they had no real control over, and it was necessary. He sent Joel and Allie with Brad to reset the shotgun shell trip lines and check the small game traps scattered across the property. The snow had buried half of them, and the rest needed to be brushed off, rebaited, or cleared of ice so they would function properly. The small game traps themselves weren't fancy or very productive. Snares fashioned from scrap pieces of cord and wire, carefully balanced with notched sticks, but to Brad, they were everything. Every rabbit they caught, every scrawny squirrel they managed to clean and cook, gave him something he could claim as his own contribution. It wasn't about the meat, not really, although it was welcome. The family had venison and other stores to stretch for weeks if they were careful. But when Brad came in from the cold with a rabbit dangling from his hand, eyes shining with that spark of pride, everyone treated it like a feast. He needed that feeling now more than ever. Words couldn't give Brad what he needed, not really. Ben could tell him 100 times that none of what happened at Slade's was his fault, that being taken didn't make him weak, that surviving it made him stronger, but words only went so far. They bounced around in the head, faded in the quiet hours when doubt crept back in. What Brad craved was proof. Tangible, undeniable proof that he still mattered, that he wasn't a burden but a part of what kept the family alive. And out here, proof came in the form of contribution. A rabbit skinned and roasting over the fire. A line reset with steady hands. A meal put on the table because of his efforts. Providing spoke louder than any reassurance, louder than comfort or even love. Each success was something Brad could point to and say, I did that. I'm still useful. I'm not a burden. For a boy wrestling with shadows that no one else could fully see, that sense of purpose was more powerful than any words Ben could muster. Ben knew his son carried guilt over what had happened at Slade's compound, though none of it belonged to him. He'd been taken, not because of carelessness or some fault of his own. He was a victim, not a cause. Still, Ben had seen the way Brad's shoulders hunched when the others carried heavier loads or spoke of last night's fight. The boy thought he'd failed them somehow, that his capture had cost the family too much. So the traps did matter. They were Brad's domain, his proof that he could still provide, that he wasn't just someone to be guarded and rescued. Different than the mule deer he'd taken. Joel and Allie helped, brushing snow from the snare lines, testing the triggers, but it was Brad who crouched low and set each one with meticulous care. His mittened hands shook slightly from the cold, but there was focus in his eyes, determination written in the set of his jaw. Ben watched from a distance as the boy reset one snare near the fence line, pausing to check the loop twice before dusting snow away and nodding to himself. There it was, that flicker of satisfaction, that fragile thread of confidence. Brad needed wins like that. Small ones, maybe, but they stacked up. They stitched shut the gaps where fear and guilt tried to seep through. And if it took dozens of small game snares and 100 feet of cordage to keep his son upright, then Ben would make sure the boy had all he could carry. With the snares and perimeter defenses checked, Brad joined Ben at the woodpile. The boy hadn't recovered from his ordeal, not by far, a dull throb still visible behind his eyes, but there was defiance in the set of his jaw. I can do it, Brad said, voice rough. Then get ready to take over, Ben answered, setting a round on the chopping block. The 16-pound maul rose and fell, a clean split that rang through the crisp air. He cut a rhythm, lift, crack, with Brad feeding him logs until his shoulders burned and white steam curled from his collar. Ben set the splitting maul down against the chopping block and stepped back, switching roles with the boy, stacking and replacing, turning the chore into something they shared. Gunnar lay nearby like a wool blanket thrown across the snow, chin on his paws, watching them both with that old, patient gaze, as if he knew the day's efforts would return a cozy night by the fire. Luke Holden came up the trail mid-afternoon, red under saddle and dusty, following with Grace perched on his broad back. From a distance, she looked almost doll-sized against the towering Clydesdale, his great hooves churning up clumps of snow with each step. Ben, Joel, Allie, Brad, and Emma met them at the gate. The dogs were first, of course, Gunnar leading with a single sharp bark, Sam and Bajer bounding at his sides. Red's ears pricked, and Dusty gave a low, warning snort before settling when Luke swung down and greeted the big Chessie with a rough scratch around the neck. Thought you might want to see your new horses in the daylight, Luke said. They fed easy this morning. Dusty tried to steal himself a second ration. His grin was quick, but faded as he added, that big brute will be worth his weight when the roads go ugly. Ben stepped forward as he opened the gate, hand brushing Red's warm chestnut coat. Appreciate it, all of it. Grace slipped from the saddle, boots crunching in the snow. We brought the salt. Mom said you'd have some flour for us. Ben nodded. We do. He gestured toward the house. "Come on up, Sandy's inside." Luke led Red through the gate while Grace walked Dusty in behind him, the Clydesdale's breath steaming in heavy clouds. The rest fell in step as they moved up the long driveway together, the crunch of boots and hooves the only sound for a while. Brad and Emma couldn't hold back. Brad touched Red's flank with reverence, his voice low. "He looks fast. Strong, too." Luke chuckled. "He's both, I imagine. Quick on the trail, steady in the mountains. You'll see soon enough." Emma had her eyes on Dusty. She craned her neck back, all written plain on her face. "He's huge." Grace smiled faintly at that, pride flashing through her neutral tone. "Bigger up close, but he's a big softy." Luke plucked Emma off the ground without warning and put her up in Dusty's saddle. "You kids are welcome to come down and ride them any time. The horses will be glad for it." Emma beamed from her vantage point above them all. "Really?" "Really, though you might need two of you just to heave Dusty's saddle, but I can show you the ropes. It's not hard and probably something you should learn anyway." Luke's brow rose as he cut a glance toward Ben. "I think that's a good idea," Ben agreed. "For all of you." His eyes landed on Joel and Allie. Brad straightened up. "I can do it. I'll help. Whatever it takes." Luke gave him a nod of approval. "I'm counting on it. A horse will give back whatever you put in." Joel stayed quiet until then, keeping to Allie's side. His eyes flicked over Red and Dusty, something brighter sparking in him. "I can't believe you didn't mention this last night." He glanced at his dad. Ben shrugged. "Tell you the truth, I hadn't thought about it until just now." By the time they reached the porch, Sandy had come out, pulling her coat tighter against the cold. She raised her hand in greeting. "Coffee's hot if you want to come in for a cup." Grace hesitated, her eyes sliding to Allie. The two girls stood across from each other at the base of the steps, the air between them sharp with things unsaid. "Grace," Allie said with a small nod. "Allie?" Grace's tone was even, but her gaze was locked onto the ring glinting on Allie's finger as she brushed hair from her face, slow enough to show off the new piece of jewelry. Grace looked away quickly, busying herself with securing Dusty's reins to the porch post. "Busy morning." "Always," Allie said, and though the word was simple, it landed heavy. Luke clapped his gloves together, breaking the tension. "We'll take you up on that coffee," he told Sandy. "Can't stay long, though. Sarah's under the weather and we need to get back. I just wanted to check in. Saw Caldwell's trucks up here this morning. At least I'm assuming it was Caldwell." Ben's jaw tightened, but he gave a single nod. "We'll talk." The kids clustered closer to the horses. Emma slid down to the ground, still glowing, while Brad traced Red's blaze like it was something sacred. Allie kept her hand near Joel's, Grace watching from the shadow of Dusty's great shoulder. Ben led the way up the porch steps, the smell of coffee and something warm from the stove drifting out as Sandy held open the door. For just a moment, he let himself breathe it in. For just a moment, it almost felt like an ordinary afternoon. He allowed himself to forget the shadow hanging over the day, to push aside the weight of Caldwell's trucks and the promise of blood that came with them. Soon enough, he and Joel would be riding out into someone else's fight, doing the Major's bidding whether they wanted to or not. But right now, with the chatter of the kids rising around him, Ben let himself hold on to the illusion that this was all that mattered. Inside, the kitchen welcomed them with a wave of warmth that stung fingers and flushed cheeks. Sandy was ready with steaming mugs of coffee, pressing them into cold hands, and set out a plate stacked high with thick slices of steaming zucchini bread. The kids crowded close to Luke and Grace, questions tumbling over each other about the horses, their daily chores momentarily forgotten. Conversation stayed safe. The new horses, the first real snow of the season, repairs that needed doing around the property, and how Dusty had already tried to bully his way to an extra measure of oats, but the weight of something heavier pressed around the edges. Everyone felt it, even if no one spoke it. By the time the mugs were empty and the last crumbs of bread had disappeared, the talk was down to half sentences and long silences. Luke and Ben drifted toward the far corner of the living room, their voices pitched low. Ben gave him the broad strokes of the night before, what mattered and what couldn't be ignored. Luke's eyes flicked once to the MP5 leaning in the corner, then back to Ben, and he gave the smallest of nods. The message was clear, and he understood that by all accounts, last night's rescue was a success, but with Slade still at large, none of them could let their guard down. Ben and Luke wrapped up their semi-private conversation and approached the others around the table. Luke pulled his coat from the back of Grace's chair. "We'd better ride. The days are getting shorter while the list of chores back home gets longer." Grace pushed back from the table, her gaze skimming across Allie without a word, though her jaw tightened just enough to make the air feel sharper. "Thanks for the zucchini bread, Mrs. Davis." Grace smiled politely at Sandy. "Oh, you're welcome, sweetheart," Sandy replied warmly. Then, with a soft laugh, she added, "And it's just Sandy. We keep things simple around here." Ben walked them out, the kids leading the way to stroke Red's nose one more time and pat Dusty's thick shoulder. The big draft snorted, sending clouds of steam into the crisp air as Grace swung back into the saddle. From the porch, Gunner and the other dogs watched closely, their posture alert with a thread of mistrust in their eyes, though they held their ground. "Thanks for the coffee," Luke said, pulling his reins straight. "I'll keep the radio on and plugged into the solar bank." He tipped his hat. "Any time," Ben answered, "and same here." Their eyes met for a beat, an exchange of quiet understanding before Luke started Red down the trail. "I'll lock up on our way through," Luke added. "Appreciate that," Ben answered. The others drifted back inside, their voices fading into the warmth of the house, but Sandy and Allie lingered by the porch rail. Sandy folded her arms against the cold, eyes following Luke and Grace until they disappeared down Saddle Trail. "Can I have a minute, Allie?" Sandy asked. In the doorway, Ben caught the words. He gave Sandy a faint smile and slipped back inside, leaving them to it. He didn't envy her, though he knew his turn with Joel was coming. For a moment, mother and daughter stood shoulder to shoulder, their breath curling white in the brittle air as they looked out over the pines and the glittering sweep of new snow. The silence between them was comfortable, weighted not with distance, but with all that hadn't yet been said. "So," Sandy said at last, her voice low and tender. "It's pretty." Allie remained focused on the winter landscape beyond the house. "It is." "I meant the ring," Sandy added gently. That earned her a half-smile from Allie, shy but unashamed. "Yeah, that too." Sandy's hand brushed Allie's sleeve. "You two picked each other in the middle of the worst. That's something I'm proud of." She drew a breath, eyes steady on the horizon. "And if I'm honest, something I'm scared of too." Allie's throat tightened, but she didn't look away. "I'm scared too. But last night, what happened, it made a lot of things clear. I love Joel and he loves me. That's not going to change. We've already been through enough to know that much." Sandy studied her daughter for a long beat, then nodded once. "Then we take it one day at a time. Spring will be here soon enough. Until then, we do what needs doing around here. Ben and Joel will have their hands full with Caldwell, which means more of the burden will fall on us to keep things running smoothly around the house. On you." "I can handle it," Allie said. Her voice didn't waver this time. She met her mother's gaze head-on, the silver and turquoise ring catching a glint of sun between them. "You can count on me." Sandy's expression softened, pride and worry mingling in her eyes as she pulled Allie close for a quick embrace. The cold air pressed around them, the silence of the snowbound woods deep and absolute. Behind them, the house waited, smoke curling steadily from the chimney, its warmth spilling against the winter morning. For now, that was enough. Chapter 16. By late afternoon, Ben felt the night's hours hit him like a backhand. He tried to push through, checked the generator, added a wheelbarrow full of waste from the chicken enclosure in the garage to the compost pile, and double-checked the trip wire behind the kids, but Sandy and Allie boxed him in at the porch steps like twin sentries. "Bed," Sandy said. "I'll rest when." "Now," Sandy cut in, her chin set in a way that assured him her terms were non-negotiable. "You've only got a few hours until sunset, if Caldwell's men give you that long. You're going to need your strength tonight and your wits." Ben almost argued on principle. There was plenty left to do around the house, but then he felt how shallow his breaths had become and reluctantly admitted she was right. He grunted something that might have been surrender and let them steer him to the master bedroom off the kitchen. The heat of the wood stove filled the house and wrapped around him like a blanket. He stared at the ceiling, thinking about what the night might hold and how he could get Joel out of going. But there was no clear solution other than to go with Caldwell's men and hope whatever nonsense they had planned would eliminate a substantial portion of what Caldwell figured he was owed. But Ben knew it wouldn't. He closed his eyes for a second and woke to the smell of onions and meat browning, to the murmur of voices, to Emma's laugh and Brad's low reply. Sandy's hand found his shoulder. "You're up," she murmured, "light S going." He rose without complaint. They ate early, venison with onions, bread, and a fried duck egg for both he and Joel, around a table that felt too small for everything unspoken in the room. When the plates were cleared, Ben and Joel laid their gear on the table. Magazines were topped off, and gear was double-checked. Ben tucked 2 of the handmade grenades into the canvas sling bag like live coals. He didn't intend to use the explosives and wanted to return the gunpowder to his stores, but they were an insurance policy against whatever they would face tonight. One way or another, regardless of what happened, he and Joel were coming home. They dressed in layers, finishing with their heavy coats pulled from the pegs in the mudroom. The dogs paced and whined. Emma pressed a fuzzy gray knitted hat into Joel's hands, one that she'd been crocheting since the leaves started to fall. "Take it," she ordered, face set. Joel pulled it down over his ears without a joke. "Thanks, Em. It fits perfect." Allie stood beside him, quiet and pale, wiping her hands on a towel as though something sticky clung to them. Brad nodded too many times in a row, trying to look brave. When the trucks pulled up outside the gate on Saddle Trail, it wasn't a surprise so much as it was a reminder that they lived in a world where the choices they made had consequences. The dogs erupted again. Ben shouldered the MP5 and helped Joel secure the double gun case on his back. Sandy stopped him with both hands on his chest, rose on her toes, and gave him a long kiss the way she had the night before. "Come back," she said simply. "We will," he promised. Allie wrapped Joel up at the threshold, fingers in his collar like she could hold him there by will. "I'll keep them safe," she whispered. "You keep him safe." She tipped her head toward Ben. Joel looked as though he was about to say something, but the sharp blare of a horn cut him off. They finished saying their goodbyes, and Ben and Joel stepped out into the falling light. Duncan was back, riding shotgun in the lead truck. 2 other men rode the bench seat, one big and broad, black knit cap pulled low, grin too wide, the kind of grin that tried to make up for nerves with false bravado. Another leaned forward between them from the back of the crew cab, narrow-faced, pale eyes that didn't blink enough, a knife sheath riding high on a shoulder holster he wore over his jacket. The other side held a gray semi-automatic pistol. There was another man in the bed of the old square-bodied Chevy K3500 crew cab pickup, bundled and quiet. The second truck was an ancient-looking Toyota with rusted-out fenders, and two men stuffed into a cab that was way too small for them and their gear. "Evening, boys," the big one boomed as Ben and Joel climbed into the back seat. "Name's Blake. You're riding with the A-Team tonight." Duncan turned to Blake with a look that could have iced over the inside of the truck. Across the seat, the narrow-eyed one, Vance, someone had said, watched Joel with a steady, unreadable gaze, like he was waiting to see what kind of man he was dealing with. When Joel didn't flinch, Vance's slack jaw curled into a yellow-toothed grin, all bluff and bad breath as he tried to play down the challenge. Joel held the stare, steady and cold, not blinking, not budging. The man across from him faltered, his grin slipping just enough to show the truth behind it. Vance shifted uncomfortably, cleared his throat, and turned away like he'd suddenly remembered something outside the window that needed his attention. Ben said nothing, but he watched Joel a second longer. The kid hadn't spoken a word, just stood his ground with quiet resolve, with the kind of stillness that didn't need to prove anything. And in that silence, something stirred in Ben's chest. It wasn't pride exactly, but something quieter, heavier. A kind of ache. Joel didn't flinch, not anymore. A rough beard had begun to shadow his jaw, replacing the softness of youth with something leaner and more serious. He looked older than his years, like a man who'd lived through too much too fast. And he had. Ben could still see the boy he used to be, the one he'd driven to early morning lacrosse practices, muddy cleats in the back seat, talking about goals and rival schools, and whatever girl had smiled at him in the hallway that week. That boy was gone, and not just changed but gone. The war out here, this world they lived in, whatever you wanted to call it, had taken him like it took everything else. And yet, he'd held the line just now without blinking, and there was strength in that, a certainty Ben had hoped for but hadn't dared count on. Maybe Joel really was ready for the commitment he'd made to Allie, for the weight that came with protecting more than just himself, although that was something he'd been practicing long before now. Still, Ben's throat tightened with the grief of it. Not for the man Joel was becoming, but for the boy who hadn't gotten the chance to become anything else. Ben's gaze shifted to the man in the bed of the truck, bundled tight under a Navajo blanket fashioned into a poncho. He met Ben's eyes briefly, barely lifting his chin in acknowledgement. Ben did not return the greeting before the man dropped his head. "That S. Ortiz." Duncan sounded burdened to make the introduction. There was a steadiness in the way Ortiz moved, and something about his demeanor suggested riding in the back, separate from the others, was his choice. As Ben's gaze lingered on the man and a portion of his oil-glossed black SKS rifle sticking out from under the blanket, he couldn't help but notice that Ortiz seemed more put together than the rest. Ben climbed into the back seat behind Duncan, the cracked vinyl cold against his legs. Joel slid in next to him, settling behind Blake. Up front, Vance took the middle seat, giving Ben and Joel the entire back row for their gear, a small mercy Ben was quietly grateful for. Even with the extra space, the truck felt tight. The air was thick with the sour mix of stale beer, sweat, and old cigarettes, like it had soaked into the upholstery years ago and never left. Every breath tasted like a dive bar after last call. Ben could already hear Sandy's voice in his head. "You're not stepping foot in this house until you strip down to your long johns." She wouldn't let this stench pass the mudroom. He stowed the MP5 muzzle down between his knees and let the truck's vibration soak into his bones as he and Joel listened to the pointless chatter of people who'd forgotten what good hygiene was or anything that resembled manners, for that matter. Blake was a nervous talker, his volume increasing until one of the others told him to shut up. Vance fidgeted with his knife as they made small talk about the fight they were heading into, and Duncan entertained himself by belittling the other two with the occasional glance in Joel's direction. Blake shifted the truck into gear. "We'll be at the river in 20 minutes, he said. "Then we go hunting." Duncan's lips curled into a grin, dark and deliberate. There was something mean behind it. Outside the window, the snow turned the world to grayscale. The trees folded in around the road, blurring past like shadows, and Ben felt the old comparison settle in, uninvited but familiar. Caldwell's order versus Jeremiah Stone's. Two men cut from the same cloth, just stitched different. Stone had been a legend in his own mind, kept control by keeping his people strung out on opium and fear. His rules were harsh and final. In that way, he wasn't so different from Caldwell. Caldwell believed everything had a price and that he could afford it. His power came dressed in favors, but those favors always turned into debts that clung like a web you could never pick clean off your hands. Different sermons. Same altar. Comply or end up on the list of those to be dealt with. Ben leaned his head back against the cab and drew a slow, steady breath. He wasn't a praying man, never had been. But this life they lived, it made a man considerate, not for himself but for Sandy and the kids. 1 mile, then 2, then 3. The dull hum of the Chevy's tires on the snow-covered road was the only rhythm in the dark, carrying them deeper into a night that didn't care who owed what or to whom. After what seemed like an impossibly long time, the truck finally slowed down and veered off the highway. The Toyota behind them followed as they rattled down the washboard track that led away from the pavement. Eventually, the road gave way to hard ruts along the river's edge. Ice clung thick to the edges of the bank, the water pushing under in a sluggish black current. Blake ground the Chevy into park and killed the headlights, leaving only the cough of the idling engine and the crunch of the Toyota pulling in behind them. "End of the line," Blake said, slapping the dash like it was a trusty old dog. "From here, it's boots." Doors creaked open and the Chevy emptied. The cold dampness of the river wrapped around them, sharper than the bite of the air. Ben stepped out and made his way around to Joel on the opposite side between the truck and the river, MP5 slung and coat collar up. Duncan came around the hood, spitting in the snow, his smirk wide as ever. "Nice night for a walk," he said, eyes cutting sideways toward Joel. "Shame you left that little alley behind. I bet she could keep us all warm." He didn't finish the sentence. Ben's fist landed square and hard enough to send Duncan stumbling back on the icy ground, his feet slipping out from under him. He hit the snow on his hip with a grunt, one hand clutching his jaw. Ben stood over him, knuckles burning and breath steaming in the frozen air. "You don't ever speak that girl's name again," Ben snarled. "Not hers, not any of the women in our house. You won't be so lucky next time." The snow crunched as Vance shifted. His pale eyes narrowed, hand already on the grip of the pistol under his arm. The scrape of leather was loud in the frozen silence, but Joel was faster. He had his sidearm out and pressed to Vance's temple before the man could clear his holster. The steel of Joel's hammer clicked as he cocked it back and it locked into place. "Put it back," Joel ordered. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried weight. Real weight. Duncan had it coming. For a heartbeat, nobody moved. The river murmured beneath its frozen edges, while snow-laden branches released their weight in heavy thuds against a stirring breeze, and 4 men's lives hung on the edge of a trigger. Joel set his jaw tight, his eyes locked on Vance's. "Don't let my age fool you. I've put tougher men in the ground." It wasn't a threat tossed out to impress. It was the truth, laid bare in the frozen darkness. Joel didn't flinch, didn't blink. Vance's lips curled, but the grin was gone. He lifted his hand slowly, letting his handgun drop back into the holster. Joel eased the muzzle back a fraction but didn't holster. Ortiz threw himself over the side of the Chevy's bed, and hit the ground with more grace than Ben anticipated, then let out a single, dry chuckle. "Kid's not wrong," he said, his accent flat, but nothing about his tone was casual. "Duncan's been pushing his luck for a while. Best leave it there before the major hears about us screwing around instead of doing the job." Ben returned an overdue nod to Ortiz. It was good to know at least one man among Caldwell's crew had a level head. Duncan hauled himself up off the ground, brushing snow from his coat, eyes cutting from Ben to Joel with a mix of hate and humiliation. He opened his mouth, then thought better of it when Ortiz pinned him down with his gaze and a shake of his head. Blake let out a low whistle, trying to cut the tension. Well, that was something. "Now, can we get back to business before you two kill each other? And I have to explain what happened to the major." No one answered. Joel holstered his sidearm, and he and Ben went about checking their gear without bothering to acknowledge the two men from the Toyota as they unloaded. Duncan kept to himself, rubbing his jaw. Vance shot Joel a look full of venom but didn't test him again, while Ortiz adjusted the SKS under his poncho with quiet efficiency, like he'd done it 1,000 times before. "Camp's less than a mile downriver," Duncan muttered finally, still obviously sore, his voice muffled through his swollen lip. "Other side of the timber. Caldwell wants it fast and loud. We're sending a message tonight. The people in Bayfield don't pay us for nothing. Time to teach these thieves a lesson." Ben didn't know what kind of deal Caldwell had forced the survivors of Bayfield to accept. No doubt some type of extortion disguised as salvation, leaving them to choose between the lesser of two evils. But that wasn't his problem, not tonight. He just wanted to get this over with and get back home. They set out along the river, boots sinking deep in the untouched snow. Duncan, Vance, and Blake led the hike, with Ortiz several paces behind them. Ben and Joel filled in as the two men who'd ridden here in the other truck finalized their gear check. The night swallowed them quickly, the Toyota's cabin light cutting off behind them a few seconds later, until it was just moonlight on ice and the sound of running water. Ben and Joel stuck close together while, up ahead, Blake filled the silence with talk no one wanted, bragging about past conquests and how Caldwell's name was becoming synonymous with law and order in these parts. Vance added a few disgusting details of his own about some of the things they'd done. His words were meant to impress, but had the opposite effect on Ben. He was sure Joel felt the same. Vance was one of those guys who felt the need to overcompensate by stretching the truth so thin you could see right through it. The only silver lining to the late-night hike was the spots of blood Ben noticed in the snow from Duncan spitting up ahead as he muttered curses under his breath. Ortiz kept his silence, eyes scanning the tree line. Ben's mind wandered as the trees closed in around them, bare branches rattling like bones overhead. Caldwell's men were crude, undisciplined, and completely untrained. Ben would have preferred to handle this alone or with just Joel at his side. These men weren't just inept, they were liabilities. They couldn't be trusted to open an MRE, let alone cover him or Joel in a firefight. Beside him, Joel moved quietly, head low, rifle gripped tight in his hands. There was no hesitation in his steps, no wasted movement. Ben risked a glance and saw it clearly. There was no boy left in his son's face, either. Just a man now. Shoulders squared against the cold, the dark, and the mess they'd walked into. The mess Ben had led them into. That truth sat heavy in his gut. The guilt wasn't loud, but it was constant, like a weight he couldn't shed. He didn't know if he'd ever be able to forgive himself for dragging Joel into this, or, at the very least, not finding a way to keep him out of it. And yet, pride rose just as strong. Joel was holding his own, quiet, focused, steady. For a young man with love on his mind and no business being out here in the freezing dark, chasing down favors for a narcissistic, self-proclaimed sheriff and wannabe king, he was doing more than well. He was becoming the kind of man Ben had only hoped he'd grow into, maybe sooner than he should have, but the world didn't wait anymore. Duncan stopped in his tracks, turning to make eye contact with Blake. "Shut it, and I mean it this time. It's just over the next ridge." They moved in silence, crouched low as the ground sloped upward beneath their boots. The forest closed in tighter with every step, moonlight fading to almost nothing in the shadows of the towering ponderosas. Ben listened closely for any signs of life from the camp, still hidden beyond the trees. All that reached him was the soft crackling and ticking of ice shifting along the river's edge. But somewhere ahead, another fight waited, one more in a world already drowning in them. Chapter 17. The first thing wrong with the survivors' camp was how quiet it was. The second was how dead the place looked. Ben knew something was off right away. They topped the low rise and saw it sprawled along a bend in the river where the ice split in dark seams, the current pushing hard beneath. What passed for a camp crouched there, cobbled together from scraps and desperation. A crude wall circled the place, thrown up from felled trees, broken pallets, corrugated metal, and whatever planks or scraps the bandits had scavenged. It wasn't solid, far from it. Wide gaps riddled the barrier, offering clear glimpses inside. This wasn't a fortress meant to hold enemies at bay, only a tangle of obstacles designed to slow someone down long enough for the defenders to get a shot off. Inside, shacks leaned against one another like drunks after a fight, patched with plywood, tarps, and sheets of vinyl that still bore half-faded ads for soda and insurance. Roofs sagged under the weight of snow. A cookfire ring sat cold and black with a pile of kindling and logs ready for use on the ground nearby. Two stovepipes stuck out above the shanties, but no smoke rose from either. The ground inside was laced with paths, narrow trails tramped down by boots forming a spiderweb of interweaving trails between shacks, to the fire pit, to the fence gaps, to the river's edge. The paths bled outward into the trees as well, thin veins that wound off into the timber where hunting trails or lookout posts might be. But none of it looked alive now. No voices carried. No fires burned. The only sign that the place wasn't abandoned lay in the snow itself, tracks half filled by the storm, stamped deep enough to show that people had been here recently. Too recently. Ben's gut turned to stone. The camp didn't feel deserted. It felt staged, arranged. Blake grinned anyway. "There she is," he said, as if he'd led them to a treasure. "Looks empty." The hair on Ben's neck rose, and it wasn't from the chilly wind getting under his collar. Empty wasn't good. Empty was a door left open on purpose. He glanced at Joel, then at Ortiz. One look was enough. They were all on the same page. Duncan didn't hesitate. "Easy pickings. They must be out on a raid," he said, spitting pink into the snow. "Caldwell said to level the place, so that's what we're doing, and we'll be ready for 'em when they get back." He jerked his chin toward the Toyota crew. "Harlan, Rook, you take the left side. Vance, Blake, Ortiz, you're with me. Let's sweep it for valuables first." Ortiz shifted his rifle but didn't move. "Something's off here, Duncan. No smoke, no fresh tracks around the place. Everything's too clean. Doesn't feel right to me." Duncan's eyes narrowed, lip curling as he licked the crack in it. "We all know you're not here by choice, Ortiz." Duncan cut his eyes at Ben, then Joel. "You either." He looked back at Ortiz. "So don't start preaching like you're smarter than the rest of us. You think you're better, but you're not." He jabbed a finger toward the camp. "Caldwell wants this done, and that's what we're doing. You don't want to play along? Fine. But don't expect this to come off what you owe, and don't expect to share in the take tonight. No help, no credit. You can explain that to the major yourself." Ortiz's jaw flexed once, but he said nothing. His silence carried more weight than words. He wasn't refusing because he was scared. He was refusing because he wasn't stupid. Duncan led the push toward the far bank, boots crunching as he dropped into the wide, shallow riffle that stretched from one frozen edge of the river to the other. The water barely reached their shins, but the current tugged hard enough to make each step careful work. Blake lumbered in last, his 12-gauge slung carelessly over one shoulder, huffing like an irritated bull. On the opposite side, the group split, with half veering left, half right, spreading out as they climbed the snowy rise toward the small plateau where the camp squatted. The ramshackle collection of crude dwellings and sagging tarps loomed above them, dark and still, like a stage waiting for the curtain to rise. Harlan and Rook peeled off first, doing their best to sneak around the outer edge of the river camp. They skirted the patchwork wall, a crude barricade of felled timber, scrap wood, and rust-stained sheets of corrugated metal, ducking low as they searched for an easy entry point. Duncan and Vance angled toward a narrow gap in the fence where a crooked Y-shaped tree leaned into the wall. Two warped sheets of corrugated metal had been jammed across the opening, more of a speed bump than a true barricade. Vance shoved at them with his shoulder until they tore apart with a screech, the sound raw and grating as it ripped through the stillness and carried across the frozen river and into the timber beyond. Through his binoculars, Ben felt his stomach knot. That kind of noise would draw every set of eyes within a mile. Nothing inside the camp stirred, but that only made the silence worse, like the place itself was holding its breath. Vance slipped through first, twisting his shoulders to squeeze between the jagged panels, rifle up, boots crunching on the hard snow inside. Duncan followed a step behind, weapon raised, his posture tight and movements jerky as though he half expected something to come screaming out of the shadows. Ben lowered the binoculars just enough to glance at Joel and Ortiz. Both men had their scopes fixed on the camp, waiting. The same unease etched onto their faces tightened Ben's chest. From their perch on the far bank, Ben continued tracking them through his binoculars, the aluminum frame cold against his brow. Joel lay prone beside him, the stock of his rifle snugged into his shoulder, his scope sweeping the ramshackle sprawl of the camp. Ortiz crouched low to their right, one knee in the snow, his own rifle steady and shouldered. None of the three moved more than they had to. They waited, sucking in the cold air that burned a little, eyes following every step Caldwell's men took. "Too easy," Ben muttered, lowering the binoculars to take in their surroundings. Joel didn't answer at first, keeping still behind his scope. "The other two are inside." Ben glanced to the left and watched Harlan and Rook as they disappeared down one of the trails between the shanties, then shifted back to catch a glimpse of Duncan and Vance slipping deeper inside the camp. The last to linger outside the camp was Blake. His heavy frame moved awkwardly along the perimeter as he peered through gaps in the fence like an animal looking for a way back indoors on a cold winter night. He lumbered along the fence line, his shotgun balanced awkwardly over his shoulder as he searched for an entry wide enough to fit his frame. Most of the gaps were too tight, the timber and scrap metal wedged together in angles that would catch his bulk. At last, he found a spot where a few felled logs had slumped together, forming a rough ladder of sorts up and over the barricade. He eyed it, then glanced over both shoulders as if to make sure no one was watching too closely. With a grunt, he hitched himself up, boots slipping against the frozen slats. The wood creaked under his weight, snow breaking loose in sheets. He hauled his belly over the top, legs kicking clumsily until he rolled forward and tumbled inside. For a second, he vanished behind the fence with a muffled thud, followed by the sound of snow scattering. When he pushed himself back up, red-faced and scowling, He brushed slush from his coat and muttered something under his breath. Then, gripping his shotgun, he lumbered after the others deeper into the camp. Ben rolled his eyes. It was a wonder any of these men were still alive. With Blake inside, the perimeter fell still again. The bent metal where Vance and Duncan had gone through flapped gently in the breeze. Ben scanned the open ground around the camp, the churned snow where boots had passed, then the silent shapes of plywood walls standing against the dark backdrop of the trees beyond. He lifted the binoculars again, his eyes catching the faint glint of metal tucked in the dark green pines 100 yards upslope from the camp. Could have been nothing, trash snagged in a branch, and there was plenty of that scattered around the place. But it sharpened the unease already twisting his gut. "Tree line," he said quietly. 1 o'clock, 100 yards up. Even as he spoke, a stiff gust swept the valley, rattling branches and blotting out the shimmer. When the air stilled, the object flashed again, but this time from a slightly different spot. Joel shifted behind his scope, jaw tightening, while Ortiz kept his scope fixed, his face unreadable but taut. Ben didn't need him to say it, he saw the same thing. "You got a radio?" Ben asked, his voice low. "This isn't going to end well." Ortiz shook his head, never pulling off the glass. "Not at my pay grade in Caldwell's little club." "Now what are they doing?" Joel adjusted his position again and doubled down behind the scope as a crashing sound rose from the camp. Through the binoculars, Ben saw Duncan and Blake heaving a heavy plastic bin out of one of the shacks. They tipped it and dumped the contents into the snow. Cans of food and assorted cookware spilled onto the icy ground with enough noise to rival the flowing water between their positions. Ben's hand twitched toward his mouth, instinct tugging him toward the hawk call. The sharp, high whistle would be enough to get their attention, maybe even pull them back before it was too late. But he froze halfway, breath locked in his chest. Duncan wouldn't listen. None of Caldwell's men would heed his warning. And what then? If he blew the call and gave away his own position, the ambushers in the trees would know exactly where to aim. He'd be risking Joel's safety, and Ortiz's, for a handful of men he wouldn't trust to watch the chickens in the garage back home. Men who had spent more time mocking him than listening. In all honesty, they deserved to reap the rewards of their ignorance. Still, letting them walk blindly into whatever was waiting in the tree line wasn't simple, either. The thought of Caldwell tallying up bodies, adding every man lost tonight to Ben's debt, made his stomach twist. The major didn't care whose orders were followed or ignored. He only cared about results, and in his eyes Ben was supposed to be the one holding the reins, whether Duncan or his crew acknowledged it or not. Ben's jaw tightened. The whistle hovered on his lips, but he let the breath slip out silently. He couldn't save men who refused to be saved, and he wouldn't risk Joel's life to try. The decision was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was the only sound choice. So he stayed silent, eyes locked on the camp below, rifle steady, finger resting against cold steel. The whole scene quivered like a snare almost stretched to its breaking point, and on the verge of snapping shut. And deep down, Ben knew, when it did, there would be blood. Chapter 18. Ben crouched low behind the deadfall jammed into the ice-crusted riverbank, Joel and Ortiz sitting to his right. The wind that had been rising since they left the trucks at the trailhead fell away all at once, leaving the valley wrapped in a silence so sharp it felt unnatural. Only the racket from Duncan and his crew carried across the snow, shouts, clattering metal, the crash of bins overturned as they tore through the bandits. Camp, with all the subtlety of bulls in a china shop. They weren't just searching. They were scavenging like vultures picking over a carcass. Blake pawed through another plastic tub, tossing the contents aside until he stood with the final pot in his hand. He tossed the pot out of frustration, bouncing it off a frozen post loud enough to make birds lift from the pines. He continued his tantrum by kicking apart the snow-covered fire pit, sending a large pot skidding across the compound, ringing like a gong as it traveled. Harlan found a bundle of threadbare blankets and held one up like he was checking the size, then shrugged and slung it over his shoulder as if he'd earned the prize. Duncan barked orders, although no one paid much attention, his voice carrying across the compound like the abandoned camp already belonged to him. And Vance, who always seemed eager to make a fool of himself, climbed up onto the half-collapsed porch of one of the shacks and struck a pose with a battered camp lantern he'd yanked from inside, waving it overhead like a trophy. He stood there grinning, framed in the open like a target painted red. Ben shook his head. He couldn't fathom how men who'd managed to survive this long in the post-emp world could remain so situationally unaware, so eager to advertise themselves to anyone with a rifle in the tree line. Carelessness like that didn't just invite trouble, it demanded it. Ben was just about to suggest they head back to the trucks. The longer he stood there and the colder they got, the more pointless this whole thing felt. He and Joel had shown up. That should have been enough. They'd done their part. Caldwell knew it, too. This wasn't about the mission. It was about power, about seeing how far he could push them, and what Ben and Joel were willing to do. Duncan had already made it clear they weren't needed, and as far as Ben was concerned, showing up counted. That settled at least part of the score between him and Caldwell. Although the Major was a results-driven individual, and this outing might not count in his books, Ben was satisfied they'd played their part. Ben was about to suggest they pull out and head back to the trucks when Rook scrambled up a stack of pallets, perching like a kid on a lifeguard stand. He squinted across the 50-yard stretch of frozen river toward their position. "Told you," he called out. "Nobody's home." "Back," Ben muttered under his breath. Joel didn't need to be told twice. He was already slipping into the thicker woods behind them, silent and low. Ortiz followed close behind, nearly crawling as he backed away from the riverbank. Joel vanished behind a wide tree, his shape swallowed by the deeper shadows along the tree line. "Spread out," Ben said, just loud enough for Ortiz to hear. Ortiz gave a quick nod and moved down the bank, keeping low until he reached a half-exposed stump tangled in a ball of frozen roots. Ben went the other way, about 10 yards, and dropped behind the trunk of a leaning pine. They were only a few yards away from the deadfall at the river, but the difference in exposure to the moonlight made it feel much farther. Ben exhaled slowly, keeping an eye on Rook, who had yet to come down from his perch as if he was waiting for Ben, Joel, and Ortiz to answer. Ben felt like shooting at the man himself, or at least firing a warning shot into the pallets just for the sheer stupidity of it all. The next errand Caldwell had for them wouldn't be handled this way. Ben would demand that it be left up to him and Joel and maybe Ortiz if they needed more manpower, but the rest of Caldwell's clowns could sit it out. Ben looked back toward Joel's position and spotted the faint outline of his son's rifle, steady, aimed, waiting. Joel glanced his way. "What is he thinking? I don't like." A thrush of sound cut him off. Not one sound, many. A buzz, a hiss, the soft whump of a compound bow releasing its load. Then the air itself seemed to move. Thwack. Rook jerked as an arrow punched high through his neck and buried itself to the fletch. He stumbled, eyes huge, both hands grabbing at the shaft like he could pluck it out of himself. Gasps whistled wet around the protruding arrow that poured blood from one end. He took one step, then folded to his knees, blood throwing a dark arc across the snow before he fell forward off the pallets with an audible thunk. "Contact!" Blake shouted, but the warning came too late. A second arrow hissed through the air and clattered off a tree beside his head. He ducked, sprawling behind a rusted barrel just as a third shaft smacked against the drum with a metallic crack, sparks flashing briefly before fading into the dark. The attackers were using compound bows, and in the hands of practiced shooters, they were deadly and carried zero visible signature, especially in a nighttime fight among the trees. "Hold your fire," Ben called, keeping his voice low and controlled. The woods gave them nothing back, no muzzle flashes, no clear targets to fix on. The bandits were shooting blindly into the camp after Duncan, and the rest of his crew scattered among the shacks. And for the moment at least, the shooters didn't know Ben, Joel, and Ortiz were there. If the bandits had nothing but bows, then the three of them were beyond effective range, though it would still be foolish to expose themselves. Distance was a thin edge of safety, nothing more. The arrows slowed but never stopped, each new volley rattling through the camp. A sharp crack when one hit a tarp, a dull thunk when it struck a tree or plywood wall. "We're pinned down. We need help," Duncan's voice rang out, loud enough to make Ben grind his teeth. If the man gave away their position, he swore he would put him down himself before this night ended. "There's nothing to shoot at," Joel muttered, frustration dark in his voice. Ben reached into his sling bag and pulled free one of the homemade grenades, heavy and cold in his hand. "Joel, here. Throw it, I can see it." Ben tossed the grenade to his son, who caught the fragile bomb with both hands. "You think you can hit that stack of pallets?" Joel narrowed his eyes, tracking the dim outline of stacked pallets across the river where Rook had just died, and spun his rifle around to his back, confidence steady in his voice. "No problem." He stripped off his gloves, tucking them into his belt, and reached inside his coat for his lighter. Ortiz shifted beside him, rifle leveled toward the camp. "Don't worry, kid. We'll cover you if they spot you," he said, his tone even. Joel gave him and Ben a short nod, his breath gusting white in the frozen air. He slipped down the bank, moving in quick bursts from shadow to shadow, keeping low in the weeds and tufts of dead grass. At the end of the fallen log, he paused, then darted across a narrow stretch of riverbank to a flat-topped boulder that jutted out into the current. For a moment, Ben saw the faint spark of the lighter, a brief flicker of orange in the dark. His finger tightened on the trigger of the MP5, every muscle waiting for the answering volley that never came. The woods remained silent except for the hiss of arrows and the muffled chaos inside the camp. Ben would have thrown the gunpowder and drywall screw-filled ball jar himself, but knew that Joel had the better arm and the greatest likelihood of hitting the target. Joel did not hesitate. He wound back, double-stepped for power, and hurled the grenade across the river. The arc carried it clean over the camp wall, toward the stack of pallets. The instant it left his hand, Joel turned and sprinted back along the bank, no pause for cover, no wasted motion. He ran flat out, snow kicking up behind his boots, the urgency of survival carrying him toward the safety of the trees. The grenade landed true, landing softly in the snow-covered wood, then tumbling into the stack of pallets with a hollow thud before disappearing from sight. A heartbeat later, the night tore open. The blast cracked through the valley like thunder. The pallets erupted in a violent spray of splinters and flames. Burning shards whistled through the air, embedding themselves in tarps, wooden walls, and everything else in their path. The concussion rolled across the camp, knocking loose chunks of snow and ice from the trees overhead, and sending two nearby shacks listing against their neighbors. Fire licked upward almost at once, orange tongues spreading along canvas edges and dry boards. The shanties nearest the blast caught quickly, the plastic tarps going up like accelerant. In an instant, the camp was a patchwork of firelight, smoke, and scattering shadows. The woods on both sides of the river lit up with sudden clarity. Figures crouched in the tree line, bows drawn, their outlines stark against the glow. The flash gave Ben his first real look at the attackers, rough shapes darting here and there, slipping between tree trunks before loosing more arrows into the chaos. "Hey!" Blake's voice roared above the crackle of fire. He ducked behind a stack of split firewood that was now burning at one end, waving one arm furiously. "What are you trying to do? Kill us? Whose side are you on?" Before anyone could answer, the fight shifted. Gunfire rattled from the camp, sharp and staccato. Not the steady pounding of professionals, but wild bursts, panicked shots from men afraid of being overrun. Muzzle flashes strobed against the rising fire, briefly lighting Duncan's figure as he stumbled to new cover, while shouting orders lost in the clamor. The attackers answered swiftly. Another volley of arrows hissed through the fire-lit air, some glancing off sheet metal, others vanishing into the flames, but a few struck home with dull, sickening thuds. A storm of sound filled the camp, the crackle of spreading fire, the whistle of arrows, and the sporadic bark of rifles fired in panic. 2 arrows thudded into the frozen ground just short of Ben's position across the river, close enough to be concerning. Whether the bandits were aiming at him or simply firing blind, he couldn't be sure. But it no longer mattered. They knew Duncan and the others looting the camp had support on the far bank, and that meant their cover was slipping away. Ben slipped the 2-gun case from his shoulders and set it aside, trading the MP5 for his Remington .338 Lapua Magnum. The rifle's weight settled into his hands with a grim familiarity. He brought it to his shoulder, the 10x24 scope making the best use of the limited light afforded by the multiple small fires cutting through the darkness. He could have fired already, but hesitation held him still. Were these so-called bandits truly any worse than Caldwell's own men? He had heard the stories from Bayfield at the barter market, tales of theft and cruelty, but second-hand talk was not the same as proof. Pulling the trigger on Caldwell's behalf carried a weight he could not shrug off. Every shot was an admission that he was nothing more than a hired gun, fighting someone else's war. But the battlefield no longer allowed for doubt. The grenade had torn the shadows away, painting the camp in firelight. Figures moved in the glow, their shapes exposed, their intent beyond question. Ben knew that settling his debt to Caldwell now depended on how many of these men he could bring back to the trucks alive. Like them or not, their survival was the only path back to even a shred of independence. He hated every part of it, hated what it meant and what it made of him. Yet if they were going to accomplish anything tonight, hesitation had no place here. The time for questioning the virtue of the situation was over, and the fight had only just begun. Chapter 19. Through Ben's scope, the world narrowed to fire and frantic motion. Heat shimmer twisted the edges of the burning camp while flames clawed through the tiny riverside settlement. Ben watched as Vance broke cover, sprinting from behind a burning shanty, its walls already collapsing in flames. He was headed for a stack of pallets that had somehow survived the grenade's fiery shrapnel. His arms pumped, snow kicking high behind him, every step drawing arrows and erratic gunfire from the ridge above. Beside Ben, Ortiz shifted, voice calm and steady, almost casual. "Guess it's our turn to make some noise." Ben hurried around into the chamber of his rifle, the click loud in the tight silence between volleys. "Light 'em up." Joel was already lined up, his cheek tight against the stock of his rifle. Crack, crack, crack. Ben chose his first target carefully, a bowman crouched behind a pale-barked aspen, leaning out each time Blake tried to move. Every arrow hissed low toward the steel barrel where the big man huddled, pinning him in place. Ben tracked the archer's rhythm, waited for the telltale lean. The shape eased out from cover, dark against the silver bark. Boom! The thunderous roar from Ben's M24 drowned out Joel and Ortiz for a fraction of a second, lighting up their patch of forest with an orange flash. Ben chambered another round but stayed on the scope, watching the man topple backward into the snow, blood blooming fast as the bow slipped from his grasp. Vance hit the pallet stack and dropped just as wood splintered a foot from his face under heavy fire. He yelped, rolled onto his shoulder, and pressed himself flat. Arrows and bullets landed around him, one lodging in the slats inches from his body. Ben and the others answered at once. Ortiz cut bursts into the tree line, forcing shapes to seek better cover. Joel's fire snapped sharp and disciplined, short pairs hammering bark and snow where muzzle flashes winked. Harlan broke from cover. He sprinted across the open ground, bent low, boots digging in and kicking up a rooster tail of snow. He seized Vance by the collar and dragged him toward a mound of split logs, the two of them vanishing behind its cover as snow scattered in their wake. "Left ridge," Joel barked. His shots rang tight, controlled. Two pairs slammed into a patch of scrub. A man in a camouflage parka pitched forward, tried to crawl to cover, then fell still. Another flash deeper in the woods drew Joel's fire higher. He stitched the bark above it, forcing the hidden shooter to withdraw behind the tree. The hiss of arrows cut across again. One punched through the overturned tub Blake had dumped earlier. Another buried itself deep into the steel barrel he hunched behind, quivering against the rusted steel. "Move, I'll cover you," Duncan bellowed. He lurched upright, rifle snapping to his shoulder, but a muzzle flash from the ridge answered him first. Duncan jerked sideways, his shout strangled to a gasp. He clutched his arm, crimson spreading fast through the fabric of his jacket. His boots tangled, body twisting before he went down hard in the snow. His rifle bounced from his grip. "My arm!" His cry was high and thin. "They hit my arm!" He scrabbled uselessly with one hand toward his weapon, picked it up, and began firing into the trees with reckless abandon. "Stay down!" Ben shouted, though he doubted the man heard him through the clamor. He swept his scope back up the ridge, breath steady despite the pounding in his ears. The shooter hadn't fled. A shadow lingered at the tree line, calm, deliberate, waiting for another chance. Not panicked like the rest, but patient and dangerous. Duncan's blood wouldn't be the last spilled tonight. Through the firelit smoke, Ben read the scene clearly. Duncan and his crew were not going to survive another 5 minutes without help. Their cover was crumbling, their return fire wild and wasteful, and the ambushers above the camp had the advantage of height and concealment, even with the light of the fires. Left alone, there would be nothing left of Caldwell's men. "We have to move in," Ben said, voice low but firm. "They won't last if we don't get in there. We've exposed them, but there isn't enough light to make a difference from here." Joel gave a short nod, no hesitation. Ortiz adjusted the rifle tight against his shoulder and glanced toward Ben. "I'm with you. Let's go." They slipped from the shadows, moving low and quick down to the river's edge. The riffle ran wide and shallow with black water sliding under a skin of ice. Ben went first, boots crunching through the crust, sinking to his shins in the current. Cold tore through his legs like knives, but he kept moving, each step placed carefully against the pull of the river. His boots were doing their best, but they weren't tall enough. Water spilled in over the tops, soaking him from the knees down. Yet another indication of the mission's poor planning, and a further justification for calling it a mistake. Joel and Ortiz followed in rhythm, weapons held high. The current tugged at them as they crossed the slippery rocks and gravel, but they made the far bank intact, climbing into the cover of brush with weapons ready. From there, the fight was immediate. Ben, Joel, and Ortiz moved as one, low and fast, until they reached the outside of the camp fence, a section built up with thick logs that provided a solid shooting position. Ben had already returned to using his MP5 and joined Joel and Ortiz, who were steadily firing in short, controlled bursts. Their shots raked the tree line where the ambushers had shown themselves. Bark chipped away, and the answering fire faltered. Ben didn't love who they were shooting at. A ragged cluster of thieves and squatters, the kind who had made life hard for the families hanging on by a thread around Bayfield. But this wasn't about who deserved what anymore. This was a trap, and they were in the middle of it. Rook lay face down with an arrow jutting from his neck just a few yards away. Vance was wounded, although Ben wasn't sure how badly, and Duncan was bleeding out on the ground. This wasn't a standoff. It was a kill box. Arrows and bullets tore through camp at a methodical pace, rattling tin and punching holes through plywood walls. A twang of a snare wire sang somewhere to Ben's right. He caught the tail end of a weighted branch as it came down hard, smashing a pile of plastic crates where Blake had been seconds earlier. The big man rolled clear and came up braced, shotgun jerking in his hands as he racked and fired in a frenzy. The blasts came fast, though, tearing into the woods beyond the camp. Ben couldn't tell what he was aiming at, only that the man was panicked and firing at shadows. "Trip wire," Ortiz warned, crouching low. His glove brushed a taut black strand stretched just above the snow inside the fence line. He leaned back into position, cheek pressed against the stock, and the SKS cracked twice. Both shots were clean, measured, striking a shadow darting along the ridge. He shifted seamlessly, using the side-mounted holographic sight fixed to the stock, and clipped the edge of another figure closer in. "Left again," Ortiz said, voice calm as the recoil nudged into his shoulder. Joel answered instantly, his rifle barking a short burst that drove the figure deeper into the trees. Ben swept the perimeter, firing in short, hard pulls. One runner jerked and fell, but the others slipped beyond the reach of the firelight, their shapes dissolving into the darkness beyond. "They're flanking us," Ben shouted over the noise, his voice sharp against the rattle of gunfire. The bandits were closing in, not rushing but circling, shifting like wolves surrounding their prey. Ben's eyes tracked uphill, past a thicket where snow clung heavy to brush. A rust-stained refrigerator leaned sideways in a nest of scrap and twisted metal. From there, they would have cover, height, and a perfect line of fire straight into him, Joel, and Ortiz. "We can't let them box us in," Ben warned. The warning barely left his lips when a muzzle flashed from behind the refrigerator. A round cracked through the cold air, striking a log above Ortiz's head, sending snow and splinters into the air. Joel's face was flushed from the cold, breath pouring out in heavy clouds, but his hands were steady as he yanked a grenade from inside his jacket. "Cover me." "Joel," Ben snapped, startled. "What?" Joel shrugged. "I brought a couple too." Without waiting for approval, Joel flicked his lighter and touched it to the fuse, leaving Ben and Ortiz little option but to do what he'd asked them to do. They opened up, unloading everything they had into the thicket of brush and the pile of discarded junk. Bullets slammed into the old refrigerator and tore through the rusted sheet metal in a chorus of pings and clanks, punching holes in anything that looked like it could be hiding someone. They fired until both triggers clicked dry. But it was enough to allow Joel a decent wind-up and delivery of the homemade grenade dead center into the tangle of brush and scrap. The explosion hammered the night, a bone-deep crack that rolled through the camp. Fire and a concussive wave of sound ripped through the brush, the refrigerator rocking from the force. Splinters of wood, shards of glass, and drywall screws shrieked outward, a deadly swarm of shrapnel riding the blast wave. Two silhouettes crumpled where they stood, one clutching a ruined leg, the other collapsing face first into the snow without a sound. The scrub flared with orange tongues of fire, licking up the brush and outlining the last ambushers as they stumbled back in confusion, wounded but still very much alive and armed. Their return fire sputtered, breaking into scattered shots as they scrambled to escape the burning patch. For a heartbeat, the forest almost seemed quiet, a momentary pause in the storm. And Ben saw the opening they needed to get this thing under control. The blast still echoed through the valley when the forest erupted again. Gunfire crackled from almost every angle. Stuttering bursts chased figures through the trees around them, save for the recently cleared-out thicket. Black smoke lingered in the air, thick and sour with melted plastic and scorched trash. The recent stillness let the smog hover over camp just above their heads. Ben braced against the log wall, MP5 snug to his shoulder. He caught movement and sent a line of rounds across a figure darting from one tree to the next. The target crumpled mid-stride, sliding backward down the slope where he'd started, leaving a splotchy pink trail in his wake. Ortiz was steady as ever, his SKS barking a 3-beat rhythm. Each pull of the trigger marked another body dropping, another shape driven to the ground. But for every man they dropped, 2 more seemed to shift at the edge of the firelight. Blake let out a panicked shout and rose from behind an old washing machine that someone had turned into a makeshift meat smoker. His shotgun barked 3 deafening blasts into the dark, each one echoing above the chaos. The shots hit nothing but trees and snow as far as Ben could tell, but the sheer volume forced the ambushers to duck for a breath. Harlan tried to use the moment, breaking from cover with his teeth clenched in a grimace. He fired as he ran, boots pounding across the open ground. He made it halfway before an arrow cut high through his chest with a sickening thwack. He staggered, rifle slipping from his hands, and collapsed in the snow. His limbs twitched for a couple of seconds, then stilled. "Stay down," Ben barked, though none of Caldwell's men seemed capable of listening. Vance tried to crawl from one stack of split logs toward another, his pale face sharp in the firelight. He never made it. A rifle cracked from the ridge, and his body bucked once before going slack. His head fell forward into the snow, leaving him face down and lifeless. Blake saw it all, his earlier bravado stripped away. He ducked low again behind the old washer, fumbling to reload, his wide face slick with sweat despite the cold. For the first time, fear held him in place, and he stayed there, pinned but alive. That left Duncan, clutching his wounded arm and firing wildly into the trees with his good hand. His shots were wasted, but his voice carried above the fire. "Push them back." He cried, though his words broke into gasps of pain. Ben ignored him. Duncan was finished as a fighter, nothing more than noise now. No different than usual but less than useless trying to control his rifle with one hand. "Right side," Ortiz warned, his voice level. He pivoted smoothly, sending 3 rounds into a shadow crawling the perimeter. Blood sprayed across a snowbank as the figure dropped, unmoving. Joel shifted beside his father, eyes hard, movements precise. He fired low into a cluster of brush, muzzle flashes painting his face in quick bursts of orange. A cry followed, then silence. The fight turned ragged. The bandits pulled back deeper into the trees, leaving a scattering of bodies sprawled in the glow of the fire. But they were not gone. Rifles cracked from the dark, potshots that hissed and whined over the camp. Arrows still came, though fewer now, clattering off sheet metal or punching into the snow at their feet. Whether the bandits were running out of ammunition or people or both, Ben wasn't sure, but he wasn't going to stick around to find out. "They're pulling back," Joel said, his voice bordering on excitement. "Not far enough," Ben answered. His ears rang from the firing, his chest heaved with smoke and cold air, but he forced himself steady. "They'll dog us all the way back." The camp itself was collapsing, fire-consuming shanties in a rush of sparks and smoke. Whatever was left of Caldwell's crew could not stay pinned here. Ben tapped Ortiz's shoulder. "We need to grab Duncan and Blake and fall back to the river." The three of them broke from cover and moved in tight formation, slipping through the burning maze of shacks and collecting the survivors. Embers drifted in the air, stinging where they landed on skin or cloth and hissing in the snow. The ground was a chaos of footprints, broken arrows, and blood-slick ice. A shot cracked from the ridge and snapped against a sheet of corrugated metal inches from Joel's head. He ducked low and fired back, his round sending the shooter scurrying. Ortiz picked off another who rose from cover to chase their retreat. Duncan stumbled with them, leaning heavy against Ben's shoulder, his arm bound with a strip of cloth hastily tied above the wound. His face was pale and drawn, but his boots still moved. "What about the others?" Blake huffed, his breath ragged. Ben's eyes hardened. "There's nothing we can do for them. They stay." His voice was flat and final. These men weren't worth another drop of risk. If the roles had been reversed, they would have walked away without a second thought, leaving him and Joel to rot in the snow. Whatever small amount of pity he might have carried for Caldwell's crew burned out with the fire behind them. They'd all earned their fates as far as he was concerned. They reached the river, water black and wide, chunks of ice drifting in its current. Ortiz crossed first, rifle up, boots slipping on the submerged stones. Joel followed close, then Ben dragging Duncan along with Blake's help, half carrying the wounded man through the freezing current. The water bit like knives, but none of them faltered. On the far bank, they clawed their way up through brush and snow, panting, soaked, and shaking from the river's toll on their bodies. Their boots squelched with every step, pants heavy and stiff with freezing water, but rifles stayed in hand and ready for action, barrels tracking the shadows as they retreated. Gunfire still spat from the tree line across the river, wild and erratic, every crack reminding them that they weren't out of danger yet. Ben half-carried, half-dragged Duncan until they reached thicker cover, then unloaded the man onto Blake, his arms trembling from the weight. He retrieved the soft double-gun case from where he had cached it behind a tree and slung it over one shoulder. "Don't stop until you reach the trucks," he ordered, his voice rough from smoke and strain. He pointed at Joel before his son could argue. "That means you too." "Dad." "No," Ben cut him off sharply, more edge in his voice than he intended. "Help Blake with Duncan, be ready for anything. They could have men in the woods or waiting by the trucks. Now move." Joel hesitated, lips pressed tight, but he obeyed without further challenge. He reluctantly fell in beside Blake to help transport his nemesis, both of them dragging Duncan through the snow, his nearly dead weight leaving a trough in the drifts. Ortiz lingered, dropping to one knee beside a pine trunk, rifle at the ready. "I'll hold here with you, make sure they don't follow." Ben met his eyes and gave a short nod. "Fine." He planted himself behind a tree a few yards down the trail, MP5 steady in his numb hands. Every few seconds he glanced back, watching Joel's blurry silhouette grow fainter through the snow-choked trees. Minutes passed. The valley began to settle, the gunfire thinning to nothing but the occasional errant crack or small explosion from the burning camp. But no shapes materialized out of the dark. No one came after them. The bandits had had enough and survival had replaced bravado. Still, Ben didn't relax. He couldn't. His body was past exhaustion, cold chewing through him like teeth. His legs felt like lead, his boots like blocks of ice. He realized suddenly that he couldn't feel his toes anymore. His fingers were so numb he had to glance down just to confirm his trigger discipline, to make sure the dead weight of his hand rested on the guard, not the trigger itself. They needed to get home before permanent damage was done. But just a minute more to make sure Joel had a clear exfil. He glanced sideways at Ortiz, who hadn't moved except to shift his weight. Calm, steady, eyes always roving. Not like the others, not reckless. How'd you end up in this mess? Ben asked finally, partly curious, partly to distract himself from the cold. Ortiz let out a long breath that drifted across the trail, picking up the moonlight. It's complicated, or maybe it is. He rubbed a gloved hand over his jaw, eyes still fixed down the trail. After the imps hit, things got pretty bad for us. I was trying to do right by my family, my wife and my boy. For the first time tonight, Ortiz seemed oblivious to his surroundings and stared at the ground for a long moment before returning his gaze to the trail. Caldwell came through town, flashing supplies, talking about protection, making promises. I signed on. Figured I could work a while, stock up enough, then find a way out. Ben studied him, trying to measure truth against survival instinct. Ortiz's tone didn't have the hollow bravado of Caldwell's other men. He sounded like someone who had made one bad bargain and kept justifying the decision because there was no good or practical way out. Ortiz went on, quieter now. I've worn a badge before. Different world before all this. I knew better than to throw in with a man like him, but desperation makes a fool out of anyone. Doesn't mean I condone this type of thing or plan to be stuck under his thumb forever. Ben's chest tightened. He knew that desperation well. He was living it now in his own way with Joel at his side when he should have been home safe. He drew in a deep breath, cold cutting his lungs. I get it, he said at last, voice low. More than you know. They held their ground in silence, rifles steady, eyes sweeping the trail. Smoke drifted in thin ribbons through the treetops, glowing faintly where the fire's reflection touched it. The crackle of the burning camp carried across the river, punctuated now and then by the pop of something volatile catching in the flames. The fight itself was behind them, but the valley still felt dangerous, every shadow a threat that might yet take form. Ben forced himself to stillness, though the cold gnawed mercilessly at him. His legs were heavy from the icy river crossing, his hands so numb he could only trust by sight that his finger was where it needed to be. He and Ortiz said nothing more, only waited, but in that waiting, something settled. Ben had suspected from the beginning that Ortiz wasn't cut from the same cloth as Caldwell's other men. He carried himself differently, quieter, sharper, with a steadiness that couldn't be faked. Now, crouched beside him in the frozen dark, Ben knew his instincts had been right. Ortiz wasn't just another one of Caldwell's lackeys. He was something else. And in the way his eyes scanned the woods, in the calm way he shouldered his rifle without wasting motion, Ben saw a man who was just as trapped as he was. Someone still trying to hold on to the old world standards in a place that had discarded them. Honor, morality, even basic humanity. Those things had little weight in the kind of world they were living through now. Yet Ortiz carried them anyway, as if the act of holding on to them mattered more than peace of mind. It was a dangerous thing, clinging to ideals when survival demanded compromise. Ben knew it too well. The line between doing what was right and doing what was necessary blurred easily when the lives of the people you loved were on the line. Tonight had proved that again. But as the smoke rolled and the forest stilled, Ben also knew this way of life couldn't last. Sooner or later, Caldwell's grip would falter. Things would change. And when that moment came, having a man like Ortiz beside him might mean the difference between holding on to something worth saving or losing everything to the same rot that had taken so much already. The two of them crouched there, silent sentries in the dark, the weight of the night heavy on their shoulders. But under the heaviness, Ben felt the faintest stir of something he hadn't allowed himself to feel in too long. Hope. Not for Caldwell, not for this broken world as it stood, but for his family, for the fragile thread of decency still alive in men like Joel and maybe, just maybe, Ortiz too. Ben drew in a breath that burned his lungs with cold and let it out slowly. Come on, he murmured at last, rising stiffly. "Let's get back to the trucks." Ortiz stood with him, muzzle below his line of sight, butt plate planted on his shoulder, and his focus still zeroed in on the trail behind them. Together, they turned toward the trucks, leaving the glow of the fire behind, its smoke carrying the stench of death and ruin. The valley was almost quiet now, but it was the uneasy kind of quiet that promised nothing. Ahead lay the short, bitter walk back, cold and uncertain, but at least it led toward home, and for tonight, that was enough. Chapter 20. The trucks came into view through the trees, their hulking shapes crouched against the frozen white of the riverbank. Relief washed through Ben, but it was thin and fleeting. He wouldn't feel safe until they were miles from here, maybe not even then. Maybe not until Gunner's weight pressed against his legs back home, the big dog nosing his hand for scratches as if to remind him where he belonged. A single crack rolled across the valley behind them. Gunshot or fire popping, it was hard to tell at this distance. Either way, it meant the night wasn't entirely done with them. They reached the Chevy first. Joel and Blake had Duncan propped on the tailgate, his coat shoved open, and his wounded arm exposed. Blood streaked his sleeve, dark and steady, and the man's jaw was locked tight against the pane. Joel had the medical bag out beside him but hadn't gone any further than cutting away fabric to expose the wound. Ben set his rifle down and stood beside Duncan, flicking his headlamp on. "Keep eyes on that trail," he said without looking up. Ortiz shifted instantly, scanning the tree line with the SKS braced tight, calm as ever. Ben leaned in. The bullet had punched clean through the upper arm, tearing a ragged channel through muscle but missing bone and the brachial artery. Of course, that was no surprise to Ben because if the bullet had hit a fraction of an inch to the right, Duncan would be dead by now. The wound was ugly, but not fatal if it didn't rot. Another half-inch the other way and it would have been nothing but a graze. Duncan winced as Ben prodded the edges of the wound. "Watch it. That really stings." "Quiet, you're lucky you're sitting upright," Ben cut him off. He didn't have time for theatrics. He worked quickly, flushing the wound with a splash of clean water from a Nalgene, then with iodine. Dark blood washed down Duncan's arm and off the tailgate, pattering in the snow like spilled ink. Ben packed it with gauze, then bound it tight with a compression wrap, cinching it until Duncan's teeth ground together in a harsh clack. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" Duncan muttered, sweat shining on his face. Ben ignored him, tugging the final strip snug and tucking the end. The dressing wasn't pretty, but it would hold, long enough to get him back to Caldwell. Beyond that, Duncan's survival was Ben's concern. He had better supplies at the house, antibiotics, pain medicine, even proper suture gear, but those were for his own, not Caldwell's men. If Duncan spent the winter with a fever and a festering wound, maybe the lesson would stick. Maybe it would kill the man. Ben really didn't care in that moment. "Caldwell's not gonna be happy about this. He's gonna want to talk to you," Duncan whined, his voice riddled with nerves. Ben didn't answer right away. He wiped his hands on the front of Duncan's filthy jacket. Then he turned and gave the scene one last sweep. The air stank of burnt plastic and wet timber and most of all failure. He glanced south, watching the column of smoke twist skyward, sparks rising into the cold mountain air like fleeing ghosts, then disappearing into the dark. "Get him in the truck," Ben said at last, nodding toward the Toyota without bothering to acknowledge Duncan. Then, in a colder tone, "And don't worry about Caldwell. I'll be paying him a visit soon enough." Blake lumbered forward and heaved Duncan off the tailgate, slinging his good arm over his shoulder. The big man grunted under the weight but didn't complain, guiding Duncan toward the other truck. He shoved him inside without fanfare and slammed the door shut with a hollow, metallic thump. "Caldwell really is gonna want to talk about this." Blake paused by the Toyota's driver's side door. "Me too," Ben answered without pause. "Come on already. Let's go." Duncan grumbled from the passenger seat. The big man shrugged nervously, then loaded himself into the little pickup. "You gonna be all right taking us home?" Ben looked at Ortiz. Ortiz gave a short nod and made his way behind the wheel of the big Chevy as Ben and Joel stowed the rest of their gear in the bed. Ben climbed in after Joel, shutting the door with a final glance at the smoke clawing skyward. The Toyota's engine coughed to life behind them with Blake hunched at the wheel, his pale face lit by the glow of the gauges. The Chevy followed a breath later, its tires crunching over frozen ground, carrying them away from the river and the absolute disaster the night had become. Behind them, the fire bled orange into the otherwise pristine sky, casting its sinister light over scattered debris and the bodies they'd left behind. It all slipped into the dark a few bumpy minutes later, out of sight but far from out of mind. The Chevy rumbled through the dark, its tires crunching over frozen ruts as the river slipped away behind them. The cab was loose with metal parts that no longer fit together just right and let some of the cold inside, every breath frosting in the air despite the sluggish heater. The dash glowed faint green, throwing shadows across Joel's face, making him look older than his years. Ben sat stiff in the passenger seat, the MP5 propped against his knee. He kept one hand resting on it while his other moved over his scruffy face, unwilling to let his guard drop even now. The firefight still roared in his ears, though all that remained was the mechanical hum of the truck and the faint hiss of snow spraying off the tires. Ortiz drove with both hands on the wheel, steady and calm. His eyes scanned the road as if he expected another ambush to appear from the trees at any moment. For long minutes, no one spoke. It was Joel who finally broke the silence. "You didn't hesitate back there," he said, voice quiet but sharp. "The way you called those shots, the way you moved, you've done this before." Ortiz gave a small nod, his eyes never leaving the windshield. "Once upon a time, different world, different place. It's all the same but different, sort of." "Yeah, we know that feeling too." Joel leaned back as if satisfied. Ben studied him in profile, the hard lines of his jaw, the steadiness in his movements. That confirmed what he already knew. Ortiz wasn't cut from the same cloth as Duncan or the rest of Caldwell's men, for that matter. He had training, discipline, a conscience, a sense of morality. "What happened?" Ben asked. His voice carried no judgment, just the low weight of curiosity. Ortiz drew a slow breath. "The world fell apart. My family needed food, shelter, and security. Then Caldwell showed up with his trucks and his promises. Said he had stores stashed, weapons, manpower. All he asked was loyalty and labor. I thought I could put in a little time, earn enough to keep my family going, then step away." "And now?" Joel asked. Ortiz hesitated, his hands tightening on the wheel. "Now I am still here, and I owe Caldwell more than I will ever be able to pay back, at least the way he keeps score." His tone was bitter, but there was no fire in it, only the flat truth of a man who had carried a burden for too long. The Chevy jostled over a rut, and silence stretched between them. Ben shifted, the aches in his knees flaring as cold seeped through his soaked pants. He felt his patience unraveling, but not toward Ortiz, toward Caldwell, toward himself, toward this entire night. "You're not like the rest of them," Ben said finally. Ortiz's jaw flexed once. "Maybe not, but when you work for a man like Caldwell long enough, it doesn't matter. You look the same to everyone else." He glanced at Ben, then Joel. "That includes you too. I know what you think of me. Truth is, I don't blame you." Joel leaned forward, elbows on the back of the front seat. His voice was steadier than Ben expected. "You could walk away, if you really wanted to." Ortiz gave a humorless smile. "Maybe, but walking away means leaving with nothing. And in this world, nothing gets you killed, or worse. I am not ready for that yet. My family is not ready for that." Ben's eyes narrowed. So what are you ready for? The road wound uphill, snow dust drifting across the beam of the headlights. Ortiz took his time answering. When he finally spoke, he spoke quietly but with certainty. I am ready to outlast Caldwell. He'll burn himself out sooner or later. Men like him always do. And when he does, I intend to be standing. Maybe then we can build something that lasts, something for everyone. Ben absorbed the words in silence, the weight of them pressing into the leaky cab. He understood, too well. He was only still standing because of the kids, because of Sandy, because they gave him a reason to drag himself through nights like this. The only reason. He glanced sideways at Joel, who watched Ortiz with the sharp eyes of someone old enough to recognize truth when he heard it. The truck hit a stretch of smoother road, the vibrations easing. Joel spoke again. Then maybe when that time comes, you won't be standing alone. The three of them fell quiet again, but the silence wasn't the same. It wasn't heavy suspicion anymore. It was a tired, unspoken acknowledgement. A thin thread of trust that Ben was reluctant to rely on, but understood that he might need to. The Strater Hotel loomed in the middle of Durango like a half-ruined crown. The once grand establishment still bore the scars of fire, its upper stories blackened and collapsed in places. Windows were boarded with mismatched planks, and the old sign hung crooked over the street, its glass shattered long ago. Yet through the wreckage, light bled from the second story, warm and steady. Caldwell's domain. Inside, the halls were gutted, half of them propped with beams and scavenged lumber. Rugs had been dragged in from other buildings, laid over warped floors. At the far end of one hallway, a pair of guards leaned with rifles across their chests, eyes cold and watchful. Beyond them, Caldwell's office glowed with lamplight. Blake went first, his bulk filling the doorway, shoulders hunched as if he could make himself smaller. Duncan followed, pale from blood loss, his arm bound tight with Ben's bandage, every step stiff with pain. The two men looked beaten in every sense, wet, bruised, and worn thin by the night's ordeal. Caldwell was waiting. He stood behind a wide oak desk that looked stolen from some courthouse or bank, its polished surface scarred but still imposing. A half-empty bottle of bourbon rested on one corner, beside a map of Durango spread wide with red markings covering its streets and blocks. Two guards flanked the office, rifles held at ease but ready, their eyes fixed coldly on the men entering. Blake cleared his throat, but the words stuck. Finally, he spoke. "We hit the camp like you wanted. The place went up in flames. They won't be troubling you anymore." His voice carried no triumph, only strain. Duncan leaned on the desk for support, his face drawn tight with pain. "We lost 3, he muttered, barely audible. Caldwell's eyes flicked from one to the other, narrowing. 3. His tone was flat, sharp enough to make Blake flinch. "Harlan, Rook, and Vance." Duncan avoided looking directly at Caldwell. Blake fumbled for the explanation. It was an ambush. They had bows, rifles, traps strung all through the place. "We." Duncan cut him off with a sharp breath, his bitterness overriding caution. "Not before Ben and his boy nearly left us hanging. Them and Ortiz kept to themselves half the fight, looked to me like they were holding back." He grimaced, clutching his arm. "If they'd pushed harder, maybe we wouldn't have lost so many." Caldwell's gaze shifted, cold and narrow. "Is that so?" Blake hesitated, caught between defense and self-preservation. His jaw worked. Then he gave a reluctant shrug. "Ben said it smelled wrong from the start. Ortiz too. They thought something was off about the camp. Some of the men. They think maybe Ortiz tipped the bandits off." The room went still. The only sound was the slosh of bourbon as Caldwell poured himself a drink. He leaned forward, eyes fixed on nothing in particular, voice low and deliberate. "Ortiz." The The quiet one with the wife and kid we took in a while ago. He let the silence stretch, his lips curling faintly, though not in a smile. Interesting. Blake shifted his weight uneasily. Duncan kept silent, his jaw tight. Then, without warning, Caldwell slammed the bottle sideways across the desk. Glass shattered, liquor spraying everywhere. The sound echoed through the gutted hotel like a gunshot. Ben Davis was your ace. Caldwell's voice rose, venom dripping from every word. 3 men dead, ammunition wasted, and you come crawling back looking like whipped dogs. You think burning down a pile of shacks makes up for that. Blake tried to stand his ground, but his eyes dropped. We gave as good as we got. We left them nothing but ash. Caldwell stepped out from behind the desk, boots heavy on the warped floorboards. His gaze swept them both, lingering on Duncan's blood-soaked bandage. And what exactly did you give me? You can't even stand straight. You, he jabbed a finger at Blake, look like you barely found your way back here. And 3 more of my men won't be finding their way anywhere ever again. The silence thickened, heavy and stifling. Even the guards shifted slightly as if they'd rather not be present. Blake opened his mouth, shut it again, then tried once more. We did what you told us. We burned them out. Duncan here. I don't care what Duncan did. Caldwell's voice cracked like ice breaking. I care about what you didn't do. You didn't come back with supplies. You didn't come back with captives. You didn't come back with results. What you brought me is weakness. And weakness, he leaned close, eyes burning, is death. Blake swallowed hard, his hands twisting at his sides. We killed them all. Every one of those thieves is dead or wounded. Duncan and I made sure of it. Did you? Caldwell's tone was mocking. He stepped closer, boots thudding on the warped boards. Or did you run like dogs and leave a mess that needs cleaning up after? His gaze darted to Duncan's wound, then back up without a flicker of sympathy. Look at you. Useless. Duncan said nothing, his jaw locked tight, fury and humiliation seething behind his silence. Caldwell motioned for his guards. They flanked him as he strode out through the double doors and down the hall. Blake and Duncan followed like wayward sheep caught in a storm. At the far end, the building had partially collapsed, the floor giving way to the street 3 stories below. The cold wind swept in through the ruin, carrying the smell of ash and old smoke. You see that? Caldwell spread his arms, his silhouette stark against the open drop. All of it, ours if we play our cards right, the whole town. Every house still standing, every scrap of food, every soul that breathes. Durango can be the jewel of this valley, and I will be the one sitting on its throne. He turned suddenly and shoved Blake toward the edge. The big man stumbled, boots scraping against the crumbling boards as he windmilled for balance. One more push, and he would have gone into the street below. Caldwell caught him by the collar, yanking him back with a sneer. But only if the men under me are worth more alive than dead. Remember that. Blake's face had gone pale as chalk. Duncan stared at the ruined floor without a word. Caldwell released Blake with a shove and stalked back toward his office, his voice rising. You both will answer for tonight, and so will Ben. He was supposed to be in charge. If there were failures, they fall on his head, but that doesn't mean I don't hold you responsible as well. Do you understand me? Blake bobbed his head quickly. Duncan, pale and sweating, kept his silence a moment longer, then finally nodded. Good, Caldwell said, his tone suddenly cool. Now get out of my sight before I decide the 2 of you are worth less than the ground you're standing on. Blake half-dragged Duncan down the hall, both men cowering like whipped dogs. Caldwell lingered behind, the broken glass of the bourbon bottle still glistening across the scarred wood of his desk. He leaned forward, palms pressed to the map of Durango spread before him, the red ink bleeding like veins across the streets and blocks. This was his battlefield now, his command. The army had given him nothing but scars. A shoulder that never healed right, a slight limp that came with the cold, and a monthly check so thin it barely kept the lights on when there were lights to keep on. Years of service, years of orders followed and blood spilled, and for what? Gratitude that seemed to vanish as soon as the uniform came off. No medals had paid for groceries, no flag had covered the mortgage. But here, in the ashes of what was left, he would take what he was owed. All of it. Durango would be his reward, its people bent or broken until they understood. Doing the right thing had never paid the bills then, and they would not win a war now. Strength was all that mattered, strength and the will to use it. Caldwell straightened and stared down at the map, the lines and markings pulling into focus under the dim lamplight. The city was already his in his mind. Soon, it would be his in truth. And when that day came, no one, not the incompetence of men like Blake or Duncan, not even a man like Ben Davis with his stubborn notions of right and wrong, would stand in his way. Chapter 21. Snow still drifted off the pines when the Chevy nosed up to the gate. The golden hue of a lamp threw a small pool of light across the shoveled steps, and beyond it, a couple of windows glowed the color of honey. Ben's chest loosened a fraction at the sight. He climbed out stiffly with Joel and shouldered the double case while the dogs erupted inside. Gunner's bark rolled through the air like muffled thunder, followed by Sam's sharper tone and Bajer's higher yips. "Thanks for the ride." Ben dipped his chin at Ortiz. "See you around." Ortiz nodded back, shooting Ben a half-hearted two-finger salute. The goodbye was a reminder that tonight was just the beginning of Caldwell's expectations. Sandy had the door open before they reached it. Warmth and the smell of coffee spilled out, followed by Gunner, who pushed past her in a blur of brown fur, and shoved his head against Ben's thigh so hard it nearly buckled him. Ben let the weight of the dog hold him steady and dragged his hand through the Chessie's thick coat. Sam and Bajer swarmed Joel, tails windmilling and nails ticking across the frosty deck boards. After a few seconds, the dogs swapped people and Ben found himself fighting for balance against Sam and Bajer's excitement. "Inside," Sandy said, voice steady, although her eyes shone. She stood aside to let them all pass and closed out the cold with a firm latch. "Welcome home." Sandy put a hand on Joel's shoulder as he passed, then wrapped both her arms around Ben. "I'm glad you're back." Ben returned her embrace. "Me too." Allie hovered near the table, a towel clenched tightly in one hand, her eyes locked on Joel like he might vanish if she blinked. The moment he stepped fully inside, she crossed the space in quick strides and wrapped her arms around him, pressing her face into his neck. Joel stood still for a second, then folded into her, holding her like he needed the embrace just as much. Emma peeked around the corner in her slippers, a sweater 2 sizes too big swallowing her frame. She started toward them, then hesitated near the doorway, uncertain whether to rush to her dad or wait for him to get settled. Ben made the decision for her. "Come here, Em. I told you we wouldn't be gone long." He met her halfway, scooping her into a hug and lifting her off the floor. She let out a breath, thin and shaky, like she'd been holding it since the moment they left on Caldwell's errand. "We were worried about you both," Emma sighed. Brad pushed himself up from the couch by the stove, the blanket slipping to the floor. His face was pale and thin, but his eyes were clear. At the sight of his father and brother, he stood too fast, stumbling a little as the dogs darted excitedly around the room, chasing each other in wild loops. He steadied himself and met Ben halfway, straightening his shoulders as if trying to stand taller, tougher. Ben gave him a quiet nod and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Glad you're back." "You too, Joel," Brad said, his voice tight but steady. His eyes were glassy, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, but he blinked it back, trying hard to look brave or maybe older than he was. He stepped aside to give them room to peel off frozen coats and kick off their wet shoes. He stood tall, his posture stiff with purpose, like he wanted to be seen as someone who could carry his weight while Joel and Ben were gone. Without being asked, he gathered their soaked socks and boots and brought them to the wood stove, carefully arranging them around the edge of the fieldstone hearth to dry. The wood stove ticked, the kettle whispered, and for a long half-minute no one said a word. Sandy broke the silence, setting 2 steaming mugs on the table and nudging chairs out with her hip. "Sit," she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Eat something." Luke gave us a heads-up on the radio, said he saw headlights coming up the mountain, and figured it was you. So Allie pulled the stew from the cold cellar. Ben felt the tiredness roll through him in a slow wave. He slid into his chair and closed his hands around the mug. Joel dropped into the next seat, jaw tight, his body rigid as if he were still bracing himself against the bounce of the old Chevy. Allie moved to stand behind him, one hand on his shoulder, thumb rubbing small circles into the worn fabric of his shirt. Emma claimed the edge of a stool and folded her hands around her own cup, blowing on the steam. Brad fetched the remainder of a loaf of bread from the counter and set it down on the table, ripping a small hunk off for himself, then hovered by the stove, restless. Sandy ladled stew into bowls. It was thicker than usual, potatoes and venison and a few carrots, and the smell lifted the hunger that fatigue had pressed flat. She set a bowl in front of each of them, then leaned on the back of the chair across from Ben and waited. Every face turned toward Ben and Joel, the weight of unspoken questions hanging thick in the air. Ben took a slow breath. "We made it back," he said finally, the words heavier than he expected. He glanced at Joel. "We're all right." Allie's shoulders eased just a little and her hand found Joel's again. "Tell us what happened out there," she said gently. Ben didn't answer right away. He worked his jaw for a moment, chewing on the words. He didn't want to speak it, not yet, but silence felt worse. "I'll tell you," he said quietly. "Just give me a second." Ben took a bite of stew and washed it down with a gulp of coffee, then began to work the words free, steady, and plain. The river. The empty camp that looked wrong from the start. The men Caldwell had paired with him and Joel. The way the trap closed in around them and the arrows that came like mad hornets from a disturbed nest. He did not dress it up and he did not spare anyone. He told them what they needed to know. He told them enough to understand that it had been close and it had been hard. Joel filled in the edges where it mattered. The pallets and the grenade. The close calls, the river crossing there and back that put ice inside their bones, and the tally of dead left behind. He did not brag. He did not soften his part. His voice carried the measured cadence of a man who had accepted the weight of what he had done and intended to carry it without complaint or need of approval. When they finished, the house was very quiet. The only sound was the soft clink of Ben's spoon against the bowl and Gunner's loud snoring near the stove. Sandy straightened, both palms flat on the chair back. "So 3 men died," she said, not a question. Ben's gaze dropped to his hands. "Yes." "And Duncan?" she asked. "Shot in the arm, he'll live," Ben said. "I made sure of that." He lifted his eyes, for her sake, not his. Allie's jaw hardened. "They dragged you into a mess and would have left you there if it had gone worse." She looked at Joel, then back to Ben. "Why do this again? Why do anything more for a man like Caldwell? He won't be happy until you're both." She stopped herself. "Because I told Caldwell yes," Ben said. The admission tasted bitter. "And because he would not have left us alone if we had refused, not after the raid on Slade's place. I thought we could pay down what he believes I owe. I thought we could buy time for you all here." "You can't buy time from a man like that," Sandy said quietly. "He only ever reaches for more." She came around the table and sat, folding her elbows in, palms clasped. Her voice was calm, but the thread of anger in it glowed. I know why you went, I know who you are. But I am telling you, Benjamin, this cannot be what we are from now on. Sending you out with men who do not care if you come back. Sending Joel. She reached for Joel's arm and squeezed, then looked at Ben. Not like that. Not for Caldwell. Joel inhaled, shoulders lifting. I can handle myself, he said, not defensive, only sure. Sandy nodded. I know, that is not the point. Brad shifted by the stove, squaring his shoulders. We can handle things here while you do what you have to. Allie and I can keep the place running. He hesitated, then added, I can help protect it too. If anything happens, I'll be ready. He looked to Ben for confirmation and found it waiting. I know you will. Ben smiled at his youngest and set his mug down. He let his eyes move to each of them, one by one. Emma, with her hands tight around the cup, her worry making her appear smaller. Allie with her chin lifted, and the silver ring catching a line of lantern light. Joel, steady and older than his years. Sandy, tired and afraid for their futures, and rightfully so. Brad with fresh resolve under the bruises on his face. Ben had been contemplating this matter since before they left the river, and now the decision he'd arrived at felt like it was the only obvious choice. I am done, he said. The words fell into the room with a soft finality. Joel and I will not run another errand for Caldwell. Not like this. Not with those men. Not for his kind of justice. He drew a breath and did not look away. Tomorrow, I'll go to town and tell him myself. Sandy's eyes closed for a beat and then opened again. He won't take it well. I know, Ben said. He could come up here, Allie said. Try to make an example. He could, Ben said. Then we will be ready. Emma's voice came small from the stool. Is it going to be all right, Dad? Ben turned to her. It won't be easy, but everything will be all right. The dog stirred at Ben's promise. Gunner rose from his station and lumbered to the table, where he pressed his shoulder against Ben's knee. Sam followed, nosing Joel's wrist until he scratched her without thinking, while Bajer found Emma and settled her chin into the girl's lap with a sigh. Sandy reached for Ben's hand. If you're going to town, we plan it down to the last detail, including what happens if you're not back by a certain time. I will come back, Ben said, but yes, we'll have a plan. Joel sat forward, elbows on the table. I'll go with you. Ben nodded slowly, the weight of the decision already settling on his shoulders. You'll have to. Allie too. He looked to her. I'll need the extra eyes and ears, especially after I draw that line in the sand with Caldwell. Allie gave a slight nod, her expression caught between relief and concern. She reached for Joel's hand and threaded her fingers through his. Then we lock down here, she said, turning to Sandy. First thing in the morning. We reset every trip line, add more maybe. Brad and I and Emma can handle that while you guys get gear together. Sandy nodded. Good. Come daylight, we'll make this place as ready as it can be, just in case. Ben drank the last of the coffee. It was lukewarm, but it settled right all the same. He stood as the feeling crept back into his feet, slow at first, then sharp, like pins pressing through the skin. He didn't say anything, just winced once and shifted his weight until the sting dulled. I guess after tomorrow we'll have to go back to standing watch at night for a while, Joel added. Ben shrugged. Maybe. We'll have to see how it goes tomorrow. Right now we need rest. And you've earned it. The house began to settle around them, warm and still. Outside, the wind had dropped to a murmur. Somewhere in the trees, an owl called once and went silent again. Ben rubbed his feet and pulled on clean socks before nudging his and Joel's boots closer to the stove so they'd be dry by morning, which wasn't as far off as he wished. He rose and made his way into the kitchen, where Sandy was cleaning up after the late-night meal, and placed a hand gently on her back. "I mean it," he said, not loud enough for the kids to hear as they prepared for bed. Not dramatic, just firm. "After tomorrow, I'm done working for Caldwell. Whatever price comes from that, we'll pay it here together, not out there alone, at the wrong end of someone else's plan." Sandy turned around at the counter and wrapped her arms around his waist. "It won't be easy, but we'll get through this together, just like we always do." Her smile looked forced but sincere. The words settled like a post driven deep into frozen earth, immovable and final. And he knew she was right. Ben smiled back at her, then looked across the room to where the dogs had settled back in around the stove, then to Emma, now almost fast asleep under the blanket. And to Brad, tucked into the big club chair by the window with a view of the driveway, already watching like he might spot trouble before it even showed up. Ben hated the idea of leaving, even for a day, even with the Holdens nearby. The thought of Sandy and the kids here alone twisted something in his gut, but it would be safe for now. Caldwell didn't know the lines had shifted yet, not until Ben told him. Once he did, things would change. After that, they'd all have to stay put, keep their heads down, defend what they had. But it was the only choice as far as Ben was concerned. Riding out with Caldwell's men on ill-planned sorties was fool's work. He couldn't continue to put himself, or, more importantly, Joel at risk for the Major's warped agenda. But until then. He glanced toward the dark window, where the snow caught the light of the moon and glittered like a million diamonds scattered on the ground. They had chosen their road. It wouldn't be easy and it wouldn't be safe, but it would be theirs. In the quiet shuffle of the kids making their way to bed, the clink of dishes, and the low pop of settling wood in the stove, Ben felt that old, stubborn thing rise again inside him, steady, unshakable. He would ride into town in the morning. He would say what needed to be said. And whatever came after, he'd be here to meet it. Chapter 22. Durango lay under a thin blanket of snow, the streets quiet and muffled in gray. Smoke curled in uneven lines from the chimneys of homes still standing, though there weren't many left. Many of the buildings had burned during the first chaotic days after the imps, when panic reigned and no one was left to fight the flames. Fires had spread unchecked, devouring whole blocks before finally dying out, leaving behind scorched skeletons of what used to be homes and businesses. Now the smoke that rose over Durango came from smaller, quieter fires from trash heaps lit for warmth, not destruction. Thin columns drifted skyward from pockets of life scattered throughout the ruins. In the hollowed-out shells of buildings with sagging roofs and boarded windows, survivors had scraped together shelter. They gathered in what was left of old offices and gutted storefronts, huddled close around makeshift stoves and barrel fires. Blankets were pinned over doorways and plastic sheeting rustled in broken window frames. They lived in clusters, families, drifters, whoever could share the space without coming to blows. Food was scarce, supplies hoarded, and every day was a negotiation between survival and desperation. It wasn't a town anymore. It was a patchwork of struggle, stitched together by cold hands and fading hope. The town had pulled inward. What was left of its people clung to the edges of survival, gathering in silence beneath a broken skyline, the rising smoke, a quiet sign that life, however fragile, still held on. Caldwell watched the town from the third floor of the Strader Hotel, his gloved hands resting on a charred piece of wood where a wall once stood. The building was gutted in places, fire-scarred and patched with scavenged lumber, but it was his fortress now, his throne. From this height he could see most of the chaos, the street wide and silent beneath the pale sky. In the distance, a truck engine broke the stillness, the low growl echoing off the brick and stone of the old buildings. The Chevy came first, crawling down the street with chains on its tires and a loudspeaker lashed to the roof. The slow-moving truck was followed by a few armed men on horseback. One of Caldwell's men stood in the bed of the Chevy pickup with one hand on the cab for balance while the other held a microphone. His voice boomed across the snow-covered town, the words ricocheting off brick walls and drifting out to the edges of Durango. "Attention, citizens of Durango, this is Major Caldwell. Order has arrived. Effective immediately, the Strater Hotel is the center of command and governance. All disputes, requests, and resources will pass through my authority. Comply and you will be fed. Resist and you will not." The voice repeated the message as the truck made a turn onto East 3rd Avenue and headed for a section of homes that had somehow managed to survive the worst of the fires and now held a small encampment of survivors. Curtains twitched in windows that were still intact. A few faces appeared, pale and wary, behind cracked glass. Some children peeked out before being pulled quickly back into the shadows. Caldwell's men tossed small sacks from the backs of the trucks onto the snow. Cans clattered out, dented but still sealed, along with vacuum-packed rations wrapped in silver. Powdered milk, rice, beans, food. The kind no one had seen in quantity since before the world went dark. Hungry townsfolk edged out from the shadows, hesitant but driven by need. They moved like deer toward the sacks, heads swiveling, shoulders hunched, afraid the food might vanish as quickly as it appeared. One boy scooped up a can, and his mother snatched it from his hand and shoved it under her coat before pulling him back. An older man stepped forward, bold enough to take 2 sacks at once. The men following the Chevy on horseback let him go without a word. Caldwell smiled faintly. The smile of a man who had learned long ago that hunger broke people more quickly than the barrel of a gun. Behind him, the stairwell door creaked open, and Duncan shuffled out into the wide hallway, his arm bound in fresh cloth. Blake followed, broad shoulders tense, his face still pale from their return the night before. They had been patched up, fed, and told to report. Now they stood stiff as recruits waiting for orders. "Sir," Duncan said, his voice hoarse, "they're giving it out just like you said. Folks are coming out for it." Caldwell didn't bother turning around. He watched as another family hurried across the street to gather cans, eyes darting nervously at the armed soldiers. "Good," he said softly. "Fear will keep them compliant, but food will buy loyalty and new recruits to the cause. A few more screw-ups like last night, and we'll need all the men we can gather." Blake shifted uneasily. "But it won't last. There isn't much left from the government supply truck we jacked a couple months ago." Caldwell finally turned, his eyes narrowing. "You let me worry about that. I have men on the road every week looking." He reached for the bourbon bottle on a small hall table behind him, poured a swallow into a chipped glass, and drank. His hand trembled slightly as he set it down, though his voice carried no hint of weakness. "It's a good thing they don't know where we got it from." Duncan let a dry chuckle escape from his lips. "Shut your mouth," Caldwell snapped. "Besides, you think these people care where the food came from?" he asked in a calmer tone, sweeping his hand toward the end hallway that sat open to the elements. "All they will remember is who provided sustenance when they were in need, and that's all that matters." Duncan looked at the floor. Blake muttered something under his breath but caught himself when Caldwell's gaze snapped his way. Caldwell spun on his heels and stepped toward them, his boots ringing sharp against the warped planks. "Durango is a crown waiting for a head," he said, his voice low but heavy. "It was not Victor Slade's, and it will not be another scavenger S. It will be mine. These people need order. They need a single voice, a steady hand, not a council, not a committee, one man, and I am that man." Silence followed, broken only by the faint crack of the loudspeaker echoing outside. Blake's throat worked as he swallowed hard. "So what do you want us to do next?" Caldwell started for the double doors of his office. "Make sure they understand this is not charity. This food comes under the condition of total obedience. Any male old enough to shave and carry a weapon will serve in the ranks. I want patrols every night and curfews enforced. If they resist, break them. Quietly if you can, publicly if you must. A thief who steals food loses a hand. A man who defies order loses more. Do not waste bullets if you can make an example with rope or fire." The words hung in the stale air. Even the guards flanking the double doors to the hallway stiffened, their expressions tightening as they struggled to remain neutral. Caldwell strolled to the window overlooking Main Avenue, his boots tapping lightly across the worn floorboards. He gazed at the streets below, watching as his truck, followed by a small column of riders rolling slowly along the next block. From this height, he could see the people, heads bowed, shoulders hunched against more than just the cold. With each pass of the loudspeaker, they seemed to shrink further into themselves. It wasn't fear anymore. It was something deeper, submission. The recent snowfall had shifted the paradigm. There was a new urgency settling over the town. Winter had arrived, and with it came the harsh reality of cold nights and dwindling supplies. Everyone knew it. You could see it in the way they moved, slower, more cautious. The burden of survival on the fringe was settling in, and it was starting to show. Caldwell smiled faintly. His voice, low but cutting, carried through the room like a stone dropped into still water. "Tonight, they eat from my hand. Tomorrow, they'll kneel at my feet. And soon enough, they won't even remember a world before my generosity." Duncan shivered despite the heat from the fire roaring in the hearth behind him. Blake kept his gaze pinned to the floor, jaw clenched so tightly his lips had gone pale. Caldwell didn't look at them again. He simply nodded toward the door. "That will be all, gentlemen. There is much work to do." They turned to leave as he went back to the window. Below, another sack of food was tossed into the snow. Half a dozen hands shot out, clawing for it. No hesitation, no shame. Caldwell watched it unfold with quiet satisfaction. The silence behind him was broken only by the soft click of the door closing. He lingered at the edge of the ruined floor, the night air cutting sharp through the gaps in the wall. Below him, Durango lay quiet, streets empty, save for the faint glow of lanterns in scattered windows. Once the town had been proud, bustling with tourists year-round, a jewel of the San Juans. Now it was fractured and brittle, and Caldwell could see it for what it truly was, an opportunity. The streets, the houses, the scraps of food and fuel still hidden away. Even the people, weary and scared, just waiting for someone to tell them what came next. They needed order. They needed a leader strong enough to seize it. Someone unbothered by soft notions of fairness or mercy. There was no room for any of that, not in the beginning anyway. Durango was his for the taking. Some would attempt to stand in his way. Maybe men like Ben Davis, clinging to ideals from a world that no longer existed, dragging his boy along with the same worn-out codes of honor. Foolish. Tiresome. Codes still existed, but they were written in blood and necessity. In this new order, only the strong would shape what survived. And yet, for all his pushback, for all that moral high-ground posturing, Davis had still joined the raid. He and the boy had spilled blood just like the rest of Caldwell's men. Whatever his misgivings, he had done what was asked of him. Caldwell had heard no protest, no outright refusal. Perhaps even Davis understood that survival meant obedience. Perhaps he would see reason after all, fall in line, and put his strengths to better use. Caldwell's thoughts lingered on Ortiz as well. Quiet, watchful, useful but with an unsettling air. A man like that either bent or broke. Caldwell could not yet decide which way Ortiz leaned. He stepped back from the shattered edge and let his gaze fall to the map spread across his desk. its red marks crawling over Durango like veins. The town was his, and soon everyone within it would understand that. Chapter 23. Morning broke cold and clear, the kind of brittle light that sharpened the edges of the snow instead of softening them. Frost feathered the windows in white lace, and the air inside still held the hush of sleep. On the rug near the stove, Gunnar stirred first with a grunt, rising stiffly before stretching until his claws were fully extended against the floorboards. Sam followed with a sweep of her tail that thumped the couch as she walked, while Bajor wriggled free from under the blanket draped across Emma's legs. Both Emma and Brad, who had fallen asleep downstairs, shifted but didn't wake. Ben was already by the stove, crouched to lace up his boots, the warmth of its embers at his back. He eased the iron door open for a look. Inside, the logs had collapsed to a soft orange bed, their glow pulsing gently like coals in a blacksmith's forge. He gently placed the last 2 pieces of split cherry inside and shut the door again quietly so as not to disturb the children, then headed for his jacket. At the mudroom door, he shrugged into his coat, the zipper rasping loud in the stillness. The Kel-Tec went across his shoulder in a practiced sweep as he opened the door, and cold rushed in like needles across his face, finishing what 2 mugs of coffee had already started. The dogs bounded ahead into the fresh snow, their eager paws kicking up powder that sparkled in the morning light. He'd get one of the boys to shovel the steps clean later. Ben followed after the dogs, boots crunching through no less than 6 new inches that had fallen overnight. He blew out a large, visible breath, pausing to squint at the ridgeline, the weight of the season pressing into his chest. "It's going to be a long winter," he muttered. Only Gunnar glanced back, amber eyes steady, as if he understood. Sam and Bajor were already fixed on the cold storage door, tails high and quivering with anticipation. "Sit." Ben lifted his hand. Gunnar dropped obediently. Sam settled next, but Bajor danced in place, whining under her breath until Ben gave her a firm look. At last, the brindle-colored dog plopped her hindquarters into the snow. Satisfied, Ben slipped inside the cold storage. The air inside was slightly warmer, sharp with the smell of meat. He emerged with 3 thick slabs of mule deer and fat, his breath catching white in the doorway. One by one, he tossed them out, saving Gunnar for last. The big dog caught his midair with a snap and dropped into the snow to gnaw contentedly. Sam and Bajor wagged furiously and trotted back toward the house, already carrying their meals inside. Ben tucked one last piece of venison into his coat pocket, then stopped at the woodpile. The stacked logs glittered with frost, and the smell of pine resin clung to his gloves as he gathered an armload. Once he had as much wood as he could manage, he straightened and called back over his shoulder, "Come on, boy. Bring it inside." Gunnar looked perfectly content to finish his meal right where he was, but he obeyed, clamping the slab between his jaws and bounding after Ben and the other dogs. The mudroom filled with the sound of dogs shaking off snow, nails tapping across the boards, and dishes clinking. In the kitchen, Sandy was already moving in her steady rhythm, shawl wrapped snug around her shoulders. The faint smell of coffee lingered from earlier, mingling with the slight musk of wet dog. She looked up, her eyes soft but her voice practical. "Well," she said, watching Gunnar push past with his prize, "looks like some of us already have breakfast. Once the kids bring in the eggs, I'll fix something for us. You're going to need your strength today." Ben laid the last piece of venison on the counter as he made his way to the hearth, the butcher paper crackling under his glove. "Thanks," he said quietly. The room filled with the small, familiar noises of home, the kettle whispering on the stove, the dogs chewing at their spots, the faint thud of footsteps upstairs. For a moment, the coming trip into town could wait. One by one, the kids filtered into the kitchen, sleepy-eyed but ready to start the day. Joel and Allie didn't waste any time shrugging into coats and securing rifles across their shoulders. Brad fumbled with his gloves at the door while Emma tugged her hat down over her ears. "Trip wires first," Joel said, his voice firm but not sharp. Allie nodded and adjusted the sling across her chest. "I'll take the lower pasture. You check the north line." Emma perked up. "I can help Brad with his traps." Ben gave her a short nod. "Stay in sight of the house." "Can someone check for eggs, please?" Sandy asked. "I can," Emma offered on her way out. The kids spilled into the yard with the dogs darting around them, tails whipping snow into the air. Joel's stride was long, the rifle settled against him like it belonged there. Allie moved with a quiet watchfulness, eyes tracking the tree line. Brad struck out for his small game trail and the snares he'd placed along them. Catch up when you're done," Brad called out as he dodged Gunnar and Sam, who were too busy chasing each other to notice him. "Go ahead. I'm going to feed the birds while I'm out here." Emma disappeared into the garage with Bajer. Ben stood at the mudroom window for a while, watching the kids outside, their voices muffled through the glass. Then he stepped into the kitchen, drawn by the smell of fresh coffee brewing. "I'll help at least until that's ready," he said, nodding toward the percolator on the wood stove as he joined Sandy at the counter. She gave him a sideways glance but didn't argue. He gave her an affectionate nudge with his hip and fell into step beside her, putting away the last of the dishes and dumping a 5-gallon bucket of packed snow into the sink so it could melt, ready for the next round of washing. "You slept?" she asked without turning. "Enough." Ben set the last plate on the clean stack and closed the cabinet door, but he didn't move right away. "This isn't going to end well today. I don't mean that in a morbid way, but—" "I know what you mean." A hint of irritation hung on her words. She placed her hand gently over his on the counter. Her touch was warm and steady. "But it has to end," she said. "You can't let Caldwell keep calling the shots. He might be worse than Victor Slade. We just haven't seen it yet." Ben nodded slowly. "I've seen enough." "This is the right thing, Ben. For you, for Joel, for all of us. Taking a stand now isn't any more dangerous than letting him send you off on one of his vile errands again." She paused, searching his face. "From what you told me last night, after the kids went to bed, it almost sounded like he wanted you dead." Ben didn't respond, but the look in his eyes was answer enough. Sandy's brow creased. "Did you ever consider he might have tipped off the bandits himself, or someone close to him did?" The thought seemed to hit her as she said it, and her voice dropped to a whisper. "It would have been convenient, wouldn't it? You don't come back, he pins it on someone else, keeps his hands clean, and gets rid of the only person he's really afraid of." Ben's brows drew together. "I hadn't looked at it from that angle, but you might be right. Ortiz isn't exactly on Caldwell's list of favorites. Neither is Duncan, but for different reasons." He turned toward her, placing his hands gently on her hips and guiding her to face him. "There's going to be pushback, Sandy, from Caldwell, from his men. They'll come here." "I know." Her voice didn't waver, but her eyes shimmered, glassy with emotion. She dropped her gaze to the floor, blinking hard. Ben lifted her chin, but the words he wanted wouldn't come, maybe because there weren't any good ones left to say. This wasn't a clean fight. There was no easy way out. Ben had always done his best to protect Sandy and the kids, to keep them out of the fray as much as possible, but that was never possible, and he knew it. Sandy filled the silence herself, steadying her voice as she met his eyes. "I'd rather fight here, on ground we know, side by side, than lose you out there chasing the next mess that man sends you into. Caldwell's a tyrant, Ben. He's not interested in loyalty. He's interested in obedience, no matter the cost to others." Ben pulled her in, holding her close as her breath caught, not sobbing, not breaking, just letting the truth settle between them. After this morning, there would be no turning back. The kids trickled back inside, starting with Emma, cheeks pink from the cold and a wide grin stretched across her face. She held a basket full of eggs like it was gold bullion. "Whoa, look at that haul," Sandy said, quickly wiping at her eyes and stepping away from Ben as if they'd been caught sneaking kisses behind the schoolhouse. Emma either didn't notice or chose to pretend she hadn't. 14 chicken eggs and 2 duck eggs, she beamed. "Guess I missed a couple yesterday." She lifted the basket proudly, set it on the kitchen island, then spun on her heel toward the mudroom. Bajer was close behind, tail wagging and nose close to her boots, followed her into the kitchen, then immediately turned to follow her out again, unsure of the plan but determined to stick with her girl. "And Brad got 2 rabbits," Emma called over her shoulder. "I'm going to help Allie and Joel now." The door banged shut behind her just as Bajer's tail cleared the threshold. Ben couldn't help but smile at the sight of her, her energy like a ray of sunshine on an otherwise cloudy day. The eggs, the smile, the way her eyes lit up with pride reminded him of better days. Days when the kids would rush out the door to play in the snow, sledding or snowboarding down the hill, with Gunner barking and chasing after them like it was the best job in the world. He stood there a moment longer and made himself a quiet promise. If they made it through this, if Caldwell backed down or could be dealt with, he'd burn the fuel and take the kids to Chapman Hill. Or maybe somewhere else, somewhere low-key, tucked out of the way. Let them play. Let them laugh. Let them remember what it meant to just be kids. Joel and Allie, too. They all deserved that. Several minutes later, Brad came through the door with snow clinging to his boots and a rabbit in each hand, held high like trophies. "Em was too busy to help," he said, clearly proud of his solo efforts. "But I took care of it. Reset the snares, too." His grin stretched nearly ear to ear, and despite the purple bruise on his face, he looked about as good as Ben could have hoped for, especially after the trauma he'd been through. Brad was resilient. More than that, though. He was a survivor who would someday remember very little of the world before this life. Maybe that was a good thing and maybe it wasn't, but none of that mattered in this triumphant moment. Whatever scars remained, visible or not, they'd deal with them later. For now, they were alive together and standing in a warm kitchen with rabbits for stew and eggs on the counter. And for this morning, that was enough. Ben had learned to live in the small moments, not by choice but by necessity. These fragments of peace, of warmth, of family, they were as precious as they were fleeting, and he'd come to understand just how much weight they carried. But this kind of freedom, this life of self-reliance and hard-earned quiet, didn't come cheap, and it didn't last long. Today's trip into town to confront Caldwell would test the balance yet again. Eventually, the rest of the kids came in, red-faced and half-winded from their morning outside. Their cheeks were flushed from cold air and honest work, their laughter echoing off the walls as they peeled off coats and boots. In some ways, Ben thought this was how it was supposed to be. Chores, fresh air, calloused hands. Time spent in the real world, not buried behind screens. They were learning things that mattered and would keep them alive. How to fix a fence, how to skin a rabbit, how to read a situation or track a deer through snow. And yet, there was a quiet ache beneath the pride. He didn't miss the marathon video game sessions or the way their faces used to glow blue from hours spent staring into phones. He didn't miss the algorithm-driven urgency to keep up, to respond, to stay visible in some endless scroll of distraction. But he did miss the joy in Emma's voice when she got a birthday message from a friend on the other side of the country. He missed the way Joel used to share music with his siblings or connect with them online. He missed the ease of it all, the chance to give his kids a world where safety was assumed, not earned. They had lost a kind of innocence when the lights went out, and Ben still mourned that, quietly, deeply. He hoped they would remember the world had once held more than struggle, that it had been full of spontaneous road trips and school sporting events, streaming movies on a lazy Sunday, and the kind of silly, meaningless things that made life feel light for a while. Now, everything had weight. Every step, every decision, every silence. But for this morning, eggs on the counter, fresh snow tracked across the rug, rabbits hanging from a nail, it was enough. And Ben would take it. Because in this new world, those small wins were the only currency that still held value. And he would hang on to them for as long as he could, even if that meant confronting the devil himself. Chapter 24. Breakfast was quick and quiet. The rabbits had been cleaned and hung for later, and the eggs, the few they allowed themselves, were gone almost as fast as Sandy could get them on the table. One rabbit and the rest of the eggs had been set aside for the Holdens, a small gesture of gratitude for the extra burden of housing 2 more horses. Not nearly enough, in Ben's opinion, but the best they could do for now. The smell of breakfast lingered, rich and warm, and for a brief moment the kitchen felt like a normal home, full of shared silence, the soft clatter of plates, the presence of family. But beneath that comfort, everyone felt the weight of what lay beyond the walls. The thin insulation of the homestead kept out the cold, but not the tension curling at the edges of the day. When the last dishes were cleared, Ben broke the peace. "We travel light," he said. His voice wasn't loud, but it was final. "Weapons only. No packs. We drive, not ride. If things go bad, and they will, we need to be able to move fast." Joel looked up from his empty plate, a line forming between his brows. "We could save the fuel." "Not today," Ben cut in, gently but firmly. "On horseback, we can't outrun trouble. In the Blazer, we've got a chance. We'll chain up before we go." Joel gave a reluctant nod, though his eyes drifted toward the window and the Holden's place beyond, as if doing the math on what Ben suggested was accurate. Allie set her mug down with purpose. "Light means fast. Fast means safe." Ben offered her a tight, grateful smile. "Exactly." Brad sat forward, jaw clenched. "What about here, while you're gone?" Ben looked him square in the eye. "You keep the wood stove burning and the dogs close. Trip wires are in place, and the big gun is ready for action. Just point and shoot." He turned to Sandy, who met his gaze with quiet resolve and a nod. "No one comes close without the dogs knowing first, and we won't be gone long." Emma, quiet until now, swallowed hard. She wrapped her arms around Bajer, who leaned into her chest and licked her chin, sensing the shift in mood. "How long?" Ben crouched beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "We'll be home for dinner," he said softly. "You have my word." The family scattered to their tasks, though the gear Ben, Joel, and Allie gathered was little more than what they could carry on their shoulders. There would be no packs of supplies or extra comforts, just spare magazines and the weapons they intended to carry. Allie spread an old towel across the dining room table and began cleaning her rifle. The metal already gleamed, but her hands moved with a restless precision, more nervous ritual than necessity. Brad and Emma worked together, doing what they could to ensure there would be no need to venture outside unnecessarily. They ferried a couple sizable loads of split logs inside using the firewood caddy, stacking it neatly on the hearthstones until the pile rose almost to Emma's waist. Sandy filled a row of scuffed Nalgene bottles and tucked them into a pack alongside the emergency medical kit, her motions methodical and steady, as if order might quiet the unspoken concern in the room. The dogs caught the change before anyone spoke it aloud. Gunnar made laps around the kitchen island, nose in the air as though he might find a clue or a reason for the tension. His ears pricked at every small sound. Sam pressed against Allie's leg with a soft whine, sensing her tension, while Bajer busied herself following Emma and Brad as they added to the woodpile, oblivious to the building tension. Ben fiddled with the radio for a few minutes, static hissing across the line until Luke Holden's voice finally came through, faint but steady. Ben told him what he needed to know, that Sandy and the younger kids would be alone for a few hours. Luke promised to keep the radio on his hip until Ben checked back in with him after the trip to town. Ben promised repayment in kind, said he would help with the repairs at Luke's place once the dust from this business with Caldwell settled, if it ever did. The Holdens are good people. Thank God for neighbors like them. Sandy slid the last Nalgene into the bag. Ain't that the truth? Ben let out a half-hearted chuckle, underscoring the importance of their allies down the road. I've got to make good on my promise to help the man and his family, though. The words tasted hollow even as he said them. Promises carried less weight these days, simply because their lives were no longer their own. Sandy smiled. I'm sure Luke understands. You're only one person, Ben, and a good one at that. He turned from the radio and shot Sandy an appreciative smile as she made final adjustments to the straps on the backpack. Meanwhile, Allie ran the cloth over her rifle one final time and stowed the cleaning supplies, jaw set in concentration. Brad stacked the last log with exaggerated care, as though perfection might prove his worth, while Emma hovered near the stove, eyes wide but silent. Ben straightened and looked around the room one last time, taking in the warmth of the house and the smell of breakfast that hung in the air, the smell of a normal life, or at least the hint of it. The burden of what he was about to do hung heavier, though. A feeling that wouldn't go away until he'd confronted Caldwell and laid his cards on the table. The unspoken knowledge that the day's errand could bring ruin down on them all hovered like a dark cloud over their heads despite the bluebird skies outside. It was a reality they shouldn't have had to face, not the kids, not any of them. This should have been a day spent doing other things, least of all dealing with a man like Caldwell. There was no more avoiding it. Caldwell had to be faced, and the longer Ben delayed, the more this reckoning would eat away at him. The thought of walking into Durango set a knot low in his stomach, not for his own sake, but for what it could mean for Sandy and the kids if things went wrong. One truth rang clear in his mind, though. He would never think of Caldwell as any kind of major or leader. The man had dragged the title through the dirt until it meant nothing. Whatever honor once clung to his name had long since rotted away in disgrace, leaving only arrogance and ambition. Time to go, Ben sighed. The words cut the air cleanly. All three dogs leaped to attention at once, ears forward, tails wagging with the eager expectation of an outing. Gunnar's gaze locked on him, steady and intent. The dog was ready for action, as he always was. Ben's chest tightened at the sight. Not this time, he murmured. He wanted nothing more than to have Gunnar at his side, planted inside the blazer while they dealt with Caldwell, a detrimental wall of loyalty and teeth to anyone who might consider the parked truck an easy target. But the truth was clearer than his wont. The homestead needed Gunnar and the other dogs more than he did today. If Caldwell reacted poorly, if he sent his men up the mountain in retaliation, men who were closer by than Ben, Joel, and Allie, the first defense of this place would be the dogs' warning. Gunnar tilted his head as if he understood. Sam whined once, pressing closer to Allie's knee, while Bajer dropped to her haunches as though she were relieved to be staying put. Ben looked at each of the dogs, then at his family. He felt the same conflict rising in him that he saw mirrored in their faces, the drive to go, to see it through, and the desperate wish to stay, to keep the doors barred and the property protected and never risk what was theirs. But if they didn't seek this resolution, it would come looking for them. That much was certain. The choice had been made the day he went to Caldwell for help getting Brad back. Ben still couldn't decide if it had been necessary or simply desperate, but either way, the regret lingered like a bitter taste. What happened that night could never be undone, and wondering how it might have gone differently was wasted breath. The milk was already spilled, the stain already set. Now, only the hard road ahead, and at the end of it, Caldwell. A man Ben once tolerated out of necessity, but now saw for what he truly was, a parasite feeding on the ruin of others, draping himself in the remnants of authority he had long since disgraced. Joel slung his rifle over his shoulder while Allie zipped her coat with steady hands. As she stepped forward, Sandy reached out and brushed her arm, just a brief touch in passing, but it held weight. Allie glanced at her, eyes full of quiet resolve. It wasn't defiance. It was understanding. About how things were. About how they had to be. By the stove, Brad and Emma stood close together, watching in silence. They didn't say goodbye, maybe because part of them believed that if they didn't acknowledge it, they could stop it from happening. But the moment was already in motion, and there was no turning back now. Ben pulled the front door open wide. A rush of cold air spilled in, cutting past the heat that had gathered on the dark green paint under the morning sun. The light outside was harsh, almost blinding against the snow. He stepped out with Joel and Allie close behind, boots crunching in the slush. The dogs crowded the threshold, ears pricked and tails wagging, but froze at Ben's firm order to stay put. The Chevy waited beside the garage, its steel skin flashing under the late morning sun. Last night's snow had already slipped from the sheet metal in wet streaks, dripping onto the packed gravel below. Joel's voice broke the silence. "You sure we shouldn't take the horses? I get wanting a quick exit, but horses could take us off the road if it comes to that." Ben paused, considering, then shook his head. "It's a fair point, but Caldwell's men ride too. If it turns into a chase, they'll have the edge. What we need is speed. Get in, say what needs saying, and get out before he's had time to decide how to react. If we're lucky, that's all it will be. If not," he pressed a flat palm against the Chevy's hood, "the truck gives us a fighting chance. From here, two of us can keep rifles up. Better odds than the saddle." Joel scraped frost from the passenger side window, shoulders stiff. "I was just thinking, it might be a while before we get another shot at fuel." Allie brushed snow from the tailgate and cut him a sharp look. "After last time, there may not be any fuel left to go back for." Her brow arched toward Brad, who stood in the doorway with the others. Ben slid the scraper down the windshield in hard strokes, finishing his thought. "If this gets us home, I'll burn the gas without a second thought." With the windows cleared, Joel swung the passenger door wide for Allie, and she climbed into the back. Ben slid behind the wheel, the vinyl seat stiff and biting cold against his legs. He twisted the key, and the trusty V8 coughed once, then caught, growling to life as thick white vapor billowed from the tailpipe. Up on the porch, Sandy and the younger two stood framed in the open doorway, the dogs restless at their feet. Ahead, Durango waited, and Caldwell with it. Ben eased the truck into gear and started down the frozen gravel drive, the weight of his vow heavy but certain. Today, he would draw the line. Chapter 25. The drive down into the valley took longer than usual. The storm from 2 days ago, along with last night's addition, had left the roads buried. With no crews to plow them, the snow lay deep and uneven, and the few tire tracks that existed only made matters worse. The weight of passing vehicles had pressed the snow into slick, frozen ruts that grabbed at the tires and threatened to wrench the wheel from Ben's hands. The shaded stretches were the worst. There, Ice lay hidden under the powder, waiting to send the blazer skidding. Even with the chains on the tires, the trek into Durango was proving trickier than Ben had anticipated. More than once, he had to fight the wheel, his shoulders straining as the truck tried to pull off the road. He kept their pace as steady as possible, though, neither rushing nor dawdling. It was the only way to hold the line between caution and progress. Every bend in the road carried the weight of risk. Otherwise, the ride was quiet. The hum of the Chevy's V8 filled the cab, steady but low, a rhythm beneath the silence. Each of them sat wrapped in their own thoughts, though Ben suspected his weighed the most. Joel kept his eyes locked on the snow-muted road, jaw set and shoulders tight, as though sheer focus could hold the truck steady. Behind him, Allie leaned toward the passenger window where the sun struck the glass, her breath fogging small patches that bloomed and vanished in rhythm with her sighs. Ben had a place in mind for the truck, a spot he had noticed weeks earlier when passing through town. Along one of the back alleys not far from where his old store had once stood, a storage garage remained intact. The roll-up door was rust-stained but whole, one of the few left unbattered by scavengers or the collapse of the upper floors of nearby buildings. When Ben had checked it before, it had been empty, just a concrete shell with the smell of dust and char. But empty made it useful. And the intact door made it the perfect place to stash the truck. The more they could stay out of sight, the better. Parking the Blazer out on Main Avenue in broad daylight would be asking for trouble. Too many eyes, too many desperate hands. He had considered leaving one of the kids with it, maybe both, but decided that wasn't a good idea. If things went wrong inside the straighter, the last thing he wanted was to fight his way back out, only to find Joel or Allie cornered and alone. No, it was better to stick together. The truck could stay behind a locked door if the abandoned storage bay was in fact lockable, and if they had to make a run for it, they could move quickly and discreetly through the back alleys. Ben followed the highway until it ended at an intersection that crossed over Main Avenue near the far end of downtown. The truck rumbled quickly, its chains clattering against the cold pavement, then rolled half a block further before he cranked the wheel and slipped into the alley that snaked behind the row of burned-out shops and blackened brick facades. The alley stretched narrow and crooked, leading all the way to the old Durango and Silverton Narrow Gauge Railroad Depot. The train that once carried tourists up to Silverton and back now sat lifeless, a rusting relic of a world that no longer ran on schedules. Once bright storefronts had collapsed inward, leaving jagged teeth of broken walls and wide gaps that gave a clear view back to the street. In some places, little remained but piles of charred material and frost-covered beams that jutted up like grave markers. Here and there, scraps of life still clung to the ruin. A pair of thin figures crouched by a barrel fire in the lee of a collapsed roof, their hollow eyes following the truck but showing no spark of interest. They did not move, did not call out. Survival had taught them to watch in silence. A woman wrapped in a blanket shuffled past a doorway farther down, a child clutching her side. She spared the Blazer a glance, but her eyes slid away just as quickly, consumed by the task of keeping herself upright and her child in step. The throaty exhaust of the Blazer seemed too loud in that narrow canyon of brick and ash. It echoed off the walls, carrying farther than Ben liked. Even the snow and ice crunching under the tires seemed too loud for today's chore. They passed the shell of his old store, and without a word, all three of them turned their heads. The windows were blown out, the roof sagging inward. Ben's throat tight, but he kept his eyes on the path ahead. Whatever the store had been, it was gone, just like the life they had once lived. At the far end of the alley, the garage appeared, a dark shadow beneath a dented overhang. Its roll-up door hung open and rested about waist-high, just as Ben remembered. "Joel," Ben said, slowing the truck to a crawl. "See if you can get the door up high enough for us to slip under." Joel nodded without speaking. He slipped out of the passenger door, rifle held ready, his boots crunching softly on the packed snow. "Make sure it's clear first," Ben added, easing the Blazer forward at idle, one hand resting on the MP5 in his lap. "I will." Joel didn't look back, his shoulders square as he moved toward the garage. He dropped to one knee, sweeping the interior with the beam of a flashlight and the steady barrel of the Kel-Tec. The beam cut across bare concrete, fractured lines in the floor, and a scatter of dead leaves and snow that had blown in through holes in the roof. No movement, no sound. It was empty. Satisfied, Joel rose, letting the shotgun hang from its sling and set both hands on the door. He lifted with his legs, and the rusty door screamed in protest. The sound tore through the alley, loud enough to make Ben's teeth clench. He half expected faces to turn toward them, or figures to emerge from the shadows, but no one came. The ruined town seemed too weary to care. At last, the door rattled high enough for the Blazer to clear. Ben slid the truck forward, headlights sweeping across the empty space. The beams revealed nothing but the cold bones of the garage, cracked concrete, water stains on the walls, but no squatters, just a hollow shell. "Perfect," Ben muttered, cutting the engine as quickly as he could. The sudden silence settled over them, broken only by his and Allie's own breathing in the cold, dank space. Allie leaned forward, then climbed over the center console and settled into the passenger seat, where she remained for a moment with her rifle braced across her knees, eyes scanning the gloom. Joel stayed out in the alley for the time being, turning one way and then the other, checking every shadow, every doorway, making sure they hadn't been noticed. No alarms were raised, though. No one came running. The alley simply sank back into its silence. The people that were scattered through the wreckage of the downtown area were too consumed with their own survival to pay attention to three more armed souls moving through the remnants of town. They moved quickly, not speaking much. Joel ducked back under the door and lowered it to its former position, leaving just enough room for them to slip out. Allie zipped her coat higher and lifted her carbine, testing the strap while Ben retrieved a short chain and padlock from the back of the Blazer, the links cold against his hand. He glanced at them both. Safety's off, heads on a swivel. Ben glanced at them both, although they were ready before the words left his lips. Joel nodded. Allie responded in kind, her eyes serious. They stepped out into the cold, boots scraping against asphalt under the partially melted snow. The air smelled faintly of ash and damp rot, reminders that the heart of Durango still hadn't healed from the fires. Ben and Joel worked together to pull the roll-up door down with a metallic groan, the sound far too loud in the narrow alley. He flinched but forced himself to finish, feeding the chain through the handles and snapping the padlock shut. He tugged it once to make sure, then stepped back, scanning both ends of the alley and the crevices created by the collapsed buildings for movement. Nothing stirred except a small flock of pigeons that were watching their every movement. "Stay sharp," Ben said, voice low. They slipped out of the alley and turned north. The walk to the straighter was only a block and a half, but the streets of Durango stretched long and uneasy. The city that had once been alive with tourists, students, and residents now wore the hollow face of tragedy. Buildings stood half-burned, their windows black holes. Soot streaked the brickwork, where fire had licked across the second and third stories. In other places, entire walls had collapsed into mounds of rubble, now crusted with ice and snow. Every corner carried the ghosts of what had been. People moved along the edges of the streets like shadows. Thin figures bundled in mismatched coats, boots worn through, scarves pulled high over gaunt faces. They glanced at Ben and the kids as they passed, their eyes flicking to the rifles slung across their shoulders, then quickly away again. A few whispered to each other, their words lost under the hustle of movement and crusty snow, but the meaning was plain enough. Strangers with weapons drew attention, but they weren't worth getting involved with. Allie walked close to Joel, her gaze sharp, scanning doorways. Joel carried himself tall, letting his left hand swing tightly with his stride, his right planted on the pistol grip of the shotgun. Ben walked steady, watching for the kind of movement that preceded trouble, the shift of shoulders in a doorway, or the awkward stillness that meant someone was plotting their move. As they turned onto Main Avenue, the stairs grew longer. More people lingered here, wrapped in blankets or ragged jackets. A group of children crouched near a burned-out storefront, picking at the icy ground for the remnants of a busted open bag. Across the street, a woman pushed a battered shopping cart with nothing in it but trash and a few foil packets. Then Ben noticed something else. Some of the people carried supplies, plastic water bottles, tins of food, and bags of rice and beans that looked too new to be anything scavenged. He slowed his pace slightly. "Look at that," Joel murmured. Ben nodded. A man ahead of them clutched a sealed foil bag against his chest like treasure, while another nearby gnawed at the end of a candy bar that looked fresh out of an MRE, the wrapper still bright with government print. But there was no sign of trucks, convoys, or soldiers. Just Caldwell's men moving along the street, rifles on their backs, watching. Allie frowned. Did an aid truck come through? "I don't think so." Ben's voice was more certain than his response. Those rations weren't recent drops. They were stock from weeks past, maybe months. Caldwell's stock. An aid shipment that had been hijacked, undoubtedly. And now Caldwell was handing it out. Not freely, Ben suspected. Nothing from Caldwell came without strings attached. The whispers followed them the last half-block toward the straighter, where the bright red brick exterior had taken on a more sinister hue from the fires. People stared openly now, some with suspicion, others with something like fear. Ben caught fragments of murmurs, Caldwell's name, the word mayor, and once dictator. Ben, Joel, and Allie moved steadily through the churned slush, boots crunching over the brown and gray snow where patrols had already passed. Scraps of wind-blown trash tumbled along the gutters, catching on curbs and frozen ruts. A few townsfolk lingered on stoops and corners, watching them with wary eyes, recognizing trouble and knowing better than to get involved. Ahead, the Strater Hotel rose like a ghost of its former self. The once grand, century-old landmark loomed at the end of the block, its fire-scarred facade stitched together with mismatched planks and sheet metal. What used to be ornate trim and carefully preserved brickwork was cracked and blackened with soot. In some areas, it had fallen away to the street below. It was a miracle that the building still stood at all. And yet, it did, defiant and broken, just like the man who now ruled from inside it. Ben's hand shifted on the grip of his rifle, tightening unconsciously. Had he made a mistake bringing Joel and Allie here? Into a situation that would likely turn sour after he delivered his message. They climbed the steps slowly, the weight of the moment pressing down. Two guards emerged from the darkened interior and flanked the main entrance, faces unreadable beneath winter gear and hardened stares. As Ben reached the top step, the guards moved to block his path with rifles in hand. Ben exchanged a glance with Joel, then Allie. No one spoke, but the message was clear. Whatever happened next, they were already too far in to turn back. "Weapons," one of them said, kicking a plastic bin that skidded a couple of feet toward them across the ice-covered entryway. "No," Ben answered. His voice was steady. He shifted the MP5 strap across his chest and set his boots firm on the step. "We're here to see Caldwell." He had expected a strict weapons policy, which was why he wore the Desert Eagle openly on his hip, a decoy, big and obvious. but the Glock tucked discreetly at the small of his back beneath his jacket remained hidden. If they were forced to give up their guns, he had no intention of walking in unarmed. Joel's eyes cut sharp toward the guards, and Allie squared her shoulders beside him, her rifle tight to her side. Their defiance hung like dead weight in the air. "Wait here." One of the guards stepped back inside, just out of earshot, and spoke into a radio. When the man with the radio returned, the guards exchanged a glance, then stepped back, lowering their rifles but not their suspicion. Inside, the hotel smelled of lamp oil, smoke, and dampness, despite the large fire crackling in the stone hearth just off the lobby. The heat pushed outward in waves but didn't quite reach the corners of the room, where shadows clung like cobwebs. The floors were filthy, rugs worn thin and stained with melted snow and mud from countless boots. Ben had eaten lunch here a few times, back when the Strater still resembled the historic landmark it was. Now it was barely recognizable. Much of the ornate trim and carved balusters had been splintered or stripped away and likely burned for heat. Crooked paintings still clung to the stained wallpaper, their frames warped. The stuffed peacock mounted above the hearth remained in its place, but its body listed sideways, one glass eye missing, the other seeming to follow them as they passed. Overhead, the once elegant chandeliers hung dark and dust-choked, their crystals dulled with grime and neglect. In spots, the plaster had crumbled from the ceiling, with thick beams now propped beneath the worst sags, holding up what they could. The place still carried the bones of luxury, but they were brittle and hollow, the remnants of grandeur drowned under attempts at preservation and whispers of better times, long gone. Third floor. One of the guards who had followed them inside pointed toward the stairs. "He's been expecting you." Ben and the kids climbed the stairs, each step groaning beneath their weight. The sound carried up through the empty space, announcing their arrival whether they wanted it or not. At the top, a draft of cool, fresh air spilled from a fractured hallway where a section of the building had collapsed, the street yawning open far below through broken beams and rubble. Another guard stood there, rifle slung but ready. He gave them a long look, then rapped twice on the double doors. "Let them in." Caldwell's voice carried, muffled but commanding. The guard swung one door open wide and gestured them through. Inside, the room glowed with lamplight, the window shades drawn tight against the morning sun. A fire crackled low in the hearth, although its warmth failed to soften the chill in the air. Caldwell stood behind his oversized desk, his hands resting on a map spread across its surface. Red lines carved Durango into neat sectors, arrows and notations spilling across the grid like the markings made by a battlefield commander. "Leave us," Caldwell said without looking up. "Yes, sir." The guard shut the door, leaving the four of them alone in the heavy quiet. Only then did Caldwell lift his gaze. His eyes met Ben's, sharp and assessing. "You came." Ben gave a single nod. "You didn't leave me much choice after last night." The words hung in the air, neither threat nor concession, but a weight pressed the room closer around them. Joel's jaw tightened as he studied the map, the city dissected into manageable parts. Allie lingered nearby, her eyes narrowing at the gridwork, at the arrows that turned streets and blocks into pieces on Caldwell's board. Ben followed their eyes and felt the same truth settle into his chest. This was not just about last night or about the safety of his family. It was about all of Durango, piece by piece, block by block. Chapter 26. The fire in the hearth snapped softly, casting a wavering glow across the map and the scarred surface of the desk. Caldwell stood behind it, his broad hands planted on either side of the map, as if he could obtain Durango by force of will alone. His gaze moved from Ben to Joel, then to Allie before settling again on Ben. "You came here to talk about last night," Caldwell said, his tone measured, almost cordial. "Go on, then." Ben did not bother with a prelude. "Your men are dangerous and reckless. They went in loud, even after we told them to hold back. They chose not to listen. You lost 3 to a trap they stumbled into with their eyes open." Caldwell's expression didn't change. "Duncan told me a different story. He said the camp was already hot. He said you hung back and watched." "We held back because it was obvious something was wrong," Ben answered. "Ortiz saw it. Joel saw it. The place was staged. No smoke, no sign of recent activity. It was an ambush, and Duncan and his crew walked right into it. We joined the fight when it mattered and pulled the survivors out. You can ask Blake." Joel straightened his stance. "Without us, you would have lost all of them, and your man, Duncan," he huffed, "he's a liability." A muscle shifted in Caldwell's cheek. He glanced down at the map, then back. "Duncan has his uses," he said, as if he were reminding himself. "He is loyal. He is also, at times, more trouble than he is worth." "He's volatile," Ben said. "He likes to stir the pot because he thinks it makes him look tough." Caldwell studied Ben across the desk, as if weighing words against losses already tallied. "You punched him," he said finally, "in front of my men." "He earned it, and he deserved worse," Ben said. "And then he earned a bullet in the arm by being foolish." The room settled into the sound of the fire and the faint sigh of wind sneaking past the window shades. Caldwell reached for the corner of the desk and righted a brass paperweight that was lying on its side. When he spoke again, his voice was surprisingly calm. "Let us agree that Duncan misread the situation," he said. "And let us also agree that misreading is a luxury I cannot afford." His eyes cut to Joel and lingered, especially not from boys who wish to be men. Joel held the look without blinking. "I did my part." "Yes," Caldwell said softly, "you certainly did." He straightened and placed both palms on the map again. "You said you came to talk about last night. I assume that was only the start." "It was," Ben said. He took one step closer to the desk. "My family is off limits from this moment on. You will not ask us to ride for you, and you will not send for me or my son. We are done. Saving the rest of your men last night wipes the slate clean as far as I'm concerned." Allie's hand rested lightly against the sling of her carbine. She did not speak, but the simple set of her shoulders made it plain she stood with him. Joel did the same, a step behind his father and 2 steps to the right, as if he were already thinking it wasn't going to be an easy walk out of here. Caldwell's gaze didn't flicker. "You're telling me no." "That's right," Ben said. "I am telling you no." Caldwell let the words settle like a stone dropped into deep water. He did not raise his voice. He did not step around the desk. He only breathed once through his nose and looked back down at the map. "You imagine I do not understand the pull of family," he said. "You imagine I enjoy counting bodies on nights like the last. I do not. But there is a town here that will live or die on whether someone lays down rules and makes them stick." He tapped the page where Main Avenue ran like a spine through the center of downtown Durango. "There is no sheriff. There is no grid to keep the lights on. There is no truck of free gifts rolling in each morning. There is only what we hold and what we protect. That requires order." He looked up again, eyes steady and pale. "Order requires men who do not blink." "Order also requires sense," Ben said. "What happened at the river was not order. It was chaos, irresponsible and poorly planned. We won't be a part of that." Caldwell's mouth thinned, though the lines around his eyes did not shift much at all. "Strong words for a man who came to me for help when he was backed into a corner." Ben did not flinch. I paid for that help and more. We've done enough. Silence drew tight across the room. The fire snapped once and spat an ember out onto the floor. He let the quiet stretch until it was nearly a test, then loosened his stance with a small roll of his shoulders. You have always struck me as a man who prefers clear boundaries, he said, so hear mine. I do not coerce those who bring me honest terms, not at first. His gaze moved again to Joel, then to Allie, then back to Ben. You may keep your line for now, but understand this. Lines shift. And when they do, men who stand apart often find themselves alone. Ben held his eyes. We've stood alone before. Not here, Caldwell replied, his voice level and filled with conviction. Not in a place like this or in times like these. We're on our own here, Ben. Nobody is coming to save us. You think the government cares about Durango. It'll be years before we get any meaningful relief, if ever. Allie's breath caught as if she might argue, but Ben stilled her with 2 fingers placed firmly on Caldwell's desk. His words came calm and final. We are finished. Caldwell gave a small nod, almost indulgent, like a man allowing a child to state his claim. His hand smoothed an invisible crease in the map, not rushed, not defensive, as if he had already moved 3 steps past the conversation. So be it. He paused, then leaned forward slightly, his voice laced with inevitability. But I've seen enough to know how this ends. Desperation will find your doorstep and test your resolve. And when it does, you'll be back. Not because I need you, but because this world will leave you with no other options. His eyes rose and held Ben's, clear and unblinking, not angry, just certain, as if the ending had already been written. Joel shifted beside him, the leather of his shoulder holster creaking softly. We'll take care of our own. Caldwell's mouth curved, but it wasn't a smile. And I will enjoy watching you try. Now see yourselves out, won't you? I'm a busy man. He looked down at the map again, deliberately, as though their presence no longer mattered. The meaning was plain, the conversation was over, yet the gesture carried something petty, almost childish, like a boy turning his back on a game he could not control. Ben saw it for what it was, an act, thinly veiled, meant to cover the sting of not getting his way. None of what was said here today made Caldwell less dangerous. If anything, it made him more so. His calm was not true calm. It was a mask stretched over pride that bruised easily. Ben could feel the weight of it even as Caldwell traced another red line with a fingertip. Then he grabbed the 2-way from the corner of his desk, took a few steps toward the window, and parted the curtain. Find Ortiz. I want to talk to him. Caldwell set the radio down on the sill, not bothering to answer the swift acknowledgement. Yes, sir, the radio crackled as Ben turned for the door. Joel and Allie moved with him, their boots muted against the worn rug. At the threshold, Ben hesitated, casting one final glance over his shoulder. Caldwell remained at the window, looking out over the street below, his finger tapping the sill, slow and deliberate. Ben wanted to say something else, but he'd said enough and said it a couple of times. Joel opened the door. A draft from the ruptured hall swept in, carrying the sharp bite of fresh air and stirring the corners of the map on Caldwell's desk. Behind them the fire cracked, a log collapsing into the bed of embers with a hiss, as if even the flames had caught the tension in the room. Caldwell stood stiff, focused out the window, pretending calm, but Ben saw it for what it was. And someone would pay for this exchange of words before the day was done, someone lower on the ladder, someone without the luxury of saying no. Ben's gut nodded at the thought. He'd spoken his piece, drawn his line, but the ripples of it would travel farther than this office. Caldwell was not a man to absorb a slight and move on. He would pass the anger downward until it landed on a back that could not bear it. Ortiz's came to mind. Steady, practical, a man who had stood shoulder to shoulder with Ben and Joel. Ortiz had never craved Caldwell's approval, never played his games, and that might be reason enough for Caldwell to make an example of him. Ben's chest tightened with a flicker of regret. By drawing fire away from his own family, had he painted a target on Ortiz instead? The thought lingered like a pebble in his boot as he stepped through the doorway. The crisp, fresh air cut sharper, cleaner than in the stale environment of Caldwell's room, but it did nothing to lighten the weight in Ben's chest. The sun hit them as soon as they stepped out of the straighter, glaring off the slush-rutted street, reflecting harsh and white into their eyes. For a moment, the brightness and the noise outside felt strange after the stagnant warmth of Caldwell's office. Boots scuffed over wet pavement, voices echoed between the brick shells of burned-out buildings, and the smell of smoke and some kind of boiled food carried faintly from somewhere down the block. Ben adjusted the strap of the MP5 across his chest and let his eyes sweep the street. Caldwell's men lingered at the edges, rifles slung, their faces taut with suspicion or boredom. Townsfolk moved warily between them, careful not to draw attention. It wasn't order, not really, just control driven by fear. A sharp nicker cut through the noise. Ben turned his head and caught sight of a familiar shape in the thin crowd. A sleek black quarter horse, ribs still showing but better than before, stood tied to a lamppost. His hide glowed under the bright sun, and beside him stood Jesse Pike. The boy looked different, cleaner. His face had color again, though it was lean. His eyes were clear, none of the glazed fog Ben remembered from the compound. He wore a patched coat, the collar turned up, and his hand rested absently on Jasper's neck as though the horse was the only anchor he needed. Jesse spotted Ben at the same time. His eyes widened slightly, then settled. He gave a small nod, neither shy nor eager, just acknowledging. Ben motioned Joel and Allie to follow and cut across the churned street. "Jesse," Ben said, stopping a few paces short. The boy's hand stayed on Jasper's mane. "Didn't expect to see you here." His voice carried less slur than Ben recalled, steadier, almost proud. "Same could be said for you," Ben answered. His gaze shifted over the boy, measuring. There was a noticeable change in the kid. He carried himself differently, upright, present. "I've been working," Jesse said quickly, as though to head off the question he thought might come. "Hauling wood, helping clean out burned-down houses. Jasper gets his feed and I get a place to sleep. It ain't much, but it's enough to get us through the winter, I hope." Joel leaned a shoulder against the lamppost, studying him. "You're staying close to town." Jesse shrugged. "For now, work's here. Caldwell's men don't bother me so long as I keep my head down. Lots of grunt work to do, clearing out burned-up houses and trying to make 'em usable. For what, I don't know. They know Jasper, too. Some of them think it's funny, me keeping him alive like he's worth more than—" Jesse leaned closer. "The meat," he whispered as he smoothed the stallion's neck. "But he is worth more." His voice returned to normal volume. "Way more. Even if it means I eat a little less." Ben let the words hang a moment, then stepped closer. "You're clear-eyed." "I'm clean now, honest. I got you to thank." Jesse looked him in the eye, steady and without shame. "It near killed me. After Slade, after you spared me, I figured if I lived through that, maybe I ought to live proper." Ben's chest tightened. "Good." He glanced at Joel, then Allie. Both nodded almost imperceptibly. "You got a choice to make, Jesse," Ben said. "Caldwell's not a man to let anyone stay on the fringe forever. He'll either draw you in or drive you out. That's how he works." Jesse's eyes flicked toward the straighter. His mouth tightened, then relaxed. "I know. He looks at folks like pieces on a board. Move this one here, that one there. Makes them believe they matter until they don't. I heard about the raid last night. Word travels fast around here." "You see him for what he is, then," Ben said. "That's good, but seeing isn't enough." He lowered his voice. If you're tired of being a part of this, ride up to Saddle Trail. We've got work to be done, repairs, horses to tend to. You and Jasper could earn your keep there, and no one will tell you when to bend or how." For the first time, Jesse's composure cracked. His eyes darted to Joel, then Allie, then back to Ben. "You'd let me." "Not let," Ben corrected. "Offer. We need honest hands. You need a place away from Caldwell's shadow, seems fair." Joel crossed his arms, studying Jesse. "You'll pull your weight, though. We all do." "I'll work." Jesse's voice was sharp with conviction. "I'll work as hard as any man you got." Allie studied him in silence, her expression careful. Finally, she nodded once. "He means it." Jasper pawed at the slush, as if to punctuate the boy's promise. Ben reached out and laid a hand on Jesse's shoulder, firm but not heavy. "Then, when you're ready, ride up." Jesse's throat worked as he swallowed, but his eyes stayed steady. "Thank you. I do deserve." "You deserve a chance," Ben cut in. "What you do with it is yours." The boy nodded, trying his best to hide a smile. For a heartbeat, his youth showed through again, the lines of hardship softening to something more fragile. But he squared his shoulders quickly, as if afraid to let the weakness linger. "You know Durango Hills, out on Florida Road near the fire station?" Ben asked. "Yeah, I know where that is," Jesse answered quickly. "We're near the top of the mountain. You'll pass the Holdens on the way up, but come see me first at 109 Saddle Trail. I'll introduce you to Luke. He'll put you to work if you want it. He's a good man, and he knows horses too." "Thanks, yeah, I'll ride up in the next couple days, after I finish this job I'm on. Another day and I'll have enough credits to get a whole MRE for myself and more feed for Jasper. Speaking of which, I better get back to it." Jesse pulled himself up into the saddle with practiced efficiency. "Oh, by the way, this is Joel, my son, and his fiancée, Allie." Ben stumbled over the words, hardly believing them himself as they came out. "Nice to meet you." Jesse offered a short wave from the saddle. Ben turned and noticed that the street had thinned out around them. A few townsfolk still lingered, glancing at the group and talking in hushed tones. Two of Caldwell's men walked past on the far side, one of them pointing with his chin toward Ben before they moved on. Ben noticed the way Jesse's hand clenched the reins a little tighter until the soldiers were gone. "You should go," Ben said, his voice low. "Standing here with us too long could put a mark on your back. Caldwell notices things." Jesse gave a small, crooked smile. "He notices what he wants, but you're right, I'll see you again, up there." He patted Jasper's neck once more, then turned the stallion toward the side street, moving at a trot that did not look hurried, only deliberate. Ben watched until they were gone, then pulled down the zipper on his jacket. Joel glanced at him, one brow raised. "You trust him?" Joel asked. "I do for some reason," Ben said. "And that horse. He kept Jasper alive when most men would have sold him for meat. That says something." Allie exhaled, a long breath. "Then we'll talk to the Holdens. They need help, and Luke said he plans on planting next year. They could fix up that old trailer on the property and let him live there. If he's trustworthy, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have an extra set of eyes and ears around the neighborhood. I'll talk to Luke, see what he thinks. We can help feed the extra mouth, as long as Sandy and Emma can slow down on the bread making," Ben joked. They moved on, the straighter shrinking behind them. Yet Ben carried Jesse's face in his mind, the new steadiness there, and wondered if he had just offered a boy a way out or saddled his family and the Holdens with a burden. One thing was for sure, the kid wouldn't last long around here, and neither would Jasper. Chapter 27. Main Street was quiet in the way ruined places were, the soundless pause of a town unsure about its future. Townsfolk peered from doorways and broken windows, eyes leery and watchful, like feral animals testing the wind. There was tension in the air. The reason remained a mystery, but Ben sensed something was afoot. He walked down the edge of the street with Joel and Allie flanking him, the three of them moving in a loose wedge toward the truck parked a block away. The blazer waited for them like a fresh beginning. Then, without warning, the small crowd parted ahead of them. People whispered, but no one stepped forward. Not until Duncan appeared. He emerged from between two buildings, a staggering drunk who'd been holding his rage like an overfilled glass, sloshing with every step. His right arm was bandaged and held close to his chest in a makeshift sling. The other hand gripped a bottle of something dark and half gone. The coat on his back was stained with dried blood and dirt, the remnants from last night's fight at the river. "There he is," Duncan called, his voice harsh and wet. It carried over the relative quiet of the street. The high and mighty woodsman himself, the hero, the coward. Ben stopped. Joel shifted to his left side instinctively, steady but letting his hand brush his holstered weapon. Allie was on the right, calm and ready. "You walk into town like you're king of the mountain," Duncan slurred, waving the bottle as he stepped closer, boots slipping slightly in the slush. "Thinking you can just point fingers, throw punches, and walk away like you're better than the rest of us." He paused in the center of the street now, swaying and broken, but fueled by something stronger than liquor. Humiliation. "You think people don't talk. You think I wouldn't hear what you said to Caldwell, how you made me look like a fool, a liability." Ben said nothing. "I bled for that man, lost friends," Duncan growled. "For this town. And you let it happen. You stood back while my men died. You set me up." The crowd that had been growing along the street edge now stood silent, watching to see what would happen. From above, on the third floor of the burned-out Strater Hotel, a shape moved. It was Caldwell. He stepped to the edge of the ruined hallway, arms folded as the wind stirred the edges of his jacket, and surveyed the scene below. Duncan saw him, too. He laughed bitterly, lifting the bottle in a mock toast. "You watching, boss? You see who's loyal to you now." Then he turned back to Ben, voice dropping to something darker. "You think your little homestead's safe. You think your kids are untouchable. Maybe one night I stop by, light the place while you're sleeping. Maybe I start with that girl." His chin jerked toward Allie, lips curling into a smile that showed too many teeth. "Pretty little thing. What you need is a real man." Duncan threw his coat tail to the side and went for the gun on his hip. But Joel was faster, pulling his grandfather's .45 from his shoulder holster in a single, practiced motion. The crack of the shot echoed like a cannon blast in the still street. There was no warning. There hadn't been time. Joel's shot hit Duncan clean in the chest, high and hard. The man's body jerked back as though yanked by an invisible hand. The bottle dropped and shattered across the slush as Duncan fell, knees buckling, collapsing into the street. He didn't get up. The silence afterward was absolute. Even the wind seemed to pause. Joel returned the handgun to its holster, his breath fogging in a sharp exhale. Allie's eyes flicked from Duncan's body to Joel's face. Ben didn't speak. He only looked at his son, partly shocked and partly proud. From the third-floor wreckage of the Strater Hotel, Caldwell stepped to the very edge of the exposed hallway, silhouetted against the pale gray sky with hands clasped calmly behind his back. He looked down at the body in the street. "You always did have a temper, Duncan," Caldwell shouted down, his voice carrying easily. "Seems it finally caught you." Then he looked at Joel. "Clean shot." Without another word, Caldwell turned and disappeared into the shadows of the ruined hall. The crowd didn't move. Two of Caldwell's men at the far end of the street started forward, rifles lifting slightly as though they were unsure of how to react to what had just happened. It was Ortiz who broke through the murmuring crowd. He stepped out of nowhere with his rifle slung but his hand on the stock, ready to put the weapon to use. "He had it coming," he said to the guards. "He was poison. You all knew it." The two men hesitated. Neither lowered their rifles, but neither advanced. Around them the townsfolk stood frozen, watching, heads ducked but eyes wide. Ben holstered the Desert Eagle, his voice low and flat. "We're leaving." He started toward the blazer. Joel and Allie followed, boots crunching over the slush as they passed Duncan's body and the growing pool of blood without a second glance. Ortiz gave a small nod as the trio moved. "If you ever need a hand," he said quietly, "you know where to find me." Ben returned the nod. "Same applies to you." Once off Main Avenue, Ben picked up the pace to a brisk walk. They weren't running, but this wasn't the time or place to act casually. Joel had just killed a man in the street, albeit one who deserved what he got. There was no telling if the current sentiment would shift, or if Caldwell would change his mind and demand something be done about what had just happened. And they certainly weren't sticking around to find out. They didn't waste any time unlocking the chain, and all three of them chipped in to raise the rusty door just high enough to get the blazer out. The door screeched, but they paid it no mind. There was no point in being quiet now. Ben paused, one hand on the door handle. He looked at Joel. "You all right?" Joel nodded slowly. "I thought I'd feel worse," he said, "but I don't." Ben looked toward the alley, then back. He was going to hurt someone. Joel met his eyes. "I know, and the world we live in now, it doesn't need men like him in it." Ben slid behind the wheel while Joel and Allie climbed in. The engine coughed, then caught with a thunderous roar. He shifted into gear and backed out into the alley. In the rearview mirror, Ben spotted some of the crowd that had followed them at a distance hanging back at the entrance to the alley. But not everyone stayed behind. Two of Caldwell's men appeared in a battered Ford pickup truck that came to an abrupt stop a block behind them. Ben shifted into gear and pulled away slowly, leaving town the same way he'd come in while keeping an eye on the truck in the rearview mirror. The old Ford turned into the alley, falling in behind the blazer, but keeping its distance as they headed home. Allie glanced over her shoulder. "We're being followed." "I see them," Joel said. Ben's hands tightened on the wheel. His eyes were fixed on the snowy road ahead. He said nothing for a long moment. Then, "Get ready to take them out." Joel turned in his seat, startled. "What?" "You heard me," Ben said. His voice was calm, almost quiet. "We do it now or they'll come for us later." "They haven't even," Allie started. "They will," Ben cut her off. "This is how Caldwell works. He tests the line. He pushes until it breaks. They're seeing how much we'll take. We end it now." Joel stared at his father. "You're sure?" Ben's eyes flicked to the mirror, then back to the road. "Just get ready." Something had changed, something fundamental. Duncan was dead, not because of some chaotic firefight, not in a raid, but because Joel had made a decision and acted on it. Allie's eyes met his in the back seat. She looked pale but steady. "He's right," she said finally. "We can't keep running." The road curved out of town, lined with snow-heavy pines and no other vehicles except for the Ford behind them. Steadily, it crept closer, its grille beginning to fill the mirror. "Allie, get ready over the back seat." Ben waited until she was braced and in position with her rifle tight against her shoulder, then hit the switch for the rear glass. "Here we go." Joel readied his weapon and put one hand on the door handle, while Ben fed the blazer more fuel and pulled away from the Ford temporarily. "Hang on." Ben stood on the brakes, sending the blazer into a controlled skid on the icy blacktop, stopping completely a few long seconds later. "Now." Joel spilled out of the passenger door as the blazer rocked to a stop. his shotgun already up. The sharp crack of gunfire filled the Chevy's cab, followed by the ping of sheet metal as Joel's slugs found steel. Allie joined in a moment later, bracing herself against the seat back and sending 2 short bursts of gunfire into the approaching Ford. At least 2 of her shots punched through the windshield, spraying powdered glass into the air like snow. The Ford's brakes shrieked as it swerved, tires skimming across the snow-covered road. Its front end dipped while the rear fishtailed against the driver's panicked efforts. Joel squeezed off another slug from the Kel-Tec. The round spiderwebbed the windshield and caught the passenger square in the chest. The man jerked back and slumped into the seat, his rifle slipping from lifeless hands. Allie focused her next volley of rounds into the Ford's front end, finishing the truck's forward momentum with the bumper buried in snow and steam curling from the grill. The driver's door flew open, and a figure stumbled out with his hands held high and his eyes wide with panic. His face was spattered with blood, 100 cuts from the pulverized glass of the windshield. He tripped in the snow and landed hard, then scrambled to his knees as Ben stepped out of the Blazer. Ben moved toward him with quiet purpose, his MP5 aimed at the man's head. The driver froze as Ben reached down and freed the pistol from his belt, tossing it off the highway and into the woods. Ben stared down at him for a long moment, watching the man's chest heaving while he took in sporadic, terrified breaths. His hands stayed in the air, fingers twitching. Ben's voice came low and flat. "Go back and tell Caldwell we're done playing his games." The man nodded furiously, still kneeling. Ben took a step back. "Run." The man didn't need to be told again and scrambled to his knees, slipping twice before finding traction and disappearing into the trees along the road. Ben stood still for another second, then turned back to the truck. Joel and Allie watched with their rifles still ready, eyes tracking every move. Ben said nothing. He climbed back into the Blazer and shut the door. A moment later, they were moving again, away from Durango once more. They drove in silence for a long time as snow began to drift down from the heavy clouds. The road climbed into the hills, winding between stands of dark timber. The air smelled cleaner out here, sharper, but it did nothing to ease the knot in Ben's chest. Joel finally spoke. "That was." Ben jumped in at his pause. That was what needed to be done. He kept his eyes on the road. Men like that, they only understand one thing. Joel stared out the window as Allie's hand brushed his arm. Neither spoke again. Ben drove, hands tight on the wheel. He could still see Duncan's face in the street, hear the bottle break, feel the silence afterward. He wanted to believe this day would go differently, but deep down he knew it wouldn't. And Caldwell had been right about one thing. No one was coming to save them. Durango would become what they made it, or what they allowed it to become. He glanced at Joel and Allie, both silent in the cab, their eyes fixed ahead but their thoughts elsewhere. He thought of Sandy, of Brad and Emma, of the dogs waiting back at the house, of Jesse Pike and his horse, wandering the aftermath of a world that had swallowed so many others. Ben didn't know what life had looked like for Jesse before the collapse. Maybe it had been hard even then. But now, he was just another kid left to navigate a broken world with no map, no guide, and no promise of safety. Not much different than Joel or Allie, who had been robbed of more than just their innocence and youth. Ben thought of what they'd all lost and what they still had. It wasn't pride that settled in his chest. It wasn't a sense of duty. It was resolve. The Blazer climbed higher into the hills, tire chains biting into the frozen road. Behind them, the valley slept under a blanket of snow, deceptively quiet. Ahead, the sky darkened with another storm gathering on the horizon. One of many they would endure this winter. Whatever happened next, it would not be quiet. But Ben knew now that there was no room for compromise. There would be no more half measures. If the world were going to survive, it would do so by the hands of those willing to cut out the rot. This wasn't just survival. This was the new order of things. And for the first time in a long time, Ben knew exactly what had to be done.